everyone, Tommy Akon here with your Fox 10 News Now update. Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday morning. We have lots of news to talk about, lots of clips to show you. It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, the news may be depressing, but I promise that you will enjoy receiving it from me right here, and you'll enjoy talking about it in that chat room. We have a couple of live feeds coming in as well. We have one coming in from DC. I believe it's the House Democrats speaking right now. They're holding their weekly press availability, and then another one involves Loretta Lynch testifying. There is a House hearing, an investigation into the Department of Justice. I feel like we should listen to this right now and see what's going on with Loretta Lynch. Shall we? I think so. Loretta Lynch, Attorney General for the United States.
Citizens, should there be an unauthorized or misuse of their data here in the U.S., which is a privilege enjoyed by U.S. citizens within the European Union. Without this, we do have a grave risk of not having the completion of the data protection or umbrella agreement. And I think, sadly, recent events have shown us the importance, the critical nature of making sure that we have these safe and secure portals for transferring information from one law enforcement entity to another.
Let me make one point as my time is expiring. While the Judicial Redress Act does not deal with the sharing of counterterrorism information, there frequently is an interface between those who want to commit terrorist activity and those who do commit petty crimes, which would end up being in the law enforcement file. And I would just look at today's New York Times, where comments relative to the attack in Paris and what apparently happened in a neighborhood in Brussels, where it says, in a neighborhood known for extremists, a trail of petty crimes and missed plots. The Judicial Redress Act might be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together from petty crimes so that there can be missed plots. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I thank the Attorney General. Madam Attorney General, in the immediate aftermath of the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, the Department of Justice established and oversaw a victims' compensation fund that provided more than $7 billion to families who lost loved ones on that day. In the years after the attacks, it became clear that thousands of first responders and survivors continued to suffer major health consequences from the attacks and their aftermath. Thousands of lawsuits were filed against contractors and others by these victims. In 2010, Congress enacted the James Zadroga Act, which provided essential health care services to those in need, and reopened the Victims' Compensation Fund to those families whose losses became apparent after September 11th, providing them an alternative to litigation. In the last 5 years, the Victims' Compensation Fund has provided nearly 6,300 first responders and survivors with $1.4 billion in compensation determinations. Since we enacted the bill, I am aware of no further 9/11-related lawsuits. Despite its current success, on September 30th, 2015, Congress allowed the VCF and the World Trade Center Health Program to expire. Fortunately, there is legislation pending in the House to permanently reauthorize the Victims' Compensation Fund and the World Trade Center Health Program. The bill now has the co-sponsorship of 247 co-sponsors, of majority of the House, including more than 50 Republicans, and a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate with 65 co-sponsors. If Congress fails to act, thousands of first responders and survivors will lose access to compensation on which they depend to support their families when they are tragically gone. The VCF is preparing to shutter its operations once it has processed existing claims. If the VCF is not fully funded and reauthorized, the first responders and survivors who have already received a notice of their compensation could actually see that amount cut by up to 50%. We are literally talking about taking money out of the hands of a sick police officer. I am deeply saddened to think that is how Congress plans to remember the heroes of 9/11. Attorney General Lynch, do you agree that this is not the proper way to honor the heroes of 9/11? Don't you think that 9/11 survivors and the firefighters and police officers who risked their own lives to save them and have suffered health consequences because of it deserve the full support of the American people and a fully funded victims' compensation fund?
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. This is indeed an important issue. Of course, we will always be deeply indebted to those first responders and brave men and women who risk their lives to search for and recover victims, to remove debris at the site, to carry out the recovery efforts at Ground Zero at 9/11. Certainly is an important issue both to me, both as Attorney General and as someone who was in New York on 9/11 and who had friends and former colleagues who were in that group of those who were on the scene and who were involved in those activities. This is in fact a serious issue for those who are affected by it, and I greatly appreciate your expression of compassion for those who have fallen ill. With respect to the bill that is currently pending, certainly on behalf of the Department of Justice, we would do all that we could to work with you to make sure that if there were any questions or issues, they could be addressed. And we hope that there would be none. This is indeed an important issue, and again, I think it is something that it deserves certainly strong review, serious consideration, and please let us know how the department can be of assistance to any of the members as they consider this important issue.
Well, thank you. As you may know, Chairman Goodlatte and others on the Judiciary Committee have introduced legislation to reopen the VCF. Unfortunately, their bill would open the fund only temporarily and would authorize very limited funding. It was heavily criticized as a result. The Zadroga bill, however, is a permanent reauthorization and has broad bipartisan support, again 247 House co-sponsors and 65 Senate co-sponsors. The Zadroga bill, like the black lung program that we have for black lung survivors, like the nuclear program we have for people who were irradiated as a result of nuclear tests, is permanent, recognizing the permanent nature of the disabilities. I hope you will thank the President for signing the original Zadroga bill into law in 2010 and do everything you can to see that this legislation is permanently reauthorized and fully funded as soon as possible.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have another question on a different topic. Mr. Sensenbrenner referred, and you referred to the statute that says that you can't bring Guantanamo detainees to the United States. I think the chairman in his opening remarks commented obliquely that this might be dangerous to do so, etc. My question is the following. If, forgetting the legality for the moment, if Guantanamo were closed, if detainees were brought to supermax security facilities, prisons in the United States, in what conceivable way could this threaten anyone's safety? In what conceivable way could housing someone in a supermax federal prison affect the local community, especially when you're talking about 60 or 70 people, not 7,000 people throughout the country? And has anyone ever escaped from a supermax federal facility?
Well, certainly as a tribute to the strong efforts of the Bureau of Prisons, I do not believe anyone has escaped from supermax.
Ever?
As far as I know, they have never escaped from supermax, and certainly the men and women at the Bureau of Prisons are dedicated professionals and do everything in their power to run that institution in a way that protects the American people but also contains the security issues therein. With respect to your question, Congressman, it certainly is difficult to say. Obviously, I have the greatest pride and respect for the brave men and women of the Bureau of Prisons. Indeed, I feel that the men and women of the entire Department of Justice can do anything. So certainly, I think that they are up to any task that is assigned to them. And of course, we look forward to working with Congress to consider these issues should such a change be made.
And so, in other words, the summary of your testimony is that bringing people to supermax prisons would pose no danger to anyone in communities or in the United States.
Well, Mr. Congressman, I certainly am not in a position to say that any prisoner poses no danger ever. We certainly have these security regulations over a host of dangerous inmates for very, very significant reasons. But I am, of course, tremendously proud of the work of the men and women of the Bureau of Prisons. And, of course, this issue is one that is before Congress. I believe it is going up, as has been indicated, to the White House, and we would work with Congress with respect to whatever decisions are made in providing information that could best inform its decisions.
Thank you. I see my time has expired.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Smith, for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Attorney General, under this administration, the number of sanctuary cities has doubled to about 340 jurisdictions. As a result, many innocent Americans have been killed. What are you doing to discourage jurisdictions from claiming sanctuary status?
I'm sorry, the last part of your question, Congressman?
The number of sanctuary jurisdictions has doubled under this administration. What are you doing to discourage municipalities from asserting sanctuary status? By doing so, of course, they are endangering Americans because individuals are released who commit crimes, including murder, rape, and so forth. But what are you doing to discourage sanctuary cities?
Well, Congressman, with respect to the issues that you raised, certainly they are very serious. We are committed to enforcing our criminal and immigration laws.
But there's a law in the books that prohibits sanctuary cities. What are you doing to enforce that law?
I believe the designation of a sanctuary city is something that was within the purview of...
No, it's actually in an act I introduced that became law in 1996.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay. There is clearly a law in existence that prohibits jurisdictions from refusing to cooperate with the federal government when it comes to detaining criminal aliens, criminal immigrants. What are you doing to enforce that law?
Well, where we have a situation where that situation occurs, we certainly would talk with that jurisdiction. We would reach directly in and enforce the criminal laws against the individuals themselves.
But you're not doing so. Give me one example where you have enforced current law that prohibits jurisdictions from claiming sanctuary status.
Well, what I'd like to do, sir, is study that issue and provide information to you on that point.
I would hope that you'd have more knowledge about enforcing immigration laws than that, but I will await your report as to what you have done. Next question is, a recent IG report found that Chairman Chaffetz's Secret Service file was improperly accessed and publicly disclosed by Secret Service managers. This may have violated the Privacy Act, the Computer Abuse Act, and perhaps amount to obstruction of justice. Have you taken any disciplinary action whatsoever against the Secret Service managers involved with the disclosure of that file?
Congressman, my understanding is that that matter is being handled by their Inspector General, the Secret Service, as part of the Department of Homeland Security. And so with respect to those specific administrative or disciplinary actions, my understanding is that their Inspector General is
Some of the
that.
laws that may have been violated come under your jurisdiction. Are you aware of any investigation by DOJ into that matter or not?
I'm not able to comment at this time. I would certainly provide information to you.
Okay, and you would certainly let the member involved know of any investigation, would you not?
I'm sorry, sir.
You would certainly let the member involved know of any investigation, would you not?
Well, typically we do not comment on whether an investigation is open or not.
I know. I'm
With
not
respect
asking
to
you to
whether
comment publicly on the details. I'm asking you if you would alert the member if there was an investigation ongoing.
Are you referring to the member of the Secret Service?
No, the member of Congress whose
The
files
member of
were
Congress. Thank you,
made
sir.
public. And
We would certainly do everything we could to provide what information we could consistent with our law enforcement obligations.
okay, thank you. And then let me ask you one more question about the FBI. And that is, to your knowledge, has the President or any White House staff or you or any of your staff attempted to influence the FBI's investigation of former Secretary Clinton?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea when that investigation will be completed?
Well, I'm not able to comment on the status of that matter, and we typically do not comment. And also, it's impossible to predict when any matter will be concluded, so I'm not able to give you information on that.
And I'm not asking for a comment on the contents of the investigation, just an idea when it might be finished, or have you heard when it might be finished?
Sir, again, I'm not able to comment on the timing of the conclusion of any matter.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman, recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I look forward to working with you not only today, but as in the months ahead. As you likely know, I am on the Immigration Subcommittee, and I follow closely what your department is doing in that arena. Your predecessor, Attorney General Holder, testified in 2013 before the Senate, and this is a direct quote, "It is inexcusable that young kids 6, 7-year-olds, 14-year-olds have immigration decisions made on their behalf against them, and they're not represented by counsel. Now, in July of this year, the American Immigration Council and several other organizations filed a class action lawsuit in a district court in the Western District of Washington, challenging the validity of removal proceedings for children without appointed counsel. And their argument was that that an 8-year-old couldn't receive a full and fair hearing in the immigration court without representation. As you know, I'm sure, the administration has made efforts to provide counsel to small children by funding nonprofit groups, but the Assistant Attorney General who argued, I think Mr. Leon Fresco, actually argued contrary to that in the district court. And I'm wondering, if the department's position has changed since Mr. Holder left the department, and whether you think it could meet due process to have an 8-year-old who speaks only Spanish appear in immigration court without a lawyer and be able to argue the nuances of immigration law and asylum law. Do you think that meets due process requirements?
Thank you, Congressman. With respect to the argument that was made on the issue, of course, I'd have to review those pleadings to understand the specific context and whether or not there was an appropriations issue involved as to whether...
Fair enough. What do you think about the due process issue?
And again, thank you for that issue, because it is an important one. And as you noted, certainly it's the department's position that as a general matter, all who appear before tribunals, whether they be courts, administrative bodies, tend to have a more efficient process and a fairer process if they are represented by counsel. Certainly we have statutes and laws to that effect with regard to adults, criminal matters, and the like. For those children, also, it certainly would seem to increase efficiency of the entire process to have counsel. And as you've noted, I believe that through our grant process, we have supported nonprofit or NGO organizations that have provided counsel there for those children.
So you're not willing to say that it doesn't meet due process requirements at this point?
Well, what I would like to do is look at the procedures that are in place before I made a constitutional determination about due process, but I certainly do agree that it's an area of concern and that as a general matter, we support counsel in proceedings for litigants, particularly children.
Let me ask you this. The Department of Homeland Security Office of Inspector General has done an analysis of, we have many people from Central America in particular who are seeking asylum, and what he reports, that there's a review called Operation Streamline that found that the Department of Justice has actually prosecuted asylum seekers for illegal entry before their asylum case is heard. And it seems to me that, well, not only does that violate the requirements of international law, but it doesn't seem like an efficient use of resources. If someone gains asylum under the law, then their prosecution would not be very pertinent. And I'm wondering, have you reviewed that IG's report yet?
I have not reviewed that specific IG's report, but what I can tell you is that the prosecution and apprehension of individuals at the border is one to which the not just the department but the specific U.S. attorneys in those border states devote significant time and attention. And steps are taken at the initial level to try and ensure that those who are seeking asylum are handled appropriately, and that those who are coming in for other intents and purposes are handled through the immigration law system and often the criminal law system.
Can I ask you whether you would please take a look at that report and make sure that we're actually using our resources in a sensible way relative to asylum seekers?
Certainly. We're always happy to review the way in which we use our resources.
Finally, I want to mention a situation. We've had a class action complaint that's now moot because the individuals who filed the complaint have been released from detention. Their mothers who are being held in prison with their children in Carnes, and they had a demonstration and in response, they were put in solitary confinement with their children, and their argument was that they have free speech rights. Here's my question. Do you think immigrants in detention are entitled to constitutional rights of due process and the First Amendment and the like?
Well, I certainly think that when it comes to the conditions in our detention centers, we need to do all that we can to ensure that treatment is fair, humane, and cognizant of the individual rights of all of those who come through those systems. I think that we have recognized certain rights for those within our borders, certain rights for citizens, and in varying degrees with respect to the Constitution. But barring that, or even taking that into consideration, certainly I believe that all of our detention centers should be run efficiently, fairly, and humanely.
I see that my time has expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to go a little bit over.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Lynch, as you may recall, a woman working for the IRS named Lois Lerner was held in contempt by the Oversight and Government Reform Committee and the full House and referred to the Department of Justice under your predecessor. Do you recall that?
Certainly I'm aware of the reports of that. Thank you, sir.
Speaking of those reports, the committee reviewed more than 1 million documents, did approximately 50 interviews, and produced a report. Are you familiar? Have you read that report?
I have not had occasion to read the committee's report, sir.
Well, the Senate Finance Committee released a bipartisan report in August of this year finding that the IRS abused conservative applicants for nonprofit status. I repeat, abused applicants. Did you read that report?
I've not had occasion to read that report, Congressman.
Well, the gentleman sitting behind you signed on your behalf about an 8-page report explaining to us why nothing went wrong legally at the IRS. Are you familiar with that letter to Congress?
Yes, I'm familiar with the letter that the Department has provided to Congress on this matter, sir.
And in that case, you didn't just indicate that, in fact, no laws were broken. You indicated that it was just mismanagement and that you found no laws broken. Isn't that correct?
Actually, Congressman, I believe that our review found that the management of the process by which tax-exempt applications were handled at the IRS was characterized by mismanagement and inefficiency in numerous circumstances.
Right. So you found that there was an administrative problem, not a legal problem. Madam General, are you familiar with 2 U.S.C. 194?
I'm sorry, sir?
2 U.S.C. 194, and I'll refresh your memory. It states, a statute covering congressional contempt, states that it shall be the duty of the relevant U.S. attorney to bring the matter before the grand jury. In the case of the referral of Lois Lerner for contempt, the U.S. attorney failed to comply with that law under your predecessor. Are you willing to comply with that law? Are you willing to have the current U.S. attorney comply with 2 U.S.C. 194, which very clearly says shall have the duty, not may, not can make an independent decision about whether or not that individual has done wrong or should be held in contempt? Will you comply with 2 U.S.C. 194 and instruct your U.S. attorney to bring that contempt before Congress?
Congressman,
before the grand jury.
Congressman, I believe that matter has been reviewed by the U.S. attorney at the time, and a prosecutorial decision was made.
Okay, again,
looking back on
2 U.S.C. 194 states that it shall be the duty of the relevant U.S. attorney to bring before the grand jury. The U.S. attorney did not do so. Is it your opinion that shall do in a law passed by both houses of the Congress and signed by the President is a discretion?
Congressman, I believe that the matter was reviewed by the former U.S. attorney.
No, ma'am, I'm asking you for a decision. When something says that you or your employees shall do something, do you believe that that's discretion?
Sir, as I indicated, I believe that in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion, the matter was handled and resolved.
Okay. Well, then we simply disagree on what the meaning of shall is, and I guess for your purposes, shall and may in the thesaurus are synonyms. Is that correct? That shall and may are equally able to be decided by your choice? I'm not trying to be argumentative, but you're telling me shall is something that has discretion. What part of discretion is in shall do? Shall is you will do, isn't it?
Congressman, in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion, that decision was made.
Okay, so you have no respect for laws passed if you don't like them. You think you have discretion when something says shall is what you're testifying to today. My question to you is, during your predecessor, the Committee on Oversight and others asked for a woman working for you, Ms. Boserman, and wanted to do a transcribed interview. At that time, the Department of Justice said she would not be made available because there was an ongoing investigation. Since you have now dismissed that investigation, are you prepared to make her available to committees for transcribed interview?
Congressman, it's the practice of the Department not to provide line attorneys for congressional testimony. We seek to provide the information that will help you in your oversight duties.
Mr. Conyers is still sitting here at the dais. Mr. Conyers very bravely took on the Bush administration, where relevant U.S. attorneys and case law effectively now is that, in fact, if a committee of Congress wants somebody, it is not a discretion to say no. In the case of Harriet Miers, that was pretty well adjudicated, and Mr. Conyers, as chair, made it very clear that Congress has a right to have someone. Again, I'll ask you finally, previously, the reason was not that you would not make a line attorney available, but Ms. Boserman was part of an ongoing investigation. Since that investigation is done, are you saying today that you refuse to have her available under any conditions?
I'm saying that I'm being consistent to the policy of the Department of Justice.
I'm not asking a policy question. I'm asking about one individual.
That would include that.
When there is no ongoing investigation, they would like to talk about a past investigation. If she is requested, will you make her available?
Congressman, as I've indicated, we provide information to the committee, and we seek to do so through a number of means. As indicated, we've provided a letter, and we are certainly happy to continue with our offer of a briefing to the full committee on this matter. With respect to line attorneys of any investigation, it is not the policy of the Department of Justice to have the line attorneys testify because they do their work independently and focusing solely on the facts and the law, and we do not want them having to deal with the issue of a political review of their work. They are focused solely on the facts and the law, and they follow the evidence where it leads. As I've indicated with respect to the letter, and as I believe the previous Deputy Attorney General indicated, in this matter we're happy to provide information to this committee, and I believe we have offered a briefing to members of the committee on the matter as well, and we do certainly stand by that offer.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the indulgence for her answer, as insufficient as it was.
Chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, thank you so very much. General Lynch, thank you so very much for your service. And might I as well thank your staff, who have always been responsive to me in particular and to the members of this committee as we've tried to work toward justice for the people of the United States. I just want to, as I begin my questioning, say to you, I apologize. There are going to be pointed questions that if I can get yes or no, and we'll work on it, will be helpful so that I can get through them. As I do so, let me offer to the people of France, again, our deepest sympathy. This committee in particular is well aware of the impact of terrorism. Our subcommittee on crime is a subcommittee that is crime, terrorism, homeland security, and investigations. And so I offer it to the people of France, and certainly we stand united with them as the Justice Department, through the President of the United States, have been already working. To that point, I have a headline that says U.S. Justice Department working with French authorities after attacks, which is a good thing. And I say that because there's been a massive race by various states to make pronouncements of blocking Syrian refugees, people seeking asylum, and I understand the fear. I hope that we do not operate under fear. But my question is your confidence in procedures, and I would suggest that there be an interagency task force, as I hope that we will have a task force either out of this committee, Judiciary Committee on Paris, or either, I know that there's one recommended by the majority, but that we will have one that is bipartisan on this issue to be helpful to the administration. Do you feel confident in our processes as a partner to this process of being able to discern who amongst those suffering people would be a bad guy. I understand we're doing 10,000. I think that's the number the president has offered. Do you perceive your processes to be assured and sure?
Thank you, Congressman. And I do look forward to continuing this dialogue with you on this important point. We do have robust screening measures in place. They include not just databases, but also individual interviews, biometric data. We gather all relevant information about refugees from all countries because our first goal is the protection and safety of the American people, as well as carrying out the compassionate nature also of the American people.
And you feel comfortable if a terminology was used that you would certify that you could be confident on those that you processed, that you would use every measure to certify their non-intent to do harm in this country?
Certainly we would use every measure, as we always do, to ensure that those who are allowed into the country would not pose a threat to the American citizens.
I look forward to working with you. Let me move on to law enforcement and emphasize that obviously they become more important in these times, and we thank them for their service. But we also know, and I think your testimony earlier said that we are better when they are better. What is your thought? We introduced the Law Enforcement Trust and Integrity Act, which includes a provision on data collection, but it also includes provisions on accreditation that the National Association of Police Chiefs have always supported. What do you think the importance of having departments subject themselves to accreditation, determining best practices, and helping them as well as the American public?
Congresswoman, in my discussions with law enforcement across the country, I have found them eager for assistance in sharing best practices. I've also found them eager for recognition of their professionalism, and accreditation is one way to do that. I think there are a number of ways to do that. Certainly, we in the department are working with a number of the police organizations to try and develop consistent and national standards on data collection, and we rely heavily on their expertise for guiding those standards. And we would look to start with that same process with regard to any move toward accreditation also. I have found that law enforcement, frankly, is focused on professionalism and focused on spreading those best practices as best they can.
Let me do this so that my chairman will not gavel me. Let me quickly raise 3 points. Sentencing reform and the value of reducing mass incarceration, legislation that will reduce the treatment of juveniles and put it in a positive. I'd like you just to make overall comment on that. And then the idea of no-fly for foreign terrorists, meaning those who've gone to the fight, being particularly discerned before coming back into the United States. If I could get that, and then let me close on these 3 points, if I could, please, which are very important. I know that I'm leaving out some important points that I wanted to make. The voting rights, you already had a question on that, but isn't it more efficient on a pre-clearance approach such that it might be more helpful for us to reinstate that pre-clearance because it will be more efficient? And I'm going to give you these 3 cases, if I can meet with your staff on them, are really a blatant miscarriage of justice. Sandra Bland case, that we have not had a response from the Justice Department. The case of Robbie Tolan, that went all the way up to the Supreme Court and indicated he had been mistreated. He lived and was shot by an officer on his driveway. And then a nonviolent person that is in the state prison of Texas with a life sentence for a nonviolent drug offense, first offense. It's almost unbelievable. So I would like you to answer just the questions that I just gave you, and these ones about the cases. I would like to meet as soon as possible with your staff on these issues.
I look forward to continuing to work with you on those important issues. Certainly with respect to voting rights, the pre-clearance remedy was one that we found to be not just effective, but efficient. And we felt that it was a way in which to engage with jurisdictions as they contemplated changes to their laws and prevent them from going down a road that would have disenfranchised their citizens. Certainly, we felt that it was efficient and much less costly than litigation. It is an important part of the Voting Rights Act, and we certainly support the efforts to restore the pre-clearance remedy to the Voting Rights Act.
And I said juvenile justice clemency and juvenile justice, juvenile justice, I'd ask you to do juvenile justice prison reform and the sentencing reform, reducing mass incarceration, the value of that.
Certainly, with respect to...
The time of the gentleman has expired, but the witness can answer the question.
I thank the chairman for his indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to sentencing reform, we feel that it's a vital measure that recognizes that while we put measures in place several years ago designed to protect the American people, as we look back on those measures, we see the collateral consequences that it did, not just to citizens, but to communities. And we also are able to evaluate with the passage of time whether or not those lengthy sentences were the most effective way to deal with the offenders that they tended to sweep up. So certainly as a part of an overall review of our criminal justice system to make sure it is always as efficient and fair as possible, sentencing reform has an important role to play in that, and the Department is supportive of not just this committee's efforts, but Congress' efforts in that regard.
And we'll look forward to meeting with your staff, hopefully this week, about these cases that I've mentioned, including Sharonda Jones. Please.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Forbes, for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you. Madam Attorney General, thank you for being here today. And I know you know well that the mission, one of the parts of the mission of the U.S. Department of Justice is to ensure public safety against threats, foreign and domestic. And I have a couple of news articles, and I know that we don't treat them for the truth of what's always in them, but we have to pay attention to them. One of them was Fox News that talked about ISIS having certain terror cells in 15 states and targeting those states. And then one where we're told by CBS that their CBS News national security correspondent was reporting that the Pentagon was notifying various soldiers who had appeared on lists and neighborhoods and cities that had been targeted by ISIS throughout Virginia, and were actually trying to get the police to increase patrols in these particular neighborhoods of these cities. And my question to you is, would you not conclude that it would be reasonable to conclude that if terrorists were brought from Guantanamo Bay to a particular city in the United States, that it would be reasonable to conclude that that could increase the likelihood that one of those cities could be placed on one of these lists, be it from ISIS leadership or some domestic ISIS copycat in the United States?
Well, Congressman, I'm certainly not able to speculate as to what a detainee may or may not do if they were in the U.S.
Let me correct that, Madam Attorney General, because you apparently didn't understand my question. I'm not talking about what the detainee would do. I'm talking about if you brought terrorists from Guantanamo Bay and located them in a particular city in the United States, would it not be reasonable to conclude that that might enhance the likelihood that that city could be placed on one of these targeted lists?
With respect to the list that you refer to, I'm not aware of the source of the...
I'm not asking that. I'm saying you know that there are lists that are around. Do you not, are you disputing that you have no knowledge that there are even any of these allegations of lists around the country today?
Well, Congressman, with respect to the matters that you've mentioned regarding the Fox News report, as I indicated, I'm not aware of their research.
So you're not aware that there are any lists in the United States today that target particular cities or states by ISIS or someone claiming to be representative of ISIS?
As I indicated, with respect to the first article that you mentioned...
No, any of them. I'm talking about any of the lists, Madam Attorney General. You're not aware of any of these lists?
Congressman, with respect to the list that you mentioned, I thought that you mentioned two, and perhaps
I'm saying any of these lists. My question for you is, wouldn't it be reasonable to conclude if you brought terrorists from Guantanamo Bay and located them in a city that it could very well enhance that city's being on one of these targeted lists? Yes or no? That's a pretty easy question. If you disagree with that, you can say no. If you agree with it, yes.
Well, Congressman, I thought you were referring to the service members who were on the list.
I'm making it clear. Any list that targets a city or state in the United States, if you bring terrorists from Guantanamo Bay, wouldn't it be reasonable to conclude that that can enhance that city's ability to be on one of those targeted lists?
I think there are any number of factors.
Would you not agree that that would be a factor that would enhance that ability?
I think there are any number of factors.
Would that be a factor?
There are any number of factors.
But you would disagree that that would be one of those many number of factors?
Congressman, I don't agree or disagree. I say that there would be any
So then
number.
you, as the Attorney General of the United States, you do not have an opinion whether or not bringing terrorists from Guantanamo Bay and locating them in the city would have any capability at all of putting that city on a hit list by ISIS? You don't even have an opinion on that?
Congressman, I think there are any number of factors.
I'm
that raise
asking
the
you,
threat
would that
that's
be
there.
one of those factors?
I believe I've indicated there'd be any number
No,
of
you've indicated you
factors.
wouldn't answer the question. And Madam Attorney General, I think that's atrocious that you don't even have an opinion of that. Let me ask you this, then, in the limited time I have, if you'll answer this question. You talk about data. We have certain of these events in Ferguson and Baltimore that you'll have an event and that will escalate into violence, and you talked about the police. Have you attempted to gather any information about outside organizations that may come from outside the community that may come into those communities and also escalate that violence?
We do gather information on individuals as well as
Do
organizations.
you
who are
have a
involved in
report
that?
that you can provide to this committee of your investigation and what that has included with a list of those organizations?
Congressman, we do not generate a report. What I was indicating was that in our review, if a matter is referred to us, particularly if there was a violent issue.
Now, I'm not talking
we would
about whether
look
it's a
at
crime. Do
individuals
you have
who are
any
involved in
information
that.
as to whether or not, you talked about police escalating the violence, do you have any information you can supply this committee that these outside groups may be coming in and also escalating that violence?
Congressman, the reports that we do would not focus solely on one factor.
So you
They would
haven't
focus
focused
on a
at all
host
on
of
outside
factors.
groups that could come in and escalate the violence?
Sir, if a matter is brought to our attention, it would come under our review.
But you haven't done any?
We don't have a report for you on that, sir.
But have you done any investigation?
Sir, if a matter is brought to our attention, it would come under our review.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back without getting a single answer to a single question we posed.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to be like Ms. Lee and ask you a lot of questions because there's a lot on my mind.
I'm sorry, sir, I can't.
I say I'm going to ask you a lot of questions because there's a lot on my mind and we have limited time. In July, a young man named Darius Stewart was shot and killed by Memphis police. He was a passenger in a motor vehicle stopped for a traffic citation. Yet he was asked to get out of the car. They looked at him. They put him in the car. A tussle occurred. He was shot and killed. The DA asked the grand jury to indict voluntary manslaughter. The grand jury chose not to. How that was presented, who knows? Obviously not as well as a ham sandwich could have been presented. I've asked the Department of Justice to look into it. Your first response is you'd monitor the case. Now that the case has gone through the grand jury process and not gotten the result that the DA wanted, I would like to ask, as I've asked in writing before, for the Department of Justice to look into this case and see if civil rights violations may have occurred.
I would like to have my staff reach out to you and get that information, sir.
Are you familiar with the case?
I'm not currently familiar with the case, although we have a number of similar matters under review.
Well, I hope you'll become familiar because it's a situation that many people in the city of Memphis, including myself, feel was a miscarriage of justice, equal to any of those others in the United States. And for some reason, it hasn't risen to the radar of the United States Attorney General, and I hope it will. The DEA took a 2015 National Drug Assessment Summary, and at that particular summary or study, most agents said marijuana was like at 5% total risk to the society, and meth and heroin were the most serious drugs challenging them and the American people. Do you agree that we should spend more time, our law enforcement, working against meth, heroin, and opiates, and not marijuana?
Congressman, I think that with respect to our narcotics laws, what we try and do throughout the entire Department of Justice and at the DEA is focus on the specific problem in a specific region and devote resources to that. We currently have a crisis regarding heroin use and opioid abuse in the country, and some communities have been consumed by that particular problem. There are, unfortunately, some communities that still have problems with methamphetamine, so there might be a different focus on the type of drug,
right, but marijuana is not
depending upon
a
the
place
issue.
where marijuana is not where cities have people needing marijuana and knocking off 7-Elevens to get some money to buy their marijuana. They're doing that for meth and heroin. Is that not right?
Certainly, we've seen violence associated with meth, with heroin, with prescription drugs as well. The type of violence associated with the marijuana trade typically occurs at the dealer level, at the import level, and I certainly have seen cases where there's been significant violence at that level.
There is, and the reason there's that violence is because just like Prohibition, we made it illegal. It's not because of the marijuana and the need to have it on the street level basis where people need to commit violence to get money to buy a drug. It's because we did the same mistake with marijuana that we did in the 20s with alcohol. The public demanded it. The racketeers, the criminals got involved. We made them rich, and they used guns to protect their properties. That was a mistake. Do you agree marijuana should not be Schedule 1 in the same category as LSD and heroin?
Well, with respect to the issue of scheduling, that is typically determined based on whether or not there is another use for the product. And I think that there would have to be studies by the FDA, among others, to determine whether or not a scheduling change in any drug is necessary.
But don't you agree that you have to change the scheduling from 1 to get the studies? I mean, there are lots of young people, like one of my constituents, Chloe Grauer, who died waiting for the opportunity to get Charlotte's Web. Lots of people who'd like to get cannabinoids. You could talk to Montel Williams and what it does for multiple sclerosis, or any number of cancer patients who it helps with nausea or allows them to eat and have an appetite. Don't you agree, unlike Chuck Rosenberg, that medical marijuana is something serious and should be looked at as an aid to people in our society to get through difficult problems and not considered a joke?
Well, certainly the issue of medical marijuana is significantly different from the criminal enforcement or use of marijuana. And certainly the department supports the FDA studies in the use of cannabinoids, or the substance within marijuana, that have been
We're about
shown
to run out of
some
time. I hate to
efficacy.
cut you off. I would hope you would look into initiating, which you can, taking it off of Schedule 1. It's crazy to have it with LSD and heroin, and should not be there, and it should be studied. RFRA has been used to allow groups to discriminate against LGBT people, and it's been based on a 2007 DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion that said RFRA could be used to grant exemptions to federal discrimination laws governing federal programs. Will you commit today to instruct the Office of Legal Counsel to review and reconsider the 2007 OLC legal opinion that's being used today to justify taxpayer-funded discrimination counter to the President's executive order?
I would like to look into that issue. If I could have my staff reach out to you and get more information on that, I would appreciate that.
On that same issue, holdovers from the Bush team, there was a holdover from Bush in the commutation office for 6 years. That's why the President got hardly any recommendations for commutations. Can I have a commitment from you to give more resources to people to study prison records and to facilitate the sending expeditiously recommendations to the President for commutations of the thousands of people whose sentences should be commuted, who are serving time for long-term drug offenses, nonviolent drug offenses that aren't serving the American people by having them be in federal prison?
Congressman, over the last 18 months, the Department has, in fact, taken a significant look at the staffing and resource needs of the Office of the Pardon Attorney and sought to provide additional resources so that every application that comes through, whether it be for a pardon or clemency, can be considered quickly and efficiently.
But it hasn't done that. And let me remind you what Dr. King said. Justice delayed is justice denied. Every single one of those people serving a day in prison who will eventually get a recommendation is having their justice delayed and denied.
And on that note, the gentleman's time has expired, and we will recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Lynch, on February 2nd, 2014, Kate Duvall, Chief Counsel to IRS Commissioner John Koskinen, learned that Ms. Lois Lerner's hard drive had crashed and they didn't have all her emails. Mr. Koskinen and the IRS waited until June of that year, June of 2014, to tell Congress. In that 4-month time period between when they learned that her hard drive had crashed and they didn't have all her emails, and June when they told us, in that 4-month time period, Mr. Koskinen testified twice in front of Congress and did not disclose the fact that they knew her hard drive had crashed. 1 month later, after they learned her hard drive had crashed, in March of 2014, March 4th of 2014, the IRS destroys 422 backup tapes. So just so you understand the fact pattern, they know on February 2nd, Lois Lerner's hard drive has crashed. They don't have all her emails. 30 days later, they destroy 422 backup tapes. And they destroy those 422 backup tapes with 3 preservation orders in place. In fact, one of those preservation orders came from the Justice Department. 10 months before that, you had told them, hey, preserve all the documents, preserve all the emails, we got an investigation going on. There were 2 other preservation orders as well. So 3 preservation orders and 2 subpoenas. Now, that sure looks like John Koskinen and the Internal Revenue Service concealed information and destroyed information. But just last month, you guys sent us a letter telling us you're not going to prosecute anyone in the IRS targeting scandal, and you specifically say in that letter, our investigation revealed no evidence to deliberately conceal or destroy information. So here's what I can't figure out. They learn on February 2nd, 2014 that Lois Lerner's hard drive had crashed and they don't have all her emails. 30 days later, with 3 preservation orders and 2 subpoenas in place, they destroyed the backup tapes. So if that's not evidence of deliberately concealing and destroying information, what is it?
Thank you, Congressman. With respect to the matter that you've raised, as we set forth in our letter, we did review the issues surrounding the Ms. Lerner's emails and the backup tapes. As with every criminal investigation, we are looking for evidence of criminal intent, and we are looking for evidence of the specific reasons for why the actions that you note.
How many times do you have direct evidence of intent in any type of other fraud investigation? I mean, you weren't going to get something. What were you looking for? An email where John Koskinen sends an email to the guys in the tape room and he says, destroy the tapes? You had 3 preservation orders. One of them came from the Justice Department. They knew there were problems with their hard drive and that they didn't have all their emails. And 30 days after that, they destroyed 422 backup tapes. That's not enough to take it to a grand jury?
Certainly, Congressman, it certainly was a matter that was under review, and as we've outlined in our letter, the findings of that review.
If it wasn't deliberate intent to destroy and conceal, what was it?
Congressman, as we've outlined in our letter, the findings that we had based on those actions.
Here's what you said in your letter. Justice Department's investigation uncovered substantial evidence of mismanagement and poor judgment. What I just described, was that evidence of mismanagement by John Koskinen?
Well, Congressman, I'm not going to attribute it to just one individual because I believe that certainly there would be others that would have been looked at.
Was it evidence of poor judgment when Mr. Koskinen's chief counsel knew that Lerner's hard drive had crashed? He comes and testifies in front of Congress and doesn't tell us that and waits 4 months to tell us? Was that evidence of poor judgment?
I can't speak to what was in his mind when he testified before you. What I can speak to is the information that we provided to this committee outlining the steps that were taken in the Department of Justice investigation.
What was it going to take?
And the conclusions that were drawn. As we've indicated.
Here's what the American people want to know, Attorney General. What was it going to take before you would take this to a grand jury? Would Mr. Koskinen, would he have had to wait 5 months before he told us? 6 months before he told us? 8 months before he told us? Would they have had to destroy 423 backup tapes? 450 backup tapes? Would they have to destroy every single backup? Would they have to destroy more evidence? What was it going to take before you were going to take this to a grand jury with 3 preservation orders in place, 2 subpoenas in place? They have knowledge that there's problems with their hard drive, that they don't have all their emails, and they destroy the backup tapes. I mean, if that fact pattern doesn't warrant going to a grand jury and prosecuting, tell me what would.
Certainly, Congressman, that fact pattern was part of the investigation, as were a number of other facts in there. And as we outlined in our letter, we outlined not only the investigative steps that were taken, but the conclusions that we drew from.
So who are you referring to when you say substantial evidence of mismanagement and poor judgment? Who? Seems to me the guy at the top is the guy responsible. So are you saying Mr. Koskinen had substantial evidence of mismanagement when he didn't inform Congress and when he destroyed 422 backup tapes? Is that substantial evidence of mismanagement on the part of John Koskinen?
I'm not going to attribute it to a specific
Who would you attribute it to? Someone's got to be responsible, because let me ask you one last question, if I could, Mr. Chairman. So you sent a preservation order to the IRS in May of 2013. March of 2014, they destroy 422 backup tapes. Now, if a private citizen gets an audit notice from the IRS and then 10 months later they destroy the evidence, are they going to be prosecuted?
It would depend upon the evidence of intent and why they
Really? I bet the average American says, of course they're going to be prosecuted, and yet you guys with that fact pattern wouldn't take it to a grand jury. Who mismanaged what? That's the question I want to answer. Who's responsible? Someone has
I think
to be.
we've outlined in our letter the
No, you
findings
haven't.
of
You
this
said some.
investigation.
I want to know if it's Mr. Koskinen, the guy at the top, the guy who runs the IRS, the guy who was presiding over the IRS when we destroyed the 422 backup tapes. Is he responsible?
As we've indicated in our letter, there was substantial mismanagement. As we've outlined and when we indicated we would provide this information to the committee, we're also happy to provide a briefing to the committee on other questions that you may have about this matter.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Lynch, I want to commend you and the Department of Justice on the fact that 70 individuals have been charged since 2013 for conduct related to foreign fighter activity and homegrown violent extremism. General Lynch, this committee has previously heard how ISIL and other terrorist organizations field potential recruits in publicly accessible social networking sites via encrypted messaging platforms and also over voice-over internet apps. Are these encrypted private messaging platforms and also voice-over internet apps hampering the ability of the department to quickly ascertain and address threats to national security, and if so, in what ways?
Well, Congressman, thank you for the question. Certainly when individuals choose to move from open means of communication to those that are encrypted, it can cause a disruption in our ability to use lawful legal process to intercept those communications, and does give us concern about being able to gather the evidence that we need to continue in our ongoing mission for the protection of the American people.
How so?
Well, with respect to individuals in this country, what we have seen is communications. This is in regard to specific cases. We've seen communications between them and individuals urging them to commit acts of violence, acts of terrorism, and then those individuals dropping from one type of communication to an encrypted method of communication, and we no longer have visibility into those discussions. And so,
well, when you say no longer have visibility into those discussions, can you break that down and explain exactly what you mean?
Certainly. Typically, we would, with a lawful court order, go to a communications provider and focusing specifically on individuals against whom we had probable cause to believe were involved in criminal activity, including terrorist activity, obtain the authorization to review their communications in the past as well as on an ongoing basis. When individuals move to an encrypted platform, one that is not accessible by the provider themselves, then we have a situation where we're not able to have our court orders handled in the typical way. That is to say, we're not able to receive that information and ascertain what these individuals are planning, and also, just as importantly, with whom they're planning these actions. And so we rely on other methods and means, but that is a loss of an important means and an important law enforcement tool.
Is there any way that the department can overcome the use of encrypted data and voice communications by terrorists who are trying to recruit within the borders of the United States, or a terrorist plot taking place between persons inside the United States? Take, for example, the terrorist incident in Paris this past weekend, where I heard one expert say that he would be shocked if the terrorists were not using encrypted communications, perhaps even during the terrorist events. How can the department thwart that kind of activity taking place here on United States soil, given the fact that we have these encrypted communications?
Well, certainly it makes it very challenging. Our approach has been to work with the electronic companies, the internet providers, on a case-by-case basis and help them find a way, or work with them to find a way to allow them to respond to the valid legal process. And certainly we're having conversations with the industry as a whole to make sure that they can in fact comply with legal process and provide us the information that we need. We rely on other means of surveillance, other means of gathering intelligence about those individuals and their associates, but it does cause us the loss of a very valuable source of information.
Okay, with that, I will yield back, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General. Appreciate your being here. Obviously, people are rather sensitive to potential terrorism, especially since ISIS is known for keeping their word when they make threats, at least as often as they can. And we had a witness some time back, the FBI director at that time, Director Mueller, and I was asking him about investigations at the mosque in Boston where the Tsarnaevs attended, and he indicated that the FBI had an outreach program with that mosque where they would commune together, but they never actually investigated at the mosque whether or not the Tsarnaevs had been radicalized, even after Russia gave the FBI a heads up that the older Tsarnaev had been radicalized. They never asked any questions of the people there, and it's I know I've been through materials with FBI agents that have been cleaned out from the teaching materials at the Justice Department, and for some ridiculous reason they were classified, so we had to do it in a closed setting. But it appears to me that FBI agents, justice officials, are not even being allowed to be taught what it is that radical Islamists believe. Not even perhaps that Osama bin Laden indicated that the Egyptian martyr Muslim Brotherhood member Qutb wrote milestones that actually helped radicalize him. Nobody knew enough to go to the mosque and ask, has Tsarnaev been reading Qutb? Have you seen him talking about or heard him talking about milestones? It seems like we blinded, as one intelligence official told me, we blinded ourselves of the ability to see our enemy. So I was also surprised, since Director Mueller was FBI director after al-Moudi was arrested based on his understanding information that Britain gave us, but he's doing 23 years for supporting terrorism. He didn't know al-Moudi is the one who was at the bottom of starting that mosque. We know that apparently al-Moudi helped in both the Clinton and Bush White House find Muslims that al-Moudi said could be trusted to work in those White Houses. And I'm just wondering, since we now know that al-Moudi supported terrorism, we know that at least the Tsarnaevs, perhaps others who've been radicalized, worshipped at that mosque. Has the outreach program been terminated with the al-Moudi begun mosque in Boston? And has there been any investigation into people that al-Moudi placed in the Clinton and Bush White House? Now that we know he supported terrorism, he's doing 23 years. Do you know of any such investigations?
Mr. Congressman, I don't have the information that you're requesting, but certainly what I can say is that you have touched upon the issue that all of us in law enforcement deal with as we work not only to protect the American people, but to counter violent extremism that does pull in young people like the Tsarnaevs.
Well, and I appreciate your calling it violent extremism. did you have a degree in Islamic studies?
I'm sorry,
I
sir.
really don't know. Did you have any degrees in Islamic studies?
No, sir.
Well, there's a guy named al-Baghdadi who happens to be head of ISIS who has a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD in Islamic studies from the University of Baghdad. He perhaps is a better expert than you and I, and he says ISIS is Islamic. And so I think we should take the word of an expert. It certainly doesn't represent the views of all Muslims, thank God. But I would encourage you to take another look at the Justice Department training materials, take another look at your outreach program, and look back and investigate who Al-Amoudi placed in those White Houses to see if they're still around. The FBI completely dropped the ball on Tsarnaev, and it concerns Americans. They may be dropping the ball on the Syrians as we speak. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will now recognize my friend from Puerto Rico, Mr. Pierluisi.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome, General Lynch. I would like to address DOJ's mission to prevent and prosecute violent crime. And naturally, as Puerto Rico's only representative in Congress, I want to concentrate on the U.S. territory. This is the same topic I raised with General Holder each time he appeared before this committee. Broadly speaking, when it comes to violent crime, the narrative in Puerto Rico has been positive lately. In 2011, there were 1,136 murders in Puerto Rico, over 3 a day, the highest in our history. Most of these homicides were related to the drug trade. So I pushed DHS and DOJ extremely hard to dedicate more personnel and resources to Puerto Rico. DHS, including the Coast Guard, ICE, CBP, responded to this pressure. DOJ responded too, but to a lesser extent than DHS. These enhanced federal efforts have borne fruit. The number of homicides in Puerto Rico has decreased significantly every year. In 2015 to date, there have been 508 murders. If the current trend continues, there will be about half as many homicides in Puerto Rico this year versus 4 years ago. That is a remarkable statistic we should be proud of. But we're fighting a determined enemy, and the gains we have achieved can be easily reversed unless our efforts are sustained and strengthened. And the fact is, despite recent improvements, Puerto Rico still has a homicide rate far higher than any state. Yet, my staff and I have found it difficult to obtain answers to basic questions about DOJ efforts in the territory. So, I want a member-level briefing on this subject as soon as possible. In the meantime, I have 3 specific questions for you today. I will ask them all at once and then give you the time to answer them. First, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Puerto Rico has a very high criminal caseload. Part of the reason is that they are prosecuting a number of cases that in the states would likely be prosecuted in state or local courts as opposed to the federal court. I'm aware that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Puerto Rico has entered an MOU with the Puerto Rico Department of Justice so that state prosecutors can be detailed to the U.S. Attorney's Office to work on federal cases. While I support this arrangement, I'm a former AG, and in my time in the 90s, I did something similar. I'm concerned that there are not enough federal prosecutors assigned to Puerto Rico in light of the caseload. Have you looked at this issue? And if not, can you please look at it and have your staff brief me on your specific findings? Again, number of assistant U.S. attorneys in Puerto Rico. Second, as you have stated here today, DOJ has a comprehensive program called the Violence Reduction Network, designed to reduce violence in some of our country's most violent cities. I believe there are cities in Puerto Rico that are suitable candidates for this program, and I urge DOJ to select a Puerto Rico site in 2016. Can you assure me that Puerto Rico will receive due consideration for inclusion in the VRN program or any other DOJ program designed to combat violent crime? Finally, the New York Times just reported, or recently reported, that in 2014, more guns used to commit crimes in Puerto Rico were purchased in Florida than in Puerto Rico itself. What is DOJ doing to reduce the number of guns being unlawfully transported from Florida and other states to Puerto Rico and being used to commit crimes in my turf? Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. And I am happy indeed to have my staff arrange to provide further information for you on all of these points. I can certainly tell you that we are looking to expand our efforts under that MOU. And with respect to specific numbers, I would like to have the opportunity to look into that and provide you with a briefing on that. With respect to the firearms trafficking between the mainland Florida and Puerto Rico, we do have a very strong presence on the island of ATF, along with, as you know, a host of other agencies, and we are looking at ways to deal with that as well. We also certainly will give Puerto Rican cities due consideration in the Violence Reduction Network selections for the upcoming year. I would note, however, that we are also committed, even beyond the Violence Reduction Network, to working with local authorities in Puerto Rico as well as the U.S. Attorney to deal with the situation there. As you note, the homicide rate is down significantly, but it is still far too high, and that places the residents of Puerto Rico in an unreasonable and untenable situation, and we feel it is our obligation and responsibility to do all we can to ameliorate that.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman from Puerto Rico, and now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Franks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Lynch, for being here. General Lynch, several videos, as you know, have been talked about quite a bit, have been released that show corporate officers and employees of Planned Parenthood casually discussing their practice of harvesting little baby parts from the many hundreds of thousands of innocent babies they kill in their clinics across this nation every year. And the videos reveal that some babies are born intact, which is the most, I understand, desirable and marketable state of the baby's body for people in that business, because the little body parts haven't been damaged by the abortion procedure. And because of that incentive, some of these little babies are born alive. And I'm wondering, has the department investigated or enforced any cases of born alive children being killed from their abortion survivors?
Congressman, with respect to the issue that you raise, you're asking about born alive?
Born alive, yes.
Okay.
These are born alive abortion survivors. In other words, babies that were victims of abortion were born alive, much like the situation with Kermit Gosnell. There's some legislation on the books that ostensibly protect born alive children. Has the department ever enforced that or had any investigations for protecting born alive abortion survivors?
Congressman, it's my understanding that since the relevant statute was passed some time ago, there have been some few cases that dealt with certain issues about I believe the statute is the National Organ Transplant Act. There have been a few cases under that statute. I'd have to get those facts for you. I don't believe they fit the factual scenario that you just outlined,
Right.
but I can provide that information to you
Okay.
on that.
Well, let me shift gears in just slightly. There's legislation here in the Congress that's passed the House that would give definitive protection to born alive, and I'm not talking about unborn children, but born alive babies that have survived the abortion process. Would you support that legislation, and would you enforce it if it were in statute?
Well, Congressman, I have not seen those drafts. Certainly with respect to any draft legislation proposed by this body, the Department of Justice will review it and provide the relevant input to you for your help and for your use.
But generally, would you support legislation supporting born alive abortion survivors?
Having not seen the drafts, I'm not able to
Just
comment on the
generally.
specifics. We would look at whatever
Born
proposals you
alive.
had.
Born alive.
We would look at whatever proposals you have, Congressman.
All right, well, that's too bad you can't answer a question like that. So let me shift gears on you again then. Is the Department of Justice currently investigating Planned Parenthood based on the footage released by the Center for Medical Progress? And if so, what's the status of that investigation? And if not, why not?
Well, we have received a number of requests for information as well as congressional requests and referrals on this matter. Because we are still reviewing it, I'm not able to comment on the nature or status of that at this time, sir.
All right. In light of DOJ's recent public praise of the Southern Poverty Law Center, this is an organization that's implicated in the domestic terrorism conviction of Floyd Corkins, as you know, who used the Southern Poverty Law Center publications to identify and attempt to kill employees of pro-family organizations in D.C. It is important for us to know the DOJ's level of involvement with SPLC. Can you tell us about DOJ's relationship with the Southern Poverty Law Center and its employees, publications, and events? Can you give us any insight into that at all?
Well, I certainly am aware of the organization, but I'm not able to give you specifics on the department's involvement, if any, in the Southern Poverty Law Center at this time. I certainly would appreciate the opportunity to have my staff reach out to yours.
Well, I hope that you would respond in writing to these questions, General, because you certainly haven't answered them here, and all due deference to you, you haven't answered them. And the last person that held your position didn't answer them either and promised to respond in writing and didn't do that either. Have you personally reviewed any of the videos released by the Center for Medical Progress? If so, was there anything in those videos that you found disturbing?
Congressman, I have not undertaken a review of the videos. I'm, of course, aware of the news reports about them. And as I indicated, all of the information that's been received by the department is currently under review, so I don't have any further comment on it at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Chair will now recognize the gentleman from California, Ms. Chu.
Attorney General, I want to bring your attention to the cases of Chinese-American scientists Guocheng Chao, Shuyu Li, Sherry Chen, and Xiaoxing Shi. All of these named individuals, despite their ethnic names, are American citizens, and all of them have been profiled, suspected, and treated as spies by our nation's government within the past 2 years, only to have all charges dropped. And these are only the cases that actually reached national headlines. There could be countless more. 2 of these individuals, Sherry Chen and Xiaoxing Shi, are here at today's hearing, sitting 2 rows behind you. I want to take a moment to share their stories with you. Dr. Xiaoxing Shi is a professor and the interim chairman of the physics department of Temple University. In May of this year, on a day that seemed like any other ordinary day, Dr. Shi and his family were woken up at the break of dawn by almost a dozen armed FBI agents in his home pointing guns at him. In his pajamas, he was handcuffed and arrested in front of his wife, 2 young daughters, and neighbors. After months of investigation, after losing his position as chair of the physics department, after the emotional trauma that he and all his family endured, all of the charges against him were dropped. It turns out the technology that the government thought Professor Shi was sharing with China wasn't the right technology to begin with. We also have Sherry Chen, who, like Dr. Shi, was wrongfully profiled and suspected of being a spy for China. She was arrested by 6 FBI officers and humiliatingly handcuffed in her own office at the National Weather Service. After months of investigation and having a reputation smeared, all the charges against her were dropped. Not only is she suffering from mental and emotional turmoil that this investigation has caused, she's now fighting for her job as a hydrologist within the Department of Commerce. These Chinese Americans were wrongfully suspected as spies and paraded as criminals through their arrest, only to have the charges later dropped, but not before they were traumatized and their lives nearly ruined. And it leads us to question, are all Chinese American scientists suspect because they are Chinese Americans? So my question to you is, what went wrong in these cases, and how are you addressing this internally, especially with the FBI, to prevent this from happening in the future?
Thank you, Congressman. I can state to you unequivocally that the Department of Justice does not focus an investigation on any individual on the basis of their race or their national origin. With respect to the specific cases that you mentioned, I'm not able to comment on those specifics at this time.
Even if you can't comment on the specifics of the cases, I will follow up with you personally on the details of these cases. There is no question that we must fight against espionage and threats to American innovation. But in this process, we must not ensnare innocent Americans that make this nation great or undermine our fundamental values of liberty, due process, and equality under the law. This is especially true in light of the horrendous Paris attacks, which senselessly took over 120 lives in an act of terror. While we must combat terrorism and protect our national security, we must also not impinge upon fundamental rights. We must ensure that we do not see an increase in profiling against Muslims because of these events. We have seen what happens when we compromise our fundamental values. In fact, it wasn't too long ago that 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry were removed from their homes, rounded up, and incarcerated during World War II, accused of having spies amongst them. They were proud Americans, but their citizenship meant nothing. In the eyes of our government, all of them were potential spies, outsiders, and enemies. Yet over 60 years later, not a single case of espionage has ever been proven. Today, when we profile Chinese American scientists in this manner, or any American on the basis of their race, ethnicity, religion, or country of origin, our government is telling our own citizens, our own communities, that they are un-American and that it's okay to fear or even hate them. When this happens, in my opinion, we have failed as a government and as Americans. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair will now recognize former United States Attorney from Pennsylvania, Mr. Marino.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, General. Welcome.
Afternoon.
I'm going to talk briefly on drug diversion.
I can't.
I'm going to talk briefly about drug diversion, and it's not a question, really. It has been a priority of mine to encourage the DEA to collaborate with companies in the pharmaceutical supply chain to address prescription drug abuse. In the past, DEA officials used ambiguities in the law to treat businesses like suspected criminals. With the support of this committee, the House passed my legislation to clear up the relevant provisions of the Controlled Substance Act. That bill is now pending in the Senate, and it appears likely to be enacted. The Department's response to my recent questions on this subject, that the Department, quote, recently made some important changes that demonstrate its commitment to work more closely with the drug supply chain and registrants is very encouraging to me. I will closely keep an eye on this, but I'm optimistic that progress is being made, and I thank you for pursuing that.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to switch gears now to the Bureau of Prison and Oversight, and I do have some questions pursuant. My district has 3 high-security federal penitentiaries. I'm in Pennsylvania 10th District, Canaan, Lewisburg, and Allenwood. 3 correction officers have died in recent years in the line of duty. Eric Williams was working alone and unarmed on a cell block with over 100 inmates at Canaan. He was stabbed 129 times. A BOP pilot program was put into place to provide officers with pepper spray, which I think Eric and others would have had a chance to survive. Will you promise and give your word to me that you will support this program and make it permanent to all the personnel?
Congressman, I'm aware of the death that you mentioned, as well as the deaths of several of our other brave men and women in their correctional institutions. I do support additional measures to increase their safety. I recently actually had a meeting with the heads of the correctional officers' unions and spoke about these issues, and I look forward to working with them and with this body to make sure that they have all of the tools that they need to have a safe working environment.
Do you believe that pepper spray is one of these protection devices that would help officers, but yet not have a weapon that the inmates could take?
Yes, I certainly think that pepper spray is a viable option. I would like to see the results of the pilot study.
Okay.
But I also would like to make sure that we include every possible option for protecting our correctional officers.
Still in the Bureau of Prisons, we're going to talk about staffing for a moment. Many of our federal prisons are understaffed, significantly below their authorized levels. I constantly check on this. In some cases, counselors, not corrections officers, fill in to guard inmates, counselors. Would you fully staff corrections officers' positions with trained officers?
Congressman, I can tell you that certainly not only is the safety and security of correctional officers a priority of mine, but ensuring that they have the appropriate staffing is a priority of mine. It has certainly been a challenge for us from a budgetary perspective. We are certainly looking forward to meeting those challenges in the future and trying to ensure that every facility is fully staffed with professional officers.
And almost 1 year ago, the committee requested all communications relating to mandatory donation provisions in certain DOJ settlements.
I'm sorry, mandatory
donation provisions.
Thank you.
In DOJ settlements. Last week, your staff advised that they did not realize that we wanted internal documents. We were very, very clear, both via letter and in live questioning, that we were specifically seeking internal documents. There always seemed to be some jockeying between Congress and this administration over oversight matters. This is unacceptable. It's a continual problem. When will we receive the internal documents we requested almost exactly a year ago?
Congressman, with respect to the requests that have been made, to the extent that we receive requests that ask for internal deliberative documents that typically we do not disclose, that may have been the reason for that. What we try and do is work with either staff or the entire committee to provide the information that you need to carry out your oversight function consistent with our law enforcement and privilege obligations, and we certainly look forward to working with you to do that.
I just hope we do not have to continue, as we have in the past, splitting hairs over a particular word. And thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Lynch, thanks so much for joining us, and especially in light of the horrific attacks in Paris. And I know that the Department of Justice is doing everything that it can to help its French counterparts do their part to bring all of those responsible for these heinous terrorist acts to justice. I also want to acknowledge the importance of the work that the Department of Justice does in keeping the American people safe. And as we mourn with Paris, it's moments like these where we pull our own loved ones closer, and we trust that the administration, including the Justice Department and law enforcement and our intelligence community, and the men and women who serve our country in uniform are doing all that they can to keep our people safe from the threat of terrorism, homegrown and abroad. We're grateful for that. We do face daily threats of another kind here at home, however, and I want to talk to you about the daily gun violence that claims nearly one American's life every hour of every day, and over 32,000 per year. Every day, dangerous individuals in the United States buy guns without completing any background check at all. And whether it's Dylan Roof, whose approval went through, who wound up murdering 9 Americans at worship in Charleston during the summer, or whether it's gang members in Chicago, where more than 400 people have been killed by gun violence this year. I've served, Madam Attorney General, on this House Judiciary Committee for over 5.5 years, and in that time, gun violence has claimed the lives of over 150,000 Americans. But we haven't had a hearing on this gun violence, not on this committee, not after Tucson, not after Aurora, not after Newtown, not after Roseburg. The majority says, as the chairman said just today, again, that there's no reason to have a hearing. All we need to do is simply enforce the existing laws, we're told, and everything will get better. And before going on to my specific question for you, I'm sure you would acknowledge that it was, I think, helpful to hear the chairman say earlier that sometimes the National Instant Criminal Background Check doesn't have all the information that it needs. And I would point out that after the Virginia Tech massacre, where that gunman's mental health record wasn't accessible, the court had declared him a danger to himself. He should never have been allowed to purchase a gun. Congress acted and passed legislation that was signed by President Bush that authorized over $1 billion to states and territories to improve their record keeping and reporting to the National Instant Criminal Background Check system. Congress, however, has only allocated about 11% of all of that money. And so I would ask the chairman, consistent with his views that there are some problems with existing law, that we work together to allocate the funds so that all of the information gets to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System so that it can actually work to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. That doesn't require a new law. It simply requires making sure we allocate the money, that we spend the money that Congress has authorized over the past several years. Now, I do want to ask you, Madam Attorney General, about steps that can be taken. As you know, the gun lobby has made it nearly impossible for the federal government to enforce some of our existing government laws. Federal government is barred from keeping records of gun sales for more than 24 hours. It's barred from denying a gun sale if a background check can't be completed within 72 hours. It's barred from electronically managing trace data, information about guns recovered at crime scenes and who sold them. Investigations into corrupt gun dealers therefore take months instead of minutes. It's barred from requiring gun dealers to keep inventories logged and their books in order, and it's barred from seeking assistance from other agencies like the FBI and the DEA. So I reject the assertion that there's no room for improvement. Clearly there is. And I'll continue to push for sensible gun safety measures like preventing suspects on our terrorist watch list from buying guns, making interstate gun trafficking a federal crime. But General Lynch, there may be real ways to strengthen background checks through executive action that could save lives. Everytown Against Gun Violence recently issued a report on such one potential action. Under current law, only people in the business of selling firearms have to conduct background checks. People who aren't in the business of selling firearms don't have to. But some of these people who technically aren't sellers and don't work in the business sell hundreds of guns a year without background checks at gun shows, online or out of car trunks. We have to better define the language. Couldn't we set a number for how many gun sales it takes to be in the business of selling guns? And has your office explored that possibility? And are you considering a threshold like that to define who would be technically engaged in the business?
Well, Congressman, with respect to the serious issue of gun violence, the Department is certainly pursuing all of our enforcement actions that we do have under existing law, and certainly would always be useful to have additional resources for our ATF to allow them to fully investigate everything that we need and that comes under our purview. With respect to the question that you've raised as to a statutory definition, I believe the statute is going to define that at this time, but certainly the Department of Justice and ATF are committed to rigorous enforcement of that statute.
Right, to the extent that there is an opportunity for executive action that can be taken to help define something that is undefined in statute, is that something that you're looking at? Or let me just simply, since I'm out of time, encourage you to take a hard look at that, because that would be a meaningful step that could help, again, ensure that the background checks that should be completed, even without additional legislation, are in fact completed. I hope you'll consider that seriously, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize himself. Madam Attorney General, I want to tell you I enjoyed visiting with you recently, and I want to thank you for Sally Yates' recent trip to South Carolina, which was very well received. There are three areas I want to cover with you. First would be Mr. Kadzik's letter to Congress recently, and I'm going to paraphrase one of the paragraphs, but it's a pretty close paraphrase. The IRS mishandled tax-exempt applications in a manner that disproportionately impacted conservative groups. I read that to mean that he found a discriminatory effect. In other words, there were similarly situated people, but there was a disparate impact on conservative groups. That's, I think, the only way to read that paragraph in Mr. Kadzik's letter. He then wrote, it left the appearance that the IRS conduct was motivated by political, discriminatory, corrupt, or other inappropriate motives. So you have a discriminatory effect, but he said the motive was mismanagement as opposed to a crime. And then that got me thinking, if my sheriff stopped only red cars for speeding, at what point is it not mismanagement, but it actually is circumstantial evidence of intent?
Well, with respect to the actions that you referred to, Congressman, I think you certainly are accurate when you indicate that our letter noted that the groups that had complained were treated differently from other groups, and they were also treated in a way that did not advance their applications. They were treated badly. So one can understand their concerns and the issues that they raised. With respect to the investigation, as we outline in our letter, under the relevant statutes that we were reviewing, we needed to find evidence of criminal intent. That intent was not there. With respect to the example that you raise, certainly there are certain statutes that take into effect a discriminatory impact. But again, even in our civil rights laws, if one had a discriminatory impact, you would not necessarily be able to prove a discriminatory intent.
It's really hard to prove intent, really hard, which is why usually you use circumstantial evidence. And if female voters were required to show 2 forms of ID, but male voters were only required to show 1, how many voters would have to pass through the prompter before you would say that's circumstantial evidence of an intent to discriminate? You never do you have direct evidence of intent. It's really hard to prove intent, which is why we typically use circumstantial evidence. And I noted in Mr. Katzik's letter, he didn't say there was insufficient evidence. He said there was no evidence. Would you agree with me that there's a very big difference between saying insufficient evidence and absolutely no evidence, which is what he wrote? He found no evidence of any intent to discriminate, despite the fact that there's a discriminatory effect.
Well, I think the letter does speak for itself in that regard. What I would say is that, Congressman, as a general matter in how we handle our criminal investigations, we do look for evidence of intent, and it comes in a number of ways, some circumstantial, some direct. Every case is different. In every investigation, as in this investigation, we gather all the evidence, we gather all the facts, and we apply the law to those facts and let that determine the answer.
I'm with you, Madam Attorney General, but you concede a discriminatory effect. So that's half of what you have to prove, and it's already there. You've conceded that. And we've got emails from Ms. Lerner that we need a plan, but we have to be cautious that it's not per se a political project. I think a jury would find that to be an interesting email. She worried mightily that a Republican control of the Senate might be tantamount to a Republican president, and she wasn't thrilled about that. That would be circumstantial evidence of a political motivation. She referred to the Tea Party as very dangerous. I mean, how many pieces of circumstantial evidence, keeping in mind the author of the letter didn't say insufficient? I could have lived with it if you'd said, look, our prosecutors just couldn't make the case. It's a close call, it's a jump ball, we couldn't make the case. That's not what he said. He said there's no evidence. I just cited 3 emails that I think would be evidence of some intent. Don't you think?
Well, Congressman, as I said, I think the letter in its full entirety speaks for itself and does outline not only all of the issues that you raised, but the host of other things that were reviewed and looked at in the course of the investigation, and does explain the conclusions to which the department came. With respect to the referral, the issue was whether or not there was evidence of a criminal intent. That is to say, did one act on certain views? Was that the reason for the actions? And as we've noted in our letter, and that we've offered to have in further briefings with you, we did not find evidence of that through the 1 million pages of documents and hundreds of witnesses that were interviewed.
I would love to take you up on that offer for a private debriefing, because I need somebody to explain to me the difference between specific intent and general intent. Because as I read her emails, even some of the mediocre prosecutors on this panel, I think, could get to a jury given the evidence that they have. I want to touch on 2 other issues, and then because there's a trend of going over, I would invite you at some point, and this is going to be a bipartisan comment, because this goes back to 2004. And 2004, there was a Republican administration. If you look at the firearms prosecutions from 2004 to 2012, you're going to be shocked at how few prosecutions there were, not for 924C, not for firearms offenses that happened during a crime of violence, but I mean lying and buying, selling a gun to somebody who's been adjudicated mentally ill, somebody who's been committed. There were 22 guilty adjudications over the course of 9 years for people possessing firearms who were users or addicts of drugs. 22 in 9 years. So when I hear my friend from Florida talk about the need for more gun laws, yes, we're going to say, how are you doing with the ones you currently have? And I would invite your attention to this chart, which came from former Attorney General Holder, provided it to us. I think you're going to be shocked at how few, and I get that there's not much jury appeal. Trust me, I get that it is hard to go in front of a jury in a lying and buying case. But you noted earlier the focus on firearms cases in the context of violent crime. And I think we would all agree the objective is to prevent the violent crime, not to do a really good job prosecuting it afterward, but to keep it from happening in the first place, which is why I would invite your attention to this. My last point is simply this. You have been asked repeatedly this morning to comment on ongoing investigations, and you always give the same answer. And it's the exact same answer that Marino gave me in the back, who's a former U.S. attorney, and it's the exact same answer Mr. Radcliffe gave me in the back, who's a former U.S. attorney, which is you can neither confirm nor deny the existence of an ongoing investigation, and if we happen to know about one, you're not going to comment on it. That's exactly what you should say. I'm just wondering why the president didn't get that memo. And you may, in your well of souls, believe that it does not impact Director Comey or you, and it may not. But I promise you it impacts the perception of my fellow citizens when the person who is responsible for executing the laws in this country prejudges the outcome of investigations. It may not impact the reality. I promise you it impacts the perception, and that's equally dangerous. And with that, I would recognize a gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And welcome, Attorney General.
Thank you, sir.
I posed the same question to the FBI director. I want your advice, and I'd like to work with you. In my hometown of Chicago, there are 40, 50 shootings any given weekend. That's a whole classroom of children, and it's unacceptable. And we need more federal action, I think. Because whatever we do in Chicago, according to a city report from the mayor's office and the Chicago Police Department, 60% of the guns are coming from Wisconsin, Indiana, and Mississippi, all states that have weaker gun laws than the city of Chicago does. We know this thanks to the Chicago Police Department's tracking of trace data, meaning that the Chicago Police Department traces every single gun it recovers to determine whether it was originally sold and how it may have entered the illegal market. So given that the majority party in Congress refuses to take up, despite widespread and robust support for gun control legislation, a couple of questions. What's your advice to me as an individual member of Congress who supports gun control, and how can I help curb gun violence in Chicago? And second, will the Justice Department encourage the police departments everywhere in the nation to collect trace data on illegal gun trafficking like we do in Chicago? So first, you're in Chicago, you're a member of Congress. What's your advice? And second, trace the guns. We're doing it in Chicago. What do you think about across the nation?
Congressman, thank you for the question. You certainly raise an area of concern and priority for the Department of Justice, which is, of course, violence, be it gun violence or any type of violence in our cities as it affects our children, not only those who are the actual victims, but children who are exposed to violence, of course, suffer greatly, as we know, in their later development as well. We feel that the city of Chicago is certainly taking a concerted look at this problem. And I'm extremely proud to note that the federal government, through the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago, is working very closely with local law enforcement on this issue, focusing on the issue of not just firearms, but also the gang violence in Chicago as well. We also have a very strong presence with our federal agencies, FBI as well as ATF, who works closely with the Chicago Police Department on the E-Trace program that you mentioned. We do find it to be a very useful program. We do find it to be something that arms us with the data to trace the source of weapons into neighborhoods who suffer so grievously from them. And certainly it's an example that certainly we would hope could be exported to other cities as well, as you have noted. And I can tell you that we are committed to continuing to work with the City of Chicago and all of our major cities in violence reduction programs. In fact, Chicago was represented at the Violence Reduction Summit that I held just last month with the mayor and the police chief, and we had a very robust discussion about the causes of violence, some of the ways in which the department could be helpful in very targeted ways, whether it is increasing our task force presence, whether it is focusing on dangerous fugitives in the area, whether it is focusing on violence prevention efforts as well. So we remain committed to working not just with Chicago, but all of our cities who are experiencing these troubling issues.
So if you were to suffer something as egregious as a demotion to a member of Congress from your high position as Attorney General, what do you think? What would you do? You're back in Chicago. You got demoted. You're not the Attorney General. You're just one of us, 430.
Well, I certainly would not call that a demotion. I think all of us in public service have a great opportunity
I guess you get my
to
point.
serve our people. To serve our people. And certainly I think that within this body there's a lot of significant discussion going on. Obviously the resources to fund the programs that we have on the ground are essential in funding the department's budget that focuses on the Smart on Crime initiative, which does focus on violence reduction as well as reentry and recidivism, because of course a grave concern is as people return home to their communities that they not return to violence as well. So certainly the resources that would be useful for the department's overall budget, and particularly when it comes to firearms, the resources for ATF to continue its vigorous enforcement of the firearms laws and the E-Trace program would be very beneficial.
Lastly, I want to, so there's a letter from my colleagues, Congressmen Ruben Gallegos and Robin Kelly from Chicago. And they've asked to meet with you with a group of members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and Black Caucus. And I want to put it in some context for all the members and why we would invite you to meet, particularly with that group. Because African Americans are 13% of the population, but they constitute over half of all the homicides, over half. So 13%. 55% all the deaths given on firearms. And interesting, Latinos are relatively less likely to own a firearm than the general population. And yet again, they disproportionately die due to gun violence. So you have a population that doesn't own guns but dies of guns, and 13% black population and over half of the deaths. So it just would you? I know you got. I hope you got the letter, and so I love working with those two colleagues of mine. And I was wondering if you would accept an invitation to come and meet with us.
I look forward to meeting with the caucus. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Attorney General.
Gentleman yields back. Chair will now recognize the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Chaffetz.
Thank the chairman, and I thank you for being here. The Inspector General Act, which is currently on the books, says that inspectors general, in carrying out their provisions under the Act, is authorized, and I quote, to have access to all records, reports, audits, reviews, documents, papers, recommendations, and other material available to the applicable establishment which relate to programs and operations with respect to which the Inspector General has responsibilities under the Act. Somehow the Office of Legal Counsel indicated on July 20th that despite longstanding tradition within the FBI, specifically, the Department of Justice Inspector General is no longer allowed access to grand jury testimony, wiretap information, credit information. We disagree with that conclusion, but at this point we have worked with the Inspector General, worked with this committee, and we're still waiting for full input from the Department of Justice to try to rectify this. I was hoping that I get some commitment from you to work with us and spend time with us on the proposed piece of legislation. I think the current law is sufficient, but you don't, and we're trying to come up with something that would rectify this. would you be willing, as somebody from the Department of Justice, give us guidance and input on this?
Thank you, Congressman. I think that you certainly raised the important issue of the important work of all agencies, inspectors general, in particular the Department of Justice inspectors.
I just want to get a commitment that you'll work with us on this proposed piece.
We have sent legislation up. We feel that would clarify it and, in fact, ensure that the Inspector General would receive all the information he needed. And
Would you meet with us, not you specifically, but somebody within the Department of Justice, to give input on the piece of legislation that I'm drafting in a bipartisan way with Mr. Cummings to try to resolve this?
We're happy to meet with you.
Okay, and hopefully soon, I hope?
I will have my staff reach out to yours. We're happy to meet with you and work with you on that issue.
I've also had great concern on geolocation. In July, the Oversight Committee, we sent a letter seeking the so-called Jones memos. This relates to a Supreme Court case from a number of years ago. On October 26th, I did a bipartisan bicameral letter. 6 representatives, 5 senators, including the ranking member from both judiciary committees in the House and the Senate, calling on the Department of Justice to share with Congress these letters. I still don't understand why you won't share this information with us.
Well, certainly with respect to the request that you refer to the extent that it refers to the internal deliberative process of the department, we typically do not provide those specific memos. However, we certainly look forward to working with you to share the information that
you don't think that the House Judiciary Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee should understand your approach in tracking people through geolocation?
We certainly are willing to sit and work with you to convey what we can and as much as we can about
that's a huge step forward, because thus far the Department of Justice has not been willing to share with us any information or have such meetings. So I look forward to that meeting. I need to ask one more topic. I'm trying to go quick just because of the time. Share with me your thoughts and perspectives on subpoenas. You know, subpoenas are often issued from a variety of different places, but Congress also issues subpoenas. Do you feel a duty and obligation to help enforce those subpoenas as well?
Certainly, that's part of the obligation of the Department of Justice in terms of its general law enforcement obligations.
When would you not enforce a subpoena?
You know, I would have to know more specific facts and context to provide an answer as to whether or not we would not be able to for some reason or whether there would be a reason not to. I would have to have more.
Do you feel a duty and an obligation to enforce then a congressionally issued subpoena?
Certainly, with respect to a subpoena issued by any body, be it Congress or be it a court, the decision as to whether to enforce it or not would be one that we would review and determine the best course of action to take. But I would certainly like to have more facts about the specific issue, if I could.
I think what the gentleman is asking is a subpoena goes out and someone does not comply with the subpoena. How do you view the department's obligations to enforce compliance? A subpoena is only as good as your ability to enforce compliance, and we don't have access to a police force, which is a good thing. So we're relying upon you to enforce them, and I take the gentleman's question to be, how do you view your obligation to back up this branch of government when it needs access to documents or witnesses?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I certainly, with respect to a subpoena from this body or any other that would come to the Department of Justice for enforcement, we would review all of the information about that. Certainly in my career as a prosecutor and as a U.S. attorney, I've had occasion to issue subpoenas and then work on alternate means of compliance, both as a prosecutor and as a private attorney. So there are a number of ways in which we can obtain compliance, and I would certainly need to know more of the factual predicate before I could provide you with any specific guidance.
Yes, ma'am. Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from California, Ms. Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Attorney General Lynch, for your time today and also for your patience. It seems as though many people on the committee would like to have some of your time. And I listened to my colleague a minute ago, as well as my colleague Gutierrez, and he mentioned the letter. There's a letter also that I sent to your staff requesting a meeting with you, and perhaps what we could do is just join forces, because I didn't realize there were multiple letters. because the concern is really the increase in homicides in a number of cities, and specifically the desire to sit down with you personally, as well as members of your staff, to look at various programs that the agency has that might be allocated in a more of an emergency fashion, considering there has been a spike in specific cities. So I would definitely like to continue following up, and perhaps if by the middle of next month we could have the meeting, it would be very good, since we've been asking for a while. I wanted to know if you would tell us about some of the programs from a more global perspective. For example, the federal-local partnership like BFED, which I believe is the partnership between the federal law enforcement and local police in Baltimore. If you could talk about how those efforts are helping to address a spike in Baltimore, as well as you mentioned your summit, the summit that you had in Detroit, and I wanted to know if you could perhaps share some of the lessons from that summit in terms of how cities are able to address the spike. And then after that, I want to ask you a question about sex trafficking.
Thank you for those questions on topics of great importance to me as Attorney General, to the Department of Justice, and to the American people. With respect to the violent crime issues that we're facing, while we, as we have noted for a number of months and even the last year or so, we're fortunate in that crime in general is down across the country, and in all of our major cities, crime generally is down, but we have neighborhoods where there is a persistent issue of violence. And we have neighborhoods where we either have not seen similar decreases or we have seen increases in violent crime. In my former role as a U.S. Attorney in Brooklyn, I had many of those neighborhoods within my district, so I dealt with those on a daily basis. And I know the importance of a partnership in terms of dealing with that issue. Baltimore is an excellent example of some of the resources the federal government is looking to bring to bear to deal with specific situations. We've partnered with the police department in Baltimore to provide an influx of federal agents focusing on the violent crime problem to aid with the investigation and literally making those cases so that we can remove the violent offenders from the streets of Baltimore and allow the citizens to continue to flourish in that great city. With respect to the summit that I had, because we were looking at this issue from a host of perspectives, actually this summer I asked my United States attorneys in cities that had seen an increase in violence in some neighborhoods to meet directly with their local partners and counterparts, district attorneys, police officers, sheriffs, and discuss the nature of the crime increase and try and focus on the reasons to the extent that they could be gleaned from those discussions for those increases. We were able to essentially accumulate a great body of information there. And as one can imagine, the reasons for crime differ depending upon the neighborhood. With that, we built on that and convened our Violent Crime Summit in October, where we had mayors and police chiefs and U.S. attorneys from those cities here in Washington speaking together, sharing best practices for crime reduction.
Great. If there are, and I want to get to my last point and would ask the chair's patience with this, perhaps we could get the information from that summit that happened in October. If we could get those proceedings, it would be very helpful. Finally, I wanted to ask you about sex trafficking, which I know is a high priority with you. And I wanted to know if you could mention any specific collaboration that is taking place with the Department of Health and Human Services, in particular because we know that a percentage of the girls involved in trafficking are in the foster care system. So the question is there collaboration between DOJ and DHHS, and can you speak to that?
Yes, certainly. We have a number of collaborations across different agencies. I cannot recall the specific ones with HHS, but I would certainly like to provide you with that information. We also are working with the Department of Labor, and we're working with state and local law enforcement in many ways to not only improve enforcement, but to provide services for the survivors. The services range from housing services to treatment to therapy and the like.
Okay, well, and I will follow up with you. Specifically, getting these girls back into the foster care system is really critical. So I'll specifically look for that collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Gentlelady yields back. Madam Attorney General, you've been sitting there for 3 hours. Votes are coming. which will provide a break, but I am happy to break now, given the fact that you've been sitting there 3 hours. If you would like 5 minutes, or we can march on until they call votes, it is totally up to you.
I would appreciate 5 minutes if that's possible.
Done.
Thank you, sir.
All right, folks. Well, as you can see here, I just took a little 5-minute break. Hope everyone is having a great afternoon. My name's Mike Page. Welcome to the Fox10Phoenix.com stream, part of Fox 10 News Now. Coming up in just a little bit, we are expecting a response to Governor Ducey's announcement on the refugees here that he yesterday said that he was going to be suspending the refugees coming to Arizona. So we're going to get a response in just a little bit. As soon as we get that, folks, we will bring that to you. All right, what we'll do is just step away from that shot for just a little bit as they are on break. And as I mentioned to you guys, as soon as we get that live shot up from, there's supposed to be a conference from Puente, Arizona. They are the Human Rights Movement, a grassroots movement out here in Arizona, and they will be issuing a response to Governor Ducey's plan to not allow any refugees into Arizona. That should be coming up pretty soon. What we're doing is also rolling on the Loretta Lynch testimony, so we won't miss anything if we do have to cut to some other news. Don't you worry about that. We got you covered here on Fox 10 News Now. Hope everyone, though, is having a great afternoon here. A lot to talk about, including, wow, big day for Charlie Sheen as he did admit to being HIV positive. So we're gonna look now at some, while we have some time here, just some of the latest tweets that have been coming along. He's been trending absolutely worldwide today, as you can imagine. And then we'll also read a statement that he made today. So a lot to talk about, obviously. Let me just bring you up what the latest tweets are for Charlie Sheen here. As you can see, people are going 50-50 on this, really. First, y'all are talking about Paris, then you're talking about Ronda Rousey. Today, you're all talking about Charlie Sheen. Tomorrow, it'll be something else. Well, I have you here, folks. We will talk about the Charlie Sheen statement that he made about being HIV positive. This is the letter that he issued this morning. He said, roughly 4 years ago, I suddenly found myself in the throes of a debilitating 3-day cluster migraine-like headache. I was hospitalized with what I believe to be a brain tumor or perhaps some unknown pathology. I was partially correct, following a battery of endless tests that included a hideous spinal tap. It was sadly and shockingly revealed to me that I was, in fact, positive for HIV. The news was a mule kick to my soul. Those impossible words I absorbed and then tried to convince myself that I was stuck, suspended, or even stranded inside some kind of alternate reality or nightmare, were to the absolute contrary. I was awake, it was true, and it was reality. That was just, folks, part of his statement that he made available. As you can see, this is just trending worldwide today. As I can't even keep up with the tweets as they keep coming up and up. So, wow, what a day in the news world. This is very big news as far as a major celebrity announcing HIV positive. Probably the last major announcement was Magic Johnson. But a lot of people are saying not surprised. Not surprised that this happened to him because of his lifestyle. So wow, what a shocking day for a lot of people as they heard the rumors yesterday. We heard rumors of it, and then he comes out and says, yes, in fact, he is positive for HIV. We'll get you caught up on some other news here. Absolutely, we have some other news that I want to share with you guys. And it's actually a great little story here that I have for you. It's about a DPS trooper that delivered a baby over the weekend. Helped out. Let me show you here. All right. Look at this sweet, awesome picture here. Well, this is what happened. I have the story right here in front of me. It says, Arizona Department of Public Safety trooper helps welcome newborn into the world. It says at about 4:22 on Saturday, DPS trooper Miguel Ricon was conducting a traffic stop on State Route 80, milepost 336, about 4 miles outside of Bisbee for a traffic violation. About 5 minutes after beginning the stop, another car pulled up behind Trooper Ricon's patrol vehicle. A woman who had been driving the car ran up to the trooper and told him she was taking her granddaughter, who was in labor, to the hospital. The labor was progressing quickly, and the baby was already beginning to crown. Trooper Ricon immediately stopped what he was doing, requested medics to respond, and went to his patrol vehicle to retrieve gloves, blankets, and anything he could find to help. When he got up to the car, he found that the baby boy had been born. Trooper Ricon wrapped up the baby and assisted in caring for the mother and baby until medics arrived on scene. The mother and baby were taken to Canyon Vista Medical Center in Sierra Vista, where they were admitted for observation. Trooper Ricon also went to the medical center to assist the family. and their needs. Courtney and her new bundle of joy were eventually discharged from the hospital and are now at home where they are both doing great. So that is absolutely just a great little story there, isn't it? You gotta love those kind of stories. Absolutely a great little story there. Congrats to the family as well. But let's go right now. We are getting now that press conference that is happening in response to Governor Ducey with the refugees.
Importantly, the Bible declares that we are to welcome the fugitive. We are to welcome the refugee. One of the things that was the founding of this country, and it's actually emblazed on the Statue of Liberty. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. That's what Syrian refugees are looking for. And most importantly, not just our Syrian brothers and sisters, but this country, this great melting pot, this amalgamation that is called America. It is founded by people who have fled terror. Fled terror and come to this country to seek a better place and a better way of life. And for Governor Ducey to fan the flames of fanaticism and create a frenzy based on xenophobia and the othering of other people, the othering of humanity, is downright deplorable. And we call upon him as the top elected official in this state to make a change of heart, to have a change of heart, and not play to his base, but play to real human ideals that say, someone is hurting, I'm willing to help. And we welcome you with open arms. Thank you so very kindly.
Right on, Reverend.
Okay, what we're watching here is a demonstration by people who think that Governor Ducey is doing the wrong thing.
Clark. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
By
I call on all other
the arrival of Syrian refugees
Democratic
in
candidates,
early,
all politicians, whether Republican. I see
Syrian
no other
refugees
public figures
in the
out here
state,
except the
but
Reverend,
25
someone
governors,
from Veterans for Peace and
24
Puente.
Republicans and one
This is
Democrat
an
around
embarrassment
the
to
country are
Arizona.
opposed to refugees.
Our public
So,
leaders, Terry Goddard, all of you,
this is in light of the terrorist
State House
attacks,
Minority Leader of the Democratic Party,
terror
State
attacks
Senate
last
leaders, you need to be out here with us. Do
So,
not be afraid in this moment of
showing you
truth. This
this,
is
we're
when we
also
need
gonna
you
be
most.
responding
Please
to
come
your
stand
questions.
proudly by us against what this governor is doing in fanning the flames of hate and racism. This is xenophobia. Thank you.
My name is Richard A. Smith. I'm a retired U.S. Attorney for the National Labor Relations Board in Phoenix. I'm also a Navy veteran from 1965 to 69. I'll make just a few points. You shouldn't be too concerned that Ducey and his 25 cohorts are going to be unable to stop the immigration, because the fact of the matter is their conduct is preempted by the Constitution. The only thing the federal government has to do with these governors is to consult with them before they send these immigrants to the various states. So it's kind of surprising that none of the local media have reported that side of the story. No less than Professor Paul Bender last night on Horizon said exactly what I was thinking at the time, that the governor's actions on their face are unconstitutional, presuming that they try to stop these Syrian refugees from coming. In addition, the New York Times reported today that none other than Lawrence Tribe, probably the preeminent constitutional law authority who teaches at Harvard Law School, said exactly the same thing. This is a federal issue. The governors can do nothing to stop it. All the federal government has to do is consult with Ducey and the other Republican governors that have really missed the boat on this question. Thank you.
Ducey, we reject your racism!
Ducey,
we reject your racism! Ducey, we reject your racism! Ducey, we reject your racism! Ducey, we reject your racism! Ducey, we reject your racism! Ducey! We reject your racism, Ducey! We reject your racism, Ducey! We reject your racism, understand? Ducey! We reject your racism!
Okay, we're open for questions. If anybody's got questions?
When I looked at Christy said, not even 5-year-old orphans are welcome. This is not about charity necessarily. This isn't about a charity. This is racism. This is xenophobia. What 5-year-old orphan is a terrorist risk to the United States? Grab opportunity, amplification, they brainwashed by alcohol.
One of the speakers saying it's pure racism on the part of Governor Ducey.
All right, we're going to go for people who are, we're going to stick around a little bit and people have questions, and then some of us are going to go upstairs to see if we can speak to the governor's office.
Stop making it a racial issue. Says Dana. Always needs to be about race. Yes, it's not about race. It's about security. The balance between security and avoiding running afoul of the Constitution. Maintaining the values. Tension.
I'm a student at ASU, and I'm also the president and founder of Sun Devils Are Better Together, which is an interfaith group at ASU. I also am on the board of directors for Arizona Faith Network. And what we try to do is we try to bring people together across lines of difference to find shared values like compassion, empathy, and respect for each other. And one of the most difficult things in the interfaith movement is statements like the ones Ducey made that spread further ignorance and fear of other people who are different from you. So we are standing out here today in solidarity and to show not only the community and show Ducey that it's really, really important for us to exercise those values that we say we believe in as Americans, as people of faith, or the lack thereof. We believe in empathy and compassion and social justice and human rights, and it's important for us to extend that to all people, not just people who look like us or believe what we do.
People will be available for questions. Is there anybody here who would be interested in going upstairs with me? Okay, somebody. Okay, so we're going to actually hang out here for about 10 minutes, and then the crew that wants to go upstairs with me, I'll make sure I call so that we can make our way, okay? Just to make sure we give the media space to ask questions individually. Thank you.
On the day when I decided to
Everybody good? Good? Can you tell us your first and last name?
Reverend Reginald D. Walton. That's Reginald. D as in David, and then Walton, like Goodnight John Boy.
And your church?
I am the pastor of Phillips Memorial CME Church. That's Christian Methodist Episcopal Church here in the city of Phoenix.
What brought you out here today?
I could not stand idly by while xenophobia and racism abounds. This is a political stunt portrayed by our governor. This goes against the American ideal. And as a Christian, and I am appalled at Governor Ducey and those that would call themselves Christian. Have they not read their Bible? If they haven't, I invite them to come to Bible study with me. One of the things that the Bible declares is that we are to love our neighbor as ourselves. Matter of fact, Jesus calls it the Great Commission, to love thy neighbor as thyself. And to love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, and your mind, and to love your neighbor as myself. And then somebody asked, who is my neighbor? And that's where we get the Good Samaritan. That's where that comes from. And so, but it also declares that we are to have an open heart to the fugitive, have an open heart to the refugee, have an open heart, and be welcoming to the poor. And so for Governor Ducey and Republican governors across this great nation of ours to make these kinds of xenophobic and racist statements that basically are dog whistles that say, oh, we can't welcome anybody because they're going to hurt us. That's not true.
The governor says this is a security issue and that he's got to protect the people of Arizona. There's just been a hideous terror attack. It's gotten worldwide attention. Can you see his side of it?
I can see his side of it, but I can also, without being flippant, Arizona is under as much threat today as it was a year ago. We do not have to worry about, or we should not be afraid of ISIS or ISIL. And for him, a man who stands and was elected on his faith, to say that we're afraid and this is basically fanning the fears of racism. And as a Christian, the Bible declares God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. And to have a knee-jerk reaction like this, it makes me really question his faith.
That's a strong statement.
Yes.
Preach.
It's a strong statement. But Jesus also made strong statements. And if we're really going to be followers of Christ, we have to stand on those strong statements, on those strong convictions. Yes, I do understand there is a security threat. Make no mistake. But we're working to ensure that those who come through, we're trying to ensure that those who come through are vetted, that they go through the process, and that we want them to go through the full process. Make no mistake about that. But that's why we have a process, so that people can be and continue this great tradition of our country of immigration. If our country was not a country of immigrants, it would still be Native Americans across this country.
If you had 5 minutes with the governor today, what would you say to him?
Governor Ducey, you are wrong. Governor Ducey, you are wrong. And people have a right. That's one of the founding principles of our country. And to appeal to his Christian nature. And also to understand that this is not a Christian versus Muslim fight, because ISIS represents Islam just as much as the Klan represents Christianity. It does not work. That's not the way it works. Thank you very much. No problem. Thank you.
All right, folks, coming back on to you live right here in the Fox 10 News Now newsroom. You just heard a response a little bit ago. We just heard it on Governor Ducey's plan to block refugees from coming to Arizona. That was from Puente, Arizona, the response that they just gave our very own Steve Kraft there. So a lot of stuff really to talk about and think about, as well as we take a live look for you in Paris right now. Another live look as the shot has been up from yesterday and then today, as well as we get a nice shot of the Eiffel Tower here. All right, I do want to show you some highlights now of Loretta Lynch testimony. We will get right into that.
She began her career in public service by joining the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York. After 9 years, Ms. Lynch was appointed by President Bill Clinton to lead that office as United States Attorney, a post she held until 2001. Ms. Lynch then worked in private practice until 2010, when President Obama asked her to resume leadership of the United States Attorney's Office in Brooklyn. Ms. Lynch is a graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Law School. Attorney General Lynch, we welcome your first appearance before the Judiciary Committee and look forward to your testimony. Your entire written statement will be made a part of the record, and we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Thank you, and please begin at your convenience.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman Goodlatte, Ranking Member Conyers, and distinguished members of this committee. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to appear before you today to share some of the recent accomplishments of the U.S. Department of Justice, to discuss some of my top priorities as Attorney General, and to explore ways that we can continue to work together. I do want to begin, however, by commenting on Friday's reprehensible and heartbreaking attacks in Paris. The Department of Justice, and indeed the entire Obama administration, stand in solidarity with France.
All right, folks, we are going to go to breaking news here, happening right now. This is near Logan Airport in Boston. Hold on. The flight is arriving. Appears to be, what we're hearing from our sources, is that a passenger tried to make their way to the cockpit. And this is a possible incident where a passenger tried to get into the cockpit of this airplane that we're seeing here right now. So we're going to take these images here live for you. This is Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, so folks, we're trying to get as many details as we can for you. We are seeing this airplane on approach here. This is Boston Logan Airport here, where reports of a passenger that tried to gain access to the cockpit. This is obviously an airplane emergency happening right now. We will see what happens when this plane lands. All right, and this is a British Airways flight 213. 213, we are hearing reports that a passenger has been restrained on board. This flight was coming from London. A passenger on board a British Airways flight has been restrained after trying to open the exit door. That is one report here. So we have multiple reports here. We'll try to get everything confirmed for you. So we will see how officials handle this now that the British Airways flight is now on the ground here. All right, this is British Airways Flight 213 from London to Logan International Airport here. We're getting reports from media outlets that there was a passenger either trying to make his way to the cockpit or the emergency door during the flight. This is obviously an airplane emergency, as obviously with just so many security measures have been heightened because of the recent attacks in Paris. We will see what happens from this incident here, but you are seeing live images from Logan International Airport here as a British Airways Flight 213 is now safely on the ground, where there was reports of a passenger trying to make his way to the cockpit or an emergency door. Those are the details that we have right now. We are hearing that the passenger is restrained by passengers. So we will see what the response is once this plane gets closer to the airport. All right, folks, if you're just joining us here, we're watching breaking news happen right here on Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. This is a British Airways Flight 213 from London to Logan International Airport. This is where the images are coming from right now, but there was reports of a passenger either trying to make his way to the cockpit or an emergency door. He has now been restrained by passengers. That is the latest info that we have. Stay right here, as this is a developing and very fluid situation here. All right, we're getting reports from our Fox station in Boston that this passenger is a female passenger that had to be restrained. That is what we're getting from our Boston affiliate right now. Okay, getting reports from Fox 25 News in Boston, where this is a female passenger that has now been restrained by other passengers, tried to gain access to the cockpit. Obviously, with security very, very heightened, people are going to be looking out for things like this. And since 9/11, you can imagine when you're on a flight and if you saw someone try to get to that cockpit, you know that there would be people trying to subdue you on that flight. I think as a whole, we have all learned from 9/11 that when someone tries to get to the cockpit, you need to immediately subdue them and get them out of there immediately. We don't know the case in this situation yet, but there's reports of a female passenger tried to gain access to the cockpit. This is a British Airways flight 213 from London to Logan International Airport in Boston. This is what we are looking at right now as this plane is trying to get its way on over to the airport, and obviously we are going to see police and SWAT get on this airplane. British Airways has now made a statement, says our crew requested that police meet the flight in Boston due to an unruly customer on board. You can just imagine other passengers are probably filming this on their cell phone. Hopefully we'll get that video later in the day or this evening. As you can imagine, everyone now these days has a cell phone, and you know they are going to be recording at the time when this when police do enter this plane. British Airways Flight 213 from London to Logan International Airport here in Boston. from media reports at our very own Fox 25 in Boston, reporting that this individual is a woman who tried to gain access to the cockpit. You're watching this live right now on Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., covering all the latest and breaking news from the state of Arizona and the country. As you can see here, we are taking live images from Boston Logan International Airport here. Everything from the crew side appears to be super normal, though. You could just see they're getting ready to get the bags off and everything. So everything from an operational standpoint seems to be the same right now. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, we welcome you to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're watching live images of this British Airways flight that was from London to Boston. This is at Logan International Airport. Reports of a woman had to be restrained after she made a failed attempt to storm the cockpit. All right, folks, if you're just joining us, we welcome you to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Here is what is happening. You're looking at live images at Boston's Logan International Airport, where there's British Airways flight from London to Boston. Reports of a passenger tried to storm the cockpit. That female passenger has been restrained by other passengers and crew. This is what we are looking at. They're getting cargo off the plane right now. We were told that police already in the plane and taking the woman out of the plane and in custody. On Fox 10 News Now, you really never know what is going to happen, and that's why we appreciate always everybody being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., covering everything from Arizona, from the country, to the world. When there's a breaking news situation, we go to it, and we bring you the images, like you see here, of this airplane emergency where a passenger tried to storm the cockpit. This is all coming on the heels of yesterday, where 4 people were removed from a Chicago-bound flight at Baltimore Washington International Airport on Tuesday morning after a passenger reported suspicious behavior as the plane taxied to the runway. This is happening earlier this morning. David Rocca told the Associated Press in a telephone interview that he and a fellow passengers were told that security officials would come on the plane and that they should stay seated. The 28-year-old Baltimore man said 2 men and a woman were taking off the first flight, and they took their carry-on bags off as well. This is a different incident that I'm talking about right now, but obviously a lot of things happening with flights today. Coming up about 12:15 Arizona time, we're supposed to be getting a live feed in from a Hillary Clinton event rally. So we will bring that to you. Of course, we'll stay right on top of this airplane emergency, though, in Boston to give you the latest details, and hopefully within the next couple hours we could get some cell phone video from passengers there. Obviously, a lot of passengers probably were recording when this passenger tried to make their way to the cockpit. Folks, if you're just joining us, we welcome you to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You're watching live aerials taking place in Boston at Boston's Logan International Airport, where there was reports of an unruly passenger that tried to storm the cockpit of this British Airways flight. It was from London to Boston. So the good thing out of all of this is two things. Well, one, the passenger did not get to the cockpit, and two, at least this flight wasn't diverted. At least they did touch down in Boston. It'd be horrible if they had to divert somewhere, and since it's an international flight, looks like we're losing this stream here, folks. If it does come back, we will bring it to you. But it doesn't look like it's going to. So what I'm going to do, folks, is get you caught up. Since it's right at noon here, we're going to take you for the very latest on our very own Fox 10 News at Noon. Take a look.
Who says Pinetop, Arizona looked just like this yesterday afternoon. One more from Payson as well. This is Ruby Sturts, and Ruby says, look at the snow right up there in Payson. Thanks for sharing your photos. Now, we do want you to keep the pictures coming. You can post them to our Facebook page at facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix, or share them on Twitter and Instagram. All you have to do is just put a quick hashtag on there of Fox10Phoenix. Now on to a developing story out of Tempe, where police say they have caught the guy who exposed himself to a teenage girl and a woman. Last night, detectives arrested this man, 32-year-old Francisco Chavez. They took him into custody. Police say Chavez was exposing himself to a teenage girl while she was walking to school, and they think he's also connected to a similar incident that happened last year. Tips from the public helped in the arrest. He's now facing charges for sexual indecency. Now on to a news alert out of Boston, where a passenger plane, and you can see it here, has pulled into the Boston Logan Airport. We're learning that a passenger was restrained on board this British Airways flight that was headed for Logan. Our Fox station in Boston is reporting that the subdued passenger is a woman and apparently was trying to open an exit door in flight. The plane is now on the ground, and British Airways requested police officers to be there to meet the aircraft. Breaking out of Germany right now, a soccer match between Germany and the Netherlands has been canceled. The game was canceled about an hour and a half before kickoff because somebody phoned in a bomb threat to the stadium. Meanwhile, a new wave of airstrikes strike the northern Syrian city of Raqqa in an ISIS stronghold in response to last week's terror attacks in Paris. Fox News correspondent Joel Waldman has more from Washington.
Officials will only say that people being detained came to the attention of the police through the terror investigation. Meanwhile, French authorities say they believe they found the car belonging to the one suspect who escaped Friday night's terror attacks in Paris. 2 women and 1 man in the small western German town of Alsdorf taken in for questioning as part of the ongoing investigation into the Paris attacks Friday, which left more than 120 dead and more than twice as many wounded. Alsdorf is located near the Belgian border, where 2 suspects believed to have direct ties to plotting and carrying out the attacks are from. The arrests come the same day Parisian investigators found a car believed to be used by several of the terrorists involved in the attacks.
I went out, I saw everything was blocked. Policemen were everywhere. I was afraid a little bit. I stayed in front of my door and armed policemen told me, "Go home, go home."
Meanwhile, Secretary of State John Kerry spoke with Fox News this morning during an unannounced visit to Paris. Kerry defended President Obama's stay-the-course approach when it comes to battling the Islamic State.
Most Americans do not want and don't think it's necessary to be sending massive numbers of American troops to occupy Syria.
Overnight, Russian military jets joined French fighters in bombing ISIS targets in Syria. Meanwhile, Russian intelligence officials say it was a bomb that brought down that Metrojet plane headed from Egypt to St. Petersburg, Russia. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
Now, it was revealed that one of the attackers may have traveled to Europe posing as a refugee. So a number of Republican leaders in Washington are taking steps to stop the flow of Syrian refugees into our country. And amongst the Republican leaders, Arizona's Governor Doug Ducey, along with governors of 26 other states. Within the last hour, people protested in downtown Phoenix in support of the refugees. Steve Kraft has the story live.
We're here at the state capitol, Ron. A little background of that group of 25 odd governors. All but one is a Republican. Their position is that it's a bad idea to have Syrian refugees at this time come into various states, including our state of Arizona. That's Governor Doug Ducey's opinion. Now, I want to show you some pictures of the response to his comments. This is a group of demonstrators, several dozen, a noisy demonstration today. They said that the governor is making a mistake, that there is no security threat posed by this very small number of Syrian refugees, just not much over 100 statewide, and that they've been very carefully vetted. They also said that they believe it's an unchristian thing for the governor to refuse refugees, people who are fleeing persecution in troubled spots around the globe, in this case in Syria. They went up to the governor's office inside the state capitol complex here, but the governor was not there to talk to them. At least they did not make him, his staff did not make him available, and nobody from the governor's staff spoke with the protesters. However, we have learned from one of the governor's spokespersons that Governor Ducey has been invited to a governor's-only phone call, a conference call at the White House today regarding the Syrian refugee situation. That'll be at 3 o'clock Arizona time. The governor will participate on that conference call, and if there's information to share about what they said on the call with senior administration officials, the governor's staff will do that after this conference call is finished. One final note. The governor's statement here is in a way symbolic because the ultimate jurisdiction when it comes to immigration and refugees rests with the federal government. But still, it's an indication of how a lot of people in Washington and in state capitals, especially Republicans, think that the administration is making a grave mistake when it comes to settling Syrian refugees. Reporting live from the state capitol, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
All right, Steve, thanks. A major intersection shut down for the morning rush hour following this bad crash in the East Valley.
All right, folks, we're now going to go live to the Pentagon for their daily briefing.
Or the opposition. And but it does seem that at least in recent days, there's been more of a focus on ISIL, and we welcome that. But in terms of the big picture, again, I think I'll leave you to the Russians to characterize what it is their intentions are and whether or not this is a change that's going to continue.
And then if I could just follow up on the, if you could just bring us up to speed on the efforts of the Syrian Arab Coalition. We had reports this week that a second delivery of ammunition was made to them. I wonder if you could just bring us up to speed on how that group is doing in its fight against ISIS. Are you seeing more tangible progress in their efforts?
Yeah. Specifically in Syria, I can tell you that the Syrian Arab Coalition has, my understanding, made progress specifically in the Al-Hol area in taking that key town, and as they move closer towards Raqqa, this is again a sign of progress by local, motivated, capable forces that have shown a willingness to fight, and so that's something we're monitoring closely, and we consider that again a step forward in this fight. There are going to be steps backward, but right now that seems to be an encouraging sign of progress right now. Yes, Goyal.
Thanks very much. Two-part question. Going back to your statement on U.S.-Pakistan relations and also military-to-military relations and Army Chief's visit here, have Secretary discussed about the future of Pakistan-U.S. military-to-military relations in connection with this, working with the civilian and military government in Pakistan, because there is just some rift going on between the two. And nobody knows there is two governments or three governments. And second, if they have discussed that if Pakistan still has any training centers in connection with ISIL and Al-Qaeda and others. And finally, who is supporting these ISIL or ISIS, and where they are getting financing, training, and arms?
Well, you got a lot of questions in there. Goyal, let me try and at least answer some of them if I can. First of all, the Secretary met with the General today. They talked about, again, the U.S.-Pakistan relationship, the military relationship going forward, and the relationship our two countries have and our shared interest in seeing regional security in the region and obviously dealing with the terrorism threat not only in Pakistan but also in neighboring Afghanistan, and why continued cooperation is so vital in that. He met recently with the Prime Minister as well, had a positive, productive conversation with the Prime Minister. And the Secretary, again, believes that this relationship with Pakistan is important towards promoting regional stability, and we're going to continue having our dialogue, defense dialogue with Pakistan in that light, and welcome their efforts to trying to foster that stability to the extent possible. Again, not only in Pakistan itself, but also in Afghanistan, where they play such a critical role. And in terms of ISIL and who's supplying them, again, these are good questions, but this is a well-armed, well-funded terrorist organization that poses a significant threat to the United States and to a host of other countries. And part of our efforts, not only on the ground militarily, to defeat them, but also to defeat their sources of funding, their sources of resupply. And we mentioned the situation in Sinjar, and the prospect that this one particular operation could have in trying to strangle, if you will, cut off ISIL in Mosul from Raqqa and cutting off a vital supply line. That's part of our line of effort moving forward, and we'll see if this one particular operation does have an impact on ISIL going forward, at least in that one particular region.
We have so much technology now, and we don't know who is really arming them.
Well, again, they're getting arms from a variety of resources. This is a well. We're gonna. This is just. We understand that this is a well-armed, capable enemy, and to the extent that we can identify where they're getting weapons from, we're going to make every effort to try and reduce that supply.
Up until now, Russia and the U.S.-led coalition has been sort of operating, as you point out, in separate airspace, with Russia going after a different set of targets. Mm-hmm. If this latest round of strikes by Russia does sort of represent a shift towards ISIS targets and more in the vicinity of ISIS, will the U.S. and Russia have to do sort of deeper deconfliction, because that airspace could get more crowded if, in fact, Russia does start moving more towards hitting ISIS targets in and around Raqqa, which is of course where the U.S.-led coalition is very intensely active.
We're not at the stage yet where we have to have that kind of conversation. We're confident that the memorandum of understanding we have in place and the protocols we have in place for our aircraft and their aircraft are sufficient to deal with the situation over Syria right now, and we're not going to hypothesize as to what happens in the future. But in this instance, those protocols worked. We did receive advance warning. We had our own missions conducted yesterday. They went out as planned, and we feel confident that we can avoid any sort of contact in the air, if you will, that could pose a safety threat to our pilots.
The coalition didn't have to adjust any of its activities.
We did not have to adjust any of our activities yesterday. Yes, Tara?
Thanks, Peter. As a follow-on to that, as part of the MOU, does Russia also communicate when it has completed an airstrike? How would U.S. and coalition jets be able to safely maneuver over Raqqa if there are Russian long-range bombers conducting missions without knowing that these missions have completed for the day or completed that airstrike?
There are protocols, without getting into all the details, there are protocols in place for the conduct of the pilots themselves, in which case they might not even need to engage in communication with one another in terms of professional airmanship. And in terms of their operations over Syria, but there are also these backup communication lines in the event of misunderstanding or perhaps miscommunication. And so we feel confident that those protocols in place right now are adequate, given in addition, our own situational awareness for the safety of our pilots, that we can conduct our missions right now without concern, immediate concern, for some sort of accident involving the Russians. And again, if it turns out that we need to adjust this in some form or fashion, that's a conversation we can have at that time, but we're not there yet. Yes, Jeff.
Just on this issue of the Russian role, the French have said they're very keen to find ways to collaborate more closely with the Russians. Would that create difficulties for you, given that you do have a robust intelligence sharing relationship and other relationship with the French?
Yeah, we have a strong relationship with the French, and I'll let the French speak to their interactions with the Russians going forward, and we feel confident that our relationship with the French will, again, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the French. They're key members of the coalition. They were well before the events of Friday night in Paris, and we're confident that our interactions with the French will be as shoulder to shoulder with them, and will be as professional as they have been and will continue to be going forward. We don't have concerns about the French in terms of their own interactions with the Russians somehow in any way affecting the coalition operations. Laurent?
Do you think that the Paris attacks will bolster the role of France inside the coalition?
I think we're already seeing the role of France bolstered within the coalition. They were doing a significant amount before. They've been a strong partner in the coalition, and judging by what we've heard from the French government so far and the actions of the French government with regard to these most recent airstrikes, it seems pretty clear that they would like to expand their role, and we would like to do whatever we can to support the French in that effort, and we welcome others stepping up as well and providing more of a contribution to the coalition. But we have great respect for the French capabilities, and they're displaying some of those capabilities now.
I heard you said that France was second in terms of strikes on Syria or Iraq. I was not sure exactly of what you meant. What you meant.
My understanding is, in terms of combined airstrikes, they might be second in terms of nations providing those airstrikes. But we can check those numbers for you, Laurent.
Can you update the intelligence sharing?
Peter, do you have
sorry
confirmation that the strike targeted at Jihadi John, in fact, killed him?
David, I don't have any further confirmation of that. We certainly feel confident that we hit the target that was intended, but at this point we don't have any additional confirmation that the strike was successful. We certainly hope that it was. Yes, Tolga.
Thanks. I want to go back to Secretary Kerry's remarks regarding this cooperation with the Turks in terms of entering an operation. What he said exactly, he said we will be entering an operation with the Turks to secure the rest of the Turkish-Syrian border. The 25% is still under the control of ISIL. So if he meant about this smuggling or foreign fighters issue, is DOD involved with these efforts? Are you working with the Turkish authorities to secure the border? Do you have any personnel or advisory in Turkey specifically on this mission?
As I said, we've been working with Turkey on a host of issues. They've been part of this coalition. We've been working on border issues. I did not see the Secretary's comments directly, and I have a hard enough time keeping track of my own Secretary, much less Secretary Carter. So I'll refer you to the State Department to exactly what the Secretary was referring to, but I've made clear that we've been working with the Turks and have talked about these border issues for some time, and anything further that can be done to bolster the security along that border, particularly the flow of foreign fighters, we believe would be a good thing.
No, my question is there any DOD personnel in Turkey specifically working on this issue?
I'm not going to get into details about something that I'm not entirely sure you're referring to. So at this point, I'll refer you to the State Department for clarity on what Secretary Kerry is talking about, and leave it at that. I think that'd be the wiser thing for me to do. Yes.
Lalit here. On Secretary's meeting with General Sharif today, what was the issue of Afghanistan discussed with him? And secondly, does the Secretary think that Pakistan is taking enough action against Haqqani network for the Secretary to certify to the Congress for the release of 350 million CFR funds?
Yeah. I will talk to you in just broad terms about the conversation, but they discussed Afghanistan and the situation in Afghanistan and how there continues to be issues along the border and what can be done on the Pakistani side of the border, as well as within Afghanistan to try and foster a more stable situation, because it'd be in the interest of both countries. And they talked about that. And again, with regard to the Haqqani network, the Secretary made clear that the United States feels strongly about the need to go after groups like the Haqqani network that threaten the United States, threaten certainly U.S. forces operating in Afghanistan, and they both talk about the need to address that issue and other groups that pose a threat not only in Afghanistan but to Pakistan itself, and so that was part of the larger conversation.
Said that Secretary appreciated Pakistan's roles in counterterrorism operations in Pakistan and bordering Afghanistan. But given the recent reports, does the Secretary believe that Pakistan needs F-18 to fight against terrorism? Is that a useful tool to fight against terrorism?
There wasn't a discussion of particularly military hardware during the course of the conversation, and so they spoke in broad terms about the counterterrorism effort. And the sacrifices the Pakistanis have made, and the need for even additional effort in this area, again, on both sides of the border, Afghanistan and Pakistan. Gordon.
Can you expand a little bit on the deconfliction issue a little bit more?
Sure.
You guys have had this agreement in place for some weeks. Was this kind of really the first time that the U.S. and Russia have had to deconflict because of the nature of the geographical differences in where you were working, or can you characterize, like, have there been daily conversations, or is this the first time? And then also, how much time did they give you advance notice on this operation overnight?
My understanding is this was the first instance in which the Russians did provide us advance warning of some of their operations. I don't have the exact amount of time they gave us, but it was professional, is my understanding, and that there was advance warning in which giving us the opportunity, if we had aircraft in the area, that we could have made adjustments. That wasn't necessary in this case.
So does the addition of the kind of increased strikes from France change the kind of calculus of this deconfliction situation, or how does that change it at all, if anything?
Yeah, right now, Gordon, it hasn't changed anything for us, for the coalition, including the French. We're going to continue to hit our targets. The French are hitting their targets, and the Russians clearly have their own. We're not coordinating or cooperating with the Russians in terms of targets, but we are taking these steps, these important steps, to make sure that our pilots, our crews, and the Russian crews for that matter, do not come into conflict with one another. And in this particular instance, that system, those protocols, did work effectively, but that, to my understanding, is the first time that that's been triggered. Yes, Joe.
You have said that the Russians are striking, hitting their targets, and the French are doing the same thing. What is the significance of striking, bombing Raqqa, and why not like Mosul or other cities?
Well, the coalition is hitting other cities as well, and we have other targets beyond Raqqa on our list. I think you can tell that from the reports we've been providing to you on a regular basis. Raqqa is the center point of much of ISIL's operations, their self-appointed capital, and so it's not surprising that they would be a primary target, not just for the coalition, but for anyone who wants to go after ISIL.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Last Friday, the same day where the Pentagon announced striking Jihadi John, we have seen the attacks in Paris. The day before, the Pentagon has announced the liberation of Sinjar, and we have seen ISIS committing a suicide attack in Beirut. The question is, do you see any relation or the question is, if you hit ISIS inside Syria and inside Iraq, do you think this will diminish its capabilities to conduct suicide attacks outside the Syrian and the Iraqi territories?
Our goal, Joe, is to degrade and ultimately defeat ISIL, and that is wherever ISIL is conducting its business. And right now that is primarily in Syria and Iraq, and we're going to continue to take the fight to them because we believe that taking the fight to ISIL in these areas will also reduce the chances of their ability to hit us here in the homeland in the United States and other countries as well. And we're going to continue that effort, that we're also going to do everything we can in the United States as the Department of Defense and as a government to protect Americans here at home as this fight continues. And that involves a host of other agencies as well, taking steps, the necessary steps to protect this country as we've been doing for some time. In the back.
Yeah, Peter, hi. Just to follow up once again on the question about deconflicting with Russia. So you said that they, in this case, provided a professional amount of time to explain what they were going to do so that the U.S. could have adjusted their plans if they conflicted. So what happens when there is a conflict? Does the U.S. then get out of the way? Do they push back on Russia? What happens there?
We haven't adjusted our plans up to this point. Our missions flew as normal yesterday, and you're talking about a hypothetical situation that has not come to fruition, if you will. We are confident in our ability to conduct our operations safely and effectively. We're going to continue to operate at the same pace, if not a higher pace going forward. And we don't see any prospect right now for a problem. And if it reaches a point in the future where we have to have another conversation, we have a mechanism with which to do that. But we don't anticipate that's a problem. We're going to continue to wage our campaign as planned.
That must be something that this building is considering, right? I mean, Russia is expanding its campaign swiftly, and it's getting very, very close to where the U.S. is conducting its campaign. So, what's the point?
We have excellent situational awareness for our pilots. We feel confident that they can conduct their missions going forward in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term without interference from Russia. And again, we have this protocol in place, which is anticipated to address these kinds of situations. It worked in this instance. We believe it'll work going forward. And if we have to adjust it, we're prepared to have that conversation, but we're not there yet. Yes, let me go over here, and then I'll try and wrap up because I got to go to a meeting in 4 minutes.
Peter, what is the understanding on the Saudi use of those smart bombs, where they cannot use them, the proposal that's gone up to Congress? And also, given the general contentment on what the air status is, does that mean that we're not pushing for implementation of Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty?
Well, first on your first question, this is an arms sale, involves the State Department, and I'll just say broadly that obviously we precision-guided munitions.
Are they going to use them in Yemen? I mean, where are they going to use them?
I'll leave it to the Saudis to characterize where they're going to use.
Do we have restrictions? We only have restrictions on munitions controls, export controls.
We do. Again, I'll refer you to the State Department, which conducts, actually is responsible for these kinds of sales. But we've, as we've talked about in the past, with regard to munitions, we feel strongly about doing everything possible to limit the potential for civilian casualties, including on the part of our partners, and that's the same with Saudi Arabia. We've delivered that message in the past.
So where are they going to use them?
I can't speak to something that happens in the future.
Congress is going to ask.
Exactly, and that's the appropriate role for Congress. And these are questions that are part of any sale of military equipment.
$1 billion.
Correct, and this is something notice that's gone to Congress. And these are questions Congress obviously has the prerogative to ask, and part of the entire sales process that's, as I mentioned, is directed by the State Department specifically. So I'm not going to look into the future, into crystal ball. I can't anticipate. Tony, I'm sorry, your Article 5?
Article 5 of North Atlantic Treaty. Is there any push to use it? A number of the candidates have been calling for the implementation of Article 5.
Yeah, obviously this is a decision that would be, to invoke Article 5 would be something that France makes. So this is a decision for the French, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with the French. This is a difficult moment for them. We've tried to provide as much support as we can, and we respect whatever decision they make with regard to NATO.
So we would be supportive of their implementation.
We respect any decision the French choose to make in this area. Tony.
Excuse me, General Austin's here for these meetings with the Secretary. Can you see if he would do a briefing? He was reluctant, but he did one last year.
I will take that under advisement and pass it along.
I have a space question, not related to Iraq, Syria, or France.
Yep.
Yesterday, the Space World United Launch Alliance announced they were not going to compete for the first competitive military space launch, leaving SpaceX virtually the sole source. My question for you is, one of their reasons was the Pentagon declined to give them a waiver to use Russian-made RD-180 engines, a waiver to the current law, and that was one of the reasons they felt they couldn't compete. In retrospect, does DoD regret that decision? And why did you make it in the first place?
Well, I'm not going to talk about the source selection process for a process that's ongoing right now. So I can't talk about a contract that hasn't been awarded yet. So I'll leave it to the companies to discuss whether or not they bid or did not. But I'll point you back, Tony, to the comments of the Deputy Secretary, who said that the consideration was made as to whether or not a waiver was necessary. At this particular moment in time, the determination was a waiver was not necessary. And nothing's changed since the Deputy Secretary made those comments.
No regrets, though? You're going to have a sole source, basically, for the first competitive launch, military competitive launch program.
I can't talk about a contract award that hasn't been made yet, but these were considerations that the Deputy Secretary and others looked at carefully at that time. These are rules put in place by Congress, and we have to abide by those rules. And the Deputy Secretary, again, working with others here, looked carefully at this situation and decided that in this instance, at this particular moment in time, a waiver was not merited. So I got a last question here, and then I got to run.
A Japanese land minister on November 17th sued Okinawa governor and sending the long-running dispute between the central government and Okinawa prefecture over U.S. military base and construction to the court. So do you have any comment about that?
Yeah. The Department of Defense continues to believe that with the help of the government of Japan that this project will be able to move forward. And we thank the government of Japan for its efforts in this regard. And again, we believe that ultimately that the relocation of that facility is in the best interest of the people of Okinawa as well. And we're going to continue to work as closely with the government of Japan moving forward to try and make that happen. So thanks very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, now we are going to go live to the State Department where they are having their briefing.
Frankly, an additional layer of clearances or security that they need to pass in order to be accepted. Sure.
You didn't get to my question on the call this morning.
Sorry.
So,
Go ahead, man. It's okay.
How many of the Syrians that you've been screening as refugees have failed the process, and what reasons would cause them to fail the process?
I think what they talked about this morning was about 50% accepted and 50% who were...
But 50% of which number
either
of the
in
ones
train...
you've begun vetting?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
And what reasons would the others be refused then? Is it just a propensity for violence, or would ideological or cultural views fit into that?
Good question. I think a variety of criteria, among which is, and again, this was discussed on the background call earlier, and refer you to that transcript once we release it. But one of the things that was talked about was just the veracity of their stories, their documents, their documentation, where they came from, where they say they came, where their family is from, all that kind of stuff that adds into a story that tells their background, why they ended up where they are.
So
and
if
I think
they seem a bit dodgy, you turn them down.
I mean, I think
Have
that's
any
part
been
of the
turned down
screening
because
process.
they
Of
were
course.
ISIS infiltrators?
Well, I think that certainly, if there's any inclination that any of these pose a security risk. But let's just, again, take a step back and be very clear that the vast majority of these refugees, and we can't underscore this enough, I think, especially given the events of the last few days and some of the debate and discussions that's been going on domestically here in the United States, the vast majority of these refugees are victims of the very same violence that we saw in Paris, and frankly have been living and dealing with a level of violence, a level of brutality, of suffering and sacrifice that's incomprehensible to us, and they are seeking refuge. And their families, many of them, and we again talked about the head of family has been killed or whatever. These are vulnerable people, and they're seeking refuge. That's what this process is all about.
You can be a victim of horrific persecution and still have radical views.
I understand that. And again, there is a stringent process in place to look at all of these factors and to interview these individuals and to make sure, and it's part of the reason why it takes so darn long. I mean, it's 18 to 24 months to clear these individuals. And we talked about this, it's an interagency, multi-agency, layered interview process for these individuals to get clearance.
Mark,
Sorry, Brad.
have you ever rejected anyone as part of this process for terrorist sympathies, intentions, links?
I don't know the answer to that.
So you don't-
I can't say yes or no. I think that what goes into the review process is looking at, do any of these individuals pose a security risk to the United States of America? And that's always been first and foremost.
I understand that, but if you can't even say that you found one person to be a risk, you can see why people are at least saying, well, I question whether it's sufficient or the best tools or whatever. I'm not saying they're right, but if you can't say you found one person
and Brad, that's
all the people you looked at.
That may be, and I may be able to get you those numbers. I just don't have them in front of me.
Yes, just to check something.
Sure.
Please, sorry to...
No worries.
Is it, it was mentioned that 70% of those people are women and children. Is it true, or is just like a assumption?
70%, yes, I think that's right. No, that's actually accurate. Those are hard numbers, and I think actually there was one correcting, and it'll be corrected in our transcript. I think we said it was given to 25% or over 60. That's actually 2.5%, so slightly modified. Apologize for that.
Which is
getting a lot of grimaces around the room. Sorry.
I've already written that up.
Sorry.
So 70%.
It's the beauty of the World Wide Web. You can correct.
So 70% women and children?
I believe that's right. Is that right? Do you guys have it? We'll get it for you. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay,
just sorry.
Mark, what do you say
all
to
be out
people?
yeah, sure. Let's
What do you
finish
say to people who, some people are saying that, why do they have to come here? I mean, you mentioned the suffering that they've been through, but people ask why the United States so far away?
Sure. Well, a couple of thoughts about that. First off, Syrian refugees are only a small part of the overall number of refugees that we accept every year. And this has been an ongoing process since, I think, 1975, where we've accepted, I'm not sure the hard number, I forget it, but millions of refugees into the United States successfully from war-torn places around the world. And as I said, they've been, frankly, an asset for this country that is a nation largely of immigrants. And so, it's not just about, I understand that Syria is going through a tremendous conflict. There's lots of suffering, lots of displacement. Talked a lot about that. And we need to do our part in terms of accepting these and finding a home for these individuals, these families that have been uprooted because of the war there. And frankly, it speaks to who we are, and the president spoke eloquently about this yesterday, but who we are as Americans and the importance of accepting and sheltering those from other lands, other countries who have been, as I said, uprooted by war, uprooted by other natural or man-made crises and need refuge. And these people have all been vetted through the UNHCR. Please.
Syria. That piece of the border between Turkey and Syria that Secretary talked about, my question is, does the U.S. government believe that there needs to be some kind of ground forces to clear that zone? And if you do, who do you think is going to take care of that?
Well, I'd refer you to, the president spoke a little bit about this yesterday in terms of boots on the ground and in Syria, the possibility of boots on the ground, safe zones, all of that stuff. We've looked at a lot of these options. As the president has said very clearly, they involve tremendous logistics. I'm talking now about some kind of safe zone on the ground to maintain those kinds of places or those kinds of areas. In terms of boots on the ground, we have put special forces units to help, as we said, augment and accelerate our airstrikes against ISIL on the ground. And we're constantly looking at ways we can improve what we're already doing and really look at where we're succeeding and amplifying or accelerating those efforts. And we've tried to do that. Again, we moved away from the train and equip of moderate Syrian opposition that was, frankly, not meeting our expectations. And we put it now into assisting those forces on the ground who are having success. That's the formula that we feel is working. That's a formula we're going to continue to invest in. We're going to work closely with Turkey on all of these things and continue to have a dialogue with them.
So that formula worked with the Syrian Kurds mostly, and Turkey
and Arabs.
And Arabs.
Sure.
Turkey has a clear red line that the Syrian Kurds should not go over Jarablus, the piece we are talking about, piece of land. And the Turkish foreign minister just yesterday, right after the G20 summit, said that Turkish troops will not be used in that area. So my question is, U.S. is not coming, PYD is barred by Turkey, and Turkish ground forces not going there, yet the Secretary Kerry talk about some kind of operation are going to start. That's the question we are.
Yeah, and I'm just not going to get into specifics about any operations that we may or may not be about to embark on with Turkey, except to say what I've already said, which is we're well aware of Turkey's concerns. We're well aware of Turkey's concerns. We're in an ongoing dialogue with them about those concerns. We're always looking at ways we can leverage our joint strengths, and we're also keenly aware of Turkey's desire to secure its own borders.
Do you think Syrian Kurds can do the job there?
Syrian Turks?
Syrian Kurds
can
do the job there?
They've been very successful against ISIL, but as you said, Turkey has concerns. We've conveyed those concerns. Yeah, let's go.
Virginia Senator Richard Black has sent a letter to President Assad. He expressed his disappointment because the administration opposed the Russian help to the Syrian regime by providing tow missiles to the terrorists, as he said. Do you have any reaction or any comment on this?
So who's this? I'm sorry.
Richard Black.
And he sent a letter to
President Assad.
President Assad. Yeah, I'm not aware of him, but he's entitled to his views, I guess.
The Russians, so the State Department has been criticizing Russia for its air campaign up till a couple of days ago, saying that they're not attacking ISIL enough.
Yep.
And now the Russians are attacking ISIL, but they're sending these long-range bombers and dropping bombs from a very high altitude. And I guess we're wondering whether there's a concern, first of all, about coordinating with Russia, and also whether there's a concern about, now that they're getting more involved against ISIL, about the way that they're doing it, the methods that they're using, and whether that, this working together with the Russians somehow hurts the U.S. interests there.
So there were Russian cruise missile strikes, I think, last night in Syria. We did get and were provided with notice prior to the launch of these strikes, and that came via the Coalition Combined Air Operations Center in Qatar. And this was in accordance with the safety protocols that we agreed to with Russia in October. So we weren't surprised by these activities. Again, this is why this mechanism was put in place, in order to, obviously ensure that our air men and women are protected. Again, the coalition was aware of Russia's intention to use cruise missiles as well as their point of origin, so we were able to track the missiles to ensure the safe separation of airspace. And again, that's DoD can speak to this much better than I can, but that's been part of this process of deconflicting that we tried to set up in October.
What about the long-range bombers and high-altitude bombing that they're doing? That's not very, apparently not very
effective.
Well,
or
not very
precise.
Not very precise.
Yeah. I mean, we've. I can't specifically address an operation or an airstrike but in general, agree that we want to see any actions, any airstrikes taken by Russian assets in Syria, A, to be directed at ISIL, and B, to take into consideration possible civilian casualties.
No, there is more coordination with Russia, did you mean?
Again, I think, as I just stated, it was simply an example of that we have this deconfliction, however we want to refer to it, but this coordination in terms of knowing what they're about to do, their operations, and vice versa, so that we are able to avoid any mishaps.
Are there concerns, though, that these Russian strikes that are, that actually, there's people are posting pictures of a lot of civilians getting injured in these strikes. Is there concerns that hurts the U.S. position in the U.S. interests in that area?
Well, we've been very clear, and that we and the U.S. military certainly takes every precaution to avoid civilian casualties, and we've been very clear about asking that Russian forces do the same. Please, sir.
With regard to Syrian Arab Coalition, would you confirm United States provided second shipment of ammunition to Syrian Arab Coalition last weekend? Because
I think that's correct. I don't have it in my book anymore, but I believe that's correct. There was a second shipment. I'd refer you to the Department of Defense to confirm that.
Mark?
Yes. Hey, Nike. Yes.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Just because it's a pet peeve of mine when anonymous officials
You have a pet peeve?
dispense erroneous statistics. Can we get the other percentages they said confirmed? I think they said 50% of the Syrian refugees who've been accepted are children. 2% were men of combat age, and that it's been a roughly, I think they said slightly more men than women in general, but males.
So,
combat age. I think there's
yeah,
husbands.
single men of 2% were single men of combat age, and roughly even male-female breakdown.
So, I believe that, yes, I believe that, and of course, it'll all be corrected in the transcript, but all the other numbers were correct. The only erroneous number, and we are all human, Brad,
Yes.
but the only erroneous
That's
number
why we
was
go
that,
on the record
was that
sometimes.
25% over 60. That's actually 2.5%. Again, apologies for that.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Nikki.
On Russia, but different question.
Russia. Did you say
yeah,
Russia?
Russia.
Okay,
Russia.
great. Yeah.
I would like to get your comment on today. The Russian coming out and officially announced the cyanide was indeed by a homemade bomb. Do you share the same conclusion?
We are aware of those reports that Russia has made, Russian government has made about the cause of the crash of Metrojet Flight 9268. In our view, this is an Egyptian-led investigation, and we have not made our own determination about the cause of this incident, nor do I believe has the Egyptian government. However, we cannot rule out, and we've said this before, we cannot rule out at this stage and must consider the possibility that this crash could have been caused by terrorism and by an explosion on board. And we've said that for a matter of weeks now, but we still have not made a final determination. And again, this is an Egyptian-led investigation into this crash.
Is that a thing you do, make a separate determination, or will you just accept or not accept the Egyptian verdict?
Good question. I think we'll either accept or not accept the Egyptian verdict, but we may weigh in, as we have periodically on this. We have our own intelligence that we're in information about this, that we've periodically discussed. Yes, sir.
In your estimation, what is the reason that I understand the U.S. have offered to help with the investigation, but not, but they did not take the offer? What is the reason you think?
You'll have to ask them. I mean, honestly, I don't have an easy answer for you on that. We certainly, as we do in a lot of these cases, Nike, we offer assistance, we offer any kind of help we can provide. Certainly, this was a tragic incident, and there's always a search for answers, but also a need for support. We're always quick to try to offer that support, but it's up to the governments in question to really determine what their needs are. Yeah, please.
Yeah, two things. One, we have a story out saying that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has approved the marketing of land for the construction of 454 homes in 2 settlements in East Jerusalem. One of them, that is the one where there would be 436 of the housing units, is in the settlement of Ramat Shlomo, which you will recall was the subject of fairly harsh criticism from the administration and from Vice President Biden in particular when the plans were first put forward. And then the other one is 18 units in Ramot. Do you have any comment on this? I know it's not an initial thing. Good.
Sure.
Yeah, please.
No, I'm aware, obviously we are aware of these new tenders that have been offered. Our longstanding position in such actions in East Jerusalem, as well as in the West Bank, is very clear. We view this kind of activity as illegitimate and counterproductive to the cause of peace. We remain deeply concerned about Israel's current policy on settlements, including construction, planning, and retroactive legalizations. And we remain unequivocally opposed to these kinds of unilateral steps that, frankly, seek to prejudge the outcome of any negotiations.
One other thing, and beyond that, well, actually, just to follow up on that, beyond making that statement, is the administration going to do anything about this?
I mean, what we
say it, or are you going to?
Sure. I mean, what we always do is convey these concerns to the Israeli government. We have frank and candid exchanges with them on these issues every day. I'm not sure at what level we may convey this, but certainly we will convey our as I said, our disagreement on these actions.
And then,
yeah, go ahead, please.
And then, second thing, going back to the beginning of the briefing and Rwanda, is the U.S. government considering taking any action such as suspending or reducing foreign assistance to the government if it proceeds with this plan to allow President Kagame to stay in office longer?
Not at this time, but we expect President Kagame to follow through on his word and step down at the end of his current term. And if he does not, if he decides to remain in office, then that could impact U.S.-Rwanda relations going forward. Well, again, I don't want to be too specific here, and I don't have any announcements to make clearly because we're not at that juncture yet. Please, in the back.
Can I ask about a different group of refugees, the Chagosian people who were exiled as part of the creation of the U.S. military base on Diego Garcia?
Exactly.
So this year, the British government published a study showing that it was feasible for the Chagosians to go back to their homeland, to go back to Diego Garcia, the surrounding islands, which they've been demanding for now more than 40 years. Wondering if the U.S. government is opposed to their returning.
Sure. Well, first of all, just to clarify, I mean, the U.S. is essentially a tenant in Diego Garcia of the U.K., of Great Britain, and we use our facility there. And U.S. courts have found no legal basis, legal responsibility, rather, for these kinds of resettlement issues. And I just have to refer you to the UK for your follow-on questions about whether this is valid or not.
But if the UK is not opposed, would the U.S. government support a return?
Well, that would be, I think, and again, that's a hypothetical, but that would be a topic, I think, for discussion. Further discussion based on UK's intent or what they decide to do. But that's really, again, it rests with them to make that decision.
I believe there are negotiations about the lease, for the effective lease for the base on Diego Garcia going on right now. It's about to come up for renewal in next year, and wondering if the resettlement of the Chagosians is part of the conversation, part of those negotiations.
Not that I'm aware of, but again, I'm not privy to these negotiations. Look, I mean, we recognize the United Kingdom's sovereignty over Diego Garcia. Any decision for resettlement is, frankly, a decision for the UK, consistent with bilateral agreements governing Diego Garcia, or governing, rather, the U.S. presence on Diego Garcia. And as I said before, U.S. courts have found that the United States does not have any legal responsibility for resettlement. So I'd refer you to the United Kingdom.
Are the negotiations on the lease Pentagon or states?
Good question. I don't know. I can ask that and get back to you. I'll get back to you, I promise.
Aside from speaking from the podium, going back to the Syrian refugee issue,
sure.
What exactly is state going to be doing to address the concerns raised by state governors? Or
good question. I mean, we're doing a lot. Obviously, they spoke, these senior administration officials spoke a little bit about some of our efforts, and frankly, praised and lauded the work of these local communities in resettling many of these refugees, and how vital they are in the success of this program. I mean, this is, without overhyping it, this is in many ways, the resettlement of refugees, I'm not just talking about the Syrians, but certainly they're a component of this, is a really good news story that speaks to our nation as accepting of immigrants, as a nation of immigrants. But I would note, in terms of what your specific question, which is, and it's something I touched on yesterday, which is it was just outreach, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, talking to governors, talking to mayors, talking to these communities, hearing their concerns, and trying to address some of their concerns in light of some of the recent news out of Europe. That I can confirm that later today, there will be a call with governors as part of our ongoing outreach and communications to state and local officials. And in this call, they'll share and try to answer questions about the Syrian refugee admissions policy and security screening measures.
Can we expect a readout of that call?
No, that would be internal, or not internal, but only to the governors themselves. Please, sir.
One thing, is it correct that refugees receive the most stringent screening of any non-U.S. citizens admitted to this country?
So what I have is refugees are subject to the highest level of security checks of any category of traveler to the United States.
Okay. Second,
So anybody coming off a plane with a, anybody, yes, they are.
Okay, then second question, is it true that Syrian refugees receive the highest level of security screening of all refugees?
I know they receive an extra layer or an additional layer of security screening. I don't know, for example, in comparison to, say, I'm just picking Afghanistan or Iraq, whether it's a notch or two higher or it's the most stringent security screening. But I know it is an extra layer of security screening.
Could you check that one?
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, one more and then,
Just to clarify, you seem to be suggesting that the U.S. government has no responsibility for the Chagosians. The U.S. government paid $14 million to
It's
to
just,
get.
again, I'm not, by no means am I, speaking lightly of their plight or the situation. It's just, we are a tenant there, and it's really up to the UK government to speak to possibilities for settlement or all these issues involving the Chagosians.
But it's a tenant that paid for their removal, that paid the British government to remove them.
Again, I just have to refer you to the UK government. I apologize. Thanks.
All right there, folks. You do see that wrapping up State Department briefing coming to an end. We're about to switch out, everybody. Samia is coming up in just a little bit. We want to leave you with this. I will be back at 5 for a big show. Hope everyone has a great afternoon.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful day, a wonderful Tuesday. We have a lot of news to talk about. I never really got to any of these headlines this morning because I know we were getting that live feed in of that hearing with Attorney General Loretta Lynch. We're not getting that feed anymore, though, so I can finally talk to you guys out there in the world, on the internet. These are some of our top stories. The latest in the Paris attack investigation. As you guys know, we get daily and sometimes multiple times a day updates from Fox National, the latest in what we know so far. I'm going to play this story for you guys now and play some other Paris attack related clips for you. I had read this morning that a couple people were arrested in connection with the Paris attack that took place on Friday, and I'm going to go ahead and play this story for you now. Joel Waldman, Fox News. Let's hear what he has to say.
Officials will only say that people being detained came to the attention of the police through the terror investigation. Meanwhile, French authorities say they believe they found the car belonging to the one suspect who escaped Friday night's terror attacks in Paris. 2 women and 1 man in the small western German town of Alsdorf taken in for questioning as part of the ongoing investigation into the Paris attacks Friday, which left more than 120 dead and more than twice as many wounded. Alsdorf is located near the Belgian border, where 2 suspects believed to have direct ties to plotting and carrying out the attacks are from. The arrests come the same day Parisian investigators found a car believed to be used by several of the terrorists involved in the attacks.
I went out, I saw everything was blocked. Policemen were everywhere. I was afraid a little bit. I stayed in front of my door and armed policemen told me, go home, go home.
Meanwhile, Secretary of State John Kerry spoke with Fox News this morning during an unannounced visit to Paris. Kerry defended President Obama's stay-the-course approach when it comes to battling the Islamic State.
Most Americans do not want and don't think it's necessary to be sending massive numbers of American troops to occupy Syria.
Overnight, Russian military jets joined French fighters in bombing ISIS targets in Syria. Meanwhile, Russian intelligence officials say it was a bomb that brought down that Metrojet plane headed from Egypt to St. Petersburg, Russia. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
All right, guys, before I play clips related to the Paris attacks, I want to give you guys some breaking news. Apparently, there was a bomb outside of a stadium in Germany that was just thwarted. The stadium was being evacuated from what I understand. I see that this story is now trending on Twitter. This is really all the information I have. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you. Hanover trending nationwide. Let's just pull this up. German soccer stadium evacuated during international friendly match in Hanover. Apparently, police say there was a serious concrete threat of an explosive attack during the game. Angela Merkel and several senior German officials plan to attend the match in a show of solidarity with France. The French anthem was also to be played. Unconfirmed reports that an ambulance filled with explosives was discovered outside the stadium. Players from both teams were taken to undisclosed locations. Citizens have been asked to remain in their homes. So as you can see with our trending topics right here, these are some of the top topics right now. Here's a tweet from Anonymous. Police have confirmed there was a concrete plan to cause an explosion in Hanover Stadium. German stadium evacuated after ambulance filled with explosives found. Oh, this is a Fox source. So let's click. Here's everything we know about the Hanover evacuations, according to the Daily Mail, based out in the UK. Germany were due to take on Holland in an international friendly at the HDI Arena in Hanover tonight, but the match was canceled around 90 minutes before kickoff and the ground was evacuated. A bomb truck disguised as an ambulance was found, according to reports in Germany. Police confirmed there were concrete plans to cause an explosion and that there was a threat to the city. Police had earlier removed a suspicious suitcase from the ground and closed off roads leading into the area. German Chancellor Angela Merkel had been expected to attend the match with members of her cabinet. Germany had been playing France in Paris last Friday when terrorists launched a coordinated attack on the city. So this is all I have right now regarding this story. Thought I'd give you guys that update before I continue with my top 5. Okay, so we're going to continue with the latest in the Paris attack investigation. So you heard a little bit from John Kerry in that clip I showed you from Joel Wallman. Well, we have more clips from that John Kerry interview that he did with Fox News this morning. I'm going to go ahead and play that for you now. Let's listen into what our Secretary of State has to say.
Let me just cross the wire that there's a man in federal custody.
We have many communities that have been liberated from the clutches of Daesh. 100,000 Iraqis have been able to return to their homes in Tikrit. Ramadi, the fight for Ramadi is ongoing right now. The Beji refinery was liberated. The Sinjar was just liberated over the weekend. And what we're finding is that Daesh is routable. Literally, they were routed out of Sinjar. We believe that with the border now closing in Turkey, with the Turkish operation that we're putting together, with the increased pressure on Raqqa, we're going to continue to diminish their ability to get revenue, to spread their evil. And you're seeing it even in the last few days in our attacks. We took out 161 oil trucks. Most Americans do not want and don't think it's necessary to be sending massive numbers of American troops to occupy Syria. It didn't work so well in Iraq. And I think most people feel that is not the way to proceed here. The way to proceed is in a way that empowers the people in the region to fight their fight, to take control of their communities. We have the political track working simultaneously. Because if, with Iran and Russia and the rest of the countries at the table, in the next weeks, we can succeed in getting the opposition engaged with Assad himself in this negotiation, then it is possible somewhere in that period of time to have a ceasefire and to begin to turn greater attention against Daesh.
All right, guys, now we have this clip of Donald Trump from yesterday.
That's why all the folks on Rocky Top get their corn from a jar.
Wow!
You know, I just left a certain little thing where I was watching our president talking. Boy, he does not get it. He doesn't get it. And you know, you hear the term radical Islamic terrorism. He won't say it. He won't say it. And you can't solve a problem if you refuse to talk about what the problem is. And he won't talk about it. I don't know what's going on with this man. I don't know what's going on. And you know who else won't talk about it? Hillary. She won't talk about it. Hillary. She won't talk about it. And how about Bernie? Not that he matters because it's over for him. No, it's over. Paris is one of the places in the world that's toughest on guns, all right? And France. So you had all of these people sitting in these different places, no protection whatsoever, and these animals come in and start shooting up. There was nothing anybody can do. I know one thing, in this room, it's a whole different story, right? It's a different story. Now, think, I take a lot of heat where I say guns, you got to have them. I'm a big, big, big Second Amendment person. Big. Big. And I take heat from some people, and I tell them, and last night I said, if 20 of those people, you don't need more, but could have been more, could have been all of them, but if 20 of those people that were shot viciously, and if you heard the stories, come on over, boom. Come on over, boom. Come here, boom. One after another, hundreds of people. Plenty are dying and will be dead. Now, if you had 25 people in there that had guns, okay, it would have been a totally different story, folks.
All right, guys, so that was Trump from yesterday. I showed you John Kerry's interview with Fox News this morning. I'm going to go ahead and show you Sarah Palin's interview with Fox and Friends now.
And there, Putin is doing his job. You have to hand it to the man that nobody has to guess whose side he is on. He's putting his people first and doing the right thing. And I think that maybe some other leaders could kind of learn from some of that he is exuding. Yeah. That's great. Well, I think we have no choice but to do everything possible, everything within our power, and working with allies to get in there and, eradicate the evil. But we have to be vigilant and aware that Putin, in many respects, is part of some evil. So we have to, like Reagan's old trust but verify, we have to be more vigilant than ever when it comes to working with Putin. Don't you? And there is such denial when it comes to what much of these radical Muslims represent and what they believe in. And it's a dangerous position for the people who are being served by our leaders who refuse to identify the enemy, because obviously you don't identify the enemy. How the heck are you going to go in there and get rid of them? We know that ISIS is now threatening louder than ever that they're going to come get us. They hate us. New York. They hate Israel. They hate our allies. And yet, yes, it seems that our president is just satisfied with what we're doing, which isn't enough. There isn't a Democrat candidate who is strong enough for any of the people of America if our desire is to stay safe and sovereign. Thankfully, we do have Republicans in that field who are hawkish enough at this time that, they know that... What do you think? Well, thankfully, Ted Cruz is extremely strong on this. Donald Trump, of course, he's the one who will most candidly tell you, let's get in there and, you bomb something out of them. Which I wrote a Christian book, so I'm not able, It is amazing. God's omnipotence, his wisdom, he was able to provide this wisdom to the writers of the Old and New Testament to answer every single one of the challenges that we face today as a nation and personally. I just want to show people where to look in the Word, where they can find a verse that answers the question as to what do you do with refugees? Right. What do you do about a perverse tax system? What do you do about defending yourself with arms? Believe it or not, there are specific answers to everything we're facing today.
I love this. All right, now let's listen in on what Marco Rubio has to say in terms of the fight against ISIS.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you again in Milwaukee 1 week, Washington, D.C. next. There we go.
From a strategic point of view, the U.S. still does not have a well-defined strategy, and in the absence of an American strategy towards ISIS and jihadism in general, you won't be able to pull together a global coalition that's effective. Only American leadership can provide the outlines of such a strategy, and only American leadership can lead such a coalition. The president is constrained by not only his ideology on this issue, but also by the domestic political considerations of not wanting to re-entangle us in yet another conflict. But the truth is we're entangled in this conflict. And the choice before us is, do we confront it while it still remains largely based in Iraq, Syria, and Libya, or do we allow it to continue to expand the way it is now doing? It is my belief that ultimately ISIS can only be defeated by Sunnis themselves. They must be rejected ideologically and defeated militarily by Sunnis. I believe Sunnis will have to be the predominant force on the ground that defeats them militarily.
All right, now we have the British Prime Minister's take on the fight against ISIS. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to make a statement on the terrorist attack in Paris and the G20 in Turkey this weekend. My firm conviction is that we need to act against ISIL in Syria. There is a compelling case for doing so. It is for the government, I accept, to make that case to this House and to the country. I can therefore announce that as a first important step to do so, I will respond personally to the report of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. I will set out our comprehensive strategy for dealing with ISIL, our vision for a more stable and peaceful Middle East. Now, this strategy, in my view, should include taking the action in Syria I've spoken about. For the first time, to work together to strengthen global aviation security. I've always said there's a strong case for us doing so. Our allies are asking us to do this, and the case for doing so has only grown stronger after the Paris attacks. We cannot expect, we should not expect, others to carry the burdens and the risks of protecting our country. Now, and that is what this government will always do. The terrorist aim is clear. It is to divide us and to destroy our way of life. So now more than ever, we must come together and stand united, carrying on with the way of life that we know and that we love. Tonight, England will play France at Wembley. This match is going ahead. Our people stand together, and as they have done so many times throughout history when faced with evil. And once again, together, we will prevail, and I commend this statement to the House.
All right, guys, now we have GOP on Paris attacks.
The terror attack in Paris is already having an impact on the 2016 campaign trail. Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush says the U.S. should declare war on ISIS. Others, like Texas Senator Ted Cruz, are emphasizing how they'd handle those fleeing the region if they were commander-in-chief.
We shouldn't be bringing in tens of thousands of Syrian Muslim refugees. Instead, we should be resettling them humanely in Middle Eastern countries that are majority Muslim.
Cruz's call yesterday to allow Christian refugees into the country, saying there's not a meaningful risk that they will commit terrorist acts, hit a nerve with President Obama.
We don't have religious tests to our compassion.
However, Cruz had a different tone and message on Special Report last year.
We have welcomed refugees, the tired, huddled masses for centuries. That's been the history of the United States. We should continue to do so.
Businesswoman Carly Fiorina ripped the president for taking a victory lap on ISIS before the Paris attack.
ISIS is not a JV team, Mr. President. They are not contained. They are at our shores, and they measure their victory in body count.
A day after Dr. Ben Carson seemed to struggle on Fox News Sunday on how he'd build a coalition to fight ISIS, in Nevada, Carson read a statement from his phone calling on Congress to strip public funding for resettling refugees and suggested a different kind of screening.
We should apply ideological tests. And I would be very reticent to bring in people who are ideologically opposed to the ideal of America.
Yesterday, Florida Senator Marco Rubio said it's impossible to vet those fleeing Syria.
We won't be able to take more refugees. It's not that we don't want to, it's that we can't, because there's no way to background check someone that's coming from Syria.
The Statue of Liberty says, bring us your tired and your weary. It didn't say, bring us your terrorists.
Meanwhile, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, a former U.S. attorney, played to his strength by emphasizing getting tough on terror.
We must never allow this cult of evil to take hold in our country or to live amongst us. It is the antithesis of what it means to be a free American.
Meanwhile, Kentucky Senator Rand Paul has announced legislation that would suspend visas for countries with a high risk of terrorism. It would also impose a 30-day waiting period for background checks on visas for people from other countries. In Washington, Mike Emanuel,
Fox News.
All right, now another story from Fox National, this one about the G20
Facing
summit.
increasing pressure to confront ISIS more aggressively, President Obama today defiantly defended his administration's evolving strategy to fight the terror group.
There will be an intensification of the strategy that we put forward, but the strategy that we are putting forward is the strategy that ultimately is going to work. But as I said from the start, it's going to take time.
Despite vowing to redouble our efforts, critics have accused the president of being increasingly isolated in his preference to let other countries, not the United States, lead the way when it comes to pursuing ISIS, the group about which the president recently proclaimed,
I don't think they're gaining strength. What is true is that from the start, our goal has been first to contain, and we have contained them.
That was Friday, just hours before the deadly attacks on Paris that claimed the lives of more than 120 and injured hundreds more. A stinging setback for a leader who hoped to build a legacy of ending America's wars, not extending them.
Folks want to pop off and have opinions about what they think they would do, present a specific plan. If they think that somehow their advisors are better than the chairman of my Joint Chiefs of Staff and the folks who are actually on the ground, I want to meet them. And we can have that debate.
Meanwhile, on the sidelines at the G20, the president and Russian President Vladimir Putin met for 35 minutes on Sunday. Despite Putin's steadfast support of the Assad regime in Syria, the two men forged an uneasy alliance in the hopes of helping to stabilize the country, agreeing that a Syrian-led, Syrian-owned political transition would help expedite the end of the Assad regime, and that the United Nations could help bring that about by mediating between the opposition and Syrian government after an accepted ceasefire. Also over the weekend, Secretary of State John Kerry and many foreign ministers attending the G20 met in Vienna, outlining their own plan for peace in Syria, suggesting a 2-year process ending with elections in a country so beset by violence it spawned the largest migration to Europe since World War II. For its part, the White House has maintained its intention to welcome to the U.S. around 10,000 Syrian refugees over the next year.
Slamming the door in their faces would be a betrayal of our values. Our nations can welcome refugees who are desperately seeking safety and ensure our own security. We can and must do both.
He should absolutely suspend it unless they can show 100% that a person is not involved with ISIS. Because right now there is no responsible way to do the vetting, and that's the reality. And why people like Ben Rhodes continue to say this is beyond me.
In addition to pushing for a political solution in Turkey, the president urged leaders here at the G20 to once again produce a strong climate communique. That, of course, is ahead of the upcoming climate summit, which is set to take place in Paris next month. Traveling with the president in Turkey, Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin Cork has a fun job traveling with the president. He had to add that in his sign-off. I thought that was interesting. All right, let's listen to Governor Kasich's take on
There is no
refugees.
way that we can put any of our people at risk by bringing people in at this point. You asked the question, should anybody come in here before the end of the year? The answer to that should be no. We cannot jeopardize our people. And so it's not just the issue of the heart, it's also an issue of the head. And so I hope that perhaps the Congress can get involved in this and to say, we're not going to do this. We cannot let people in here unless we know clearly who they are. I think we really ought to be pretty unanimous on all sides that we cannot put ourselves at more risk than we already find ourselves at this point. And hopefully cooler heads will prevail. This is not a matter of compassion. This is not a matter of the heart. This is a matter of judgment and concern about our people inside the United States of America. It's about our families. It's about our neighborhoods. It's about our communities. So let me be clear. There should be nothing done on this, no more entry into this country at this point in time until a significant amount of time has been invested in who these people are. And if we can't determine who they are, then they can't come in. It's just that simple.
All right, now we have the governor of North Carolina speaking out, Governor McCrory, on Fox and
I have a responsibility as governor. My number one responsibility is to protect the citizens of North Carolina. And by the way, the president's number one responsibility is to protect the people of the United States. So I would not be fulfilling my oath of office unless I protected the people of North Carolina. And it's fair for the governors to ask the question, what type of background check can you do on individuals coming from a country that's torn apart, in which I'm sure it's very, very difficult to seek any records or background checks from these individuals. We're asking, what type of background checks are you actually going through? How long is it taking? And can that information be supplied to local state officials? We've accepted 59 Syrian refugees since the beginning of the year, but since then the president has announced that he's going to go from 2,000 to 12,000. So we don't know what the new numbers are and how many will be coming in, because they're actually delivered directly to nonprofit agencies who, by the way, want to help these people. But at the same time, our public safety people need to know about this, because in fact a recent Homeland Security report from the House of Representatives state that one of their goals is to infiltrate the refugee population and possibly impact us right here in North Carolina or throughout the United States. And that's where we need this reassurance and communications.
All right, now we have Governor Baker of Massachusetts speaking out
My
on the
view
same
on this
issue.
is that the safety and security of the people of the Commonwealth of Mass is my highest priority.
And we have Nikki Haley, who
if we
is
think
not
in any way
refusing them.
whatsoever South Carolinians are going to be in danger, we're going to change our policy.
And here is a story in general about this.
The
Syrian
Obama
debate.
administration is moving forward with its plans to settle next year 10,000 Syrian refugees in the United States. Now several governors say their states will refuse them. In a letter to President Obama this morning, Texas Governor Greg Abbott wrote, quote, "Neither you nor any federal official can guarantee that Syrian refugees will not be part of any terroristic activity." Abbott joins Republican governors in Michigan, Alabama, Arkansas, Illinois, and about a dozen others in promising to block Syrian refugees from settling in their states. And now the chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee is requesting the president temporarily suspend his refugee program, saying intelligence officials have repeatedly indicated they lack the on-the-ground intelligence to properly vet Syrians attempting to relocate to the United States.
We know that ISIS, in their own words, have said, we want to exploit the program to infiltrate the West. And that's exactly what they did.
Republicans are attacking all fronts of the president's counterterrorism strategy. Over the weekend, the Department of Defense said it has transferred 5 Yemeni inmates from Guantanamo Bay Prison to the United Arab Emirates, as the administration moves forward in closing Gitmo and explores options to bring other detainees to the United States.
To shut down Guantanamo, bring in the worst of the worst. I saw Khalid Sheikh Mohammed down there, evil incarnate, mastermind 9/11. I don't want him in the United States of America.
Administration officials maintain closing the detention center at Guantanamo Bay robs militants of a recruiting tool, as Gitmo, they say, tarnishes the U.S.'s image. As for the refugee program, a senior administration official tells Fox that rejecting the Syrians would be slamming the door in their faces and a betrayal of American values, claiming the U.S. will only accept the victims of ISIS, not its operatives.
We have very robust vetting procedures for those refugees. It involves our intelligence community, our National Counterterrorism Center, extensive interviews, vetting them against all the available information.
And there are questions over whether the governors can legally refuse these refugees. To that, a senior Obama administration official would only tell us that the federal government continues consulting with states on this issue and that more than 180 cities nationwide have already committed to welcoming these refugees. In Washington, Rich Edson, Fox News.
All right, guys, now we have Governor Bryant on Syrian refugees. He's the governor of Mississippi.
We don't know who these individuals are. Any idea that you can do a background check of someone that's been living in Syria is just absolutely ridiculous. These are dangerous times. We are at war, whether people want to admit it or not, and we want to keep Mississippi out of that war here on the home front. We're trying as best we can now, working with the Department of Public Safety, Homeland Security, to identify anyone that may be here as a refugee. To our knowledge, we've been unable to identify anyone.
And now Governor Snyder from Michigan.
Is your decision on the refugees permanent?
No, Tim, and that the statement was actually saying we were going to suspend things until we had a chance to talk to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And when you have events like this happen, Tim, it raises questions about how those attacks took place, again, in other parts of the world, but shouldn't we be looking at how they took place once we gather information to say, do any practices need to be revised or changed to take into account new information? most people are not terrorists, and we need to be thoughtful about helping people around the world. This is just to be prudent to make sure that some terrorist element is not entering our country. And again, it's to work with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to do that. But again, we want to be an opening, welcoming place for people around the world.
All right, now here we have the governor of Vermont who would welcome the Syrian refugees.
The refugees from Syria are no different than the refugees from anywhere else in the world. They are families, moms, dads, children, escaping a horrid situation in their native countries. And that's what built America. Most of us here can tell of stories of relatives who left a country because of war, because of tragedy, because of political unrest, because they feared for their lives. So I would encourage us to do what Vermont has always done and be sensible, but be open to folks who are suffering. The refugee settlement program in America has a good track record. We root out folks who should not be accepted. It takes months and months and months to get through. And I think that the governors who are taking those actions are stomping on the qualities that make America great, which is reaching out to folks when they're in trouble and offering them help, not hurting them. You know, I think it's the spirit of all Vermonters to ensure that when you have folks who are drowning, who are dying in the pursuit of freedom, that Vermont does its part.
Hey everyone, live
And
pictures
here
tonight
is,
from
the
Paris,
story
where the
about
Eiffel
Governor
Tower,
Ducey.
one of the most
Governor
iconic
Ducey,
landmarks
Arizona,
in
one of the
Paris,
states that are
bathed
refusing
in the colors
refugees.
of the French flag. The tower was closed Friday night following the terror attacks in Paris, but it reopened today, bathed in blue and white and red, and it will remain illuminated with France's flag colors for the next 3 days.
And at our state capital, Arizona, joining in the nation and the world mourning those terrorist attacks in Paris on Friday. Governor Doug Ducey ordering all flags lowered to half staff.
Tonight, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey is one of nearly 24 governors across the country refusing to take refugees from ISIS strongholds. We'll have more on that in a minute.
But first, the latest out of Paris, just announced minutes ago, a soccer match between Belgium and Spain has been canceled in Brussels because of all of this. French police conducting more than 160 raids overnight. There is an international manhunt for the suspected mastermind of the attacks, a 27-year-old Belgian national. Authorities are also looking for a 26-year-old Salah Abdeslam, who they say was directly involved in Friday night's attack.
Meantime, the French military carried out airstrikes in and around the Islamic State capital of Raqqa, Syria.
And in a new ISIS video, the militants threatening the countries taking part in airstrikes against Syria and specifically named the U.S., Washington, D.C., as a target.
Governors across the country now, they want to stop accepting refugees, specifically Syrian refugees, in the wake of last week's attack in Paris. That includes Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. Experts, though, are saying that these governors lack the legal authority to actually block relocations.
Fox 10's Mark Martinez stopped by the International Rescue Committee in Phoenix for reaction, and he's live with the story. Mark.
Yeah, John and Carrie, that is right. We've heard so far 20 states and counting have said they do not want to allow Syrian refugees into their states, including Arizona. Governor Ducey making that announcement today. Now, President Obama, before the attacks, had pledged to accept about 10,000 Syrian refugees over the next year to cities across the country. But groups that work with refugees point out that those fleeing civil war in Syria trying to escape the exact attacks that happened in France.
These are families. These are husbands and wives and mothers and children and who are coming for a better life, for safety.
Donna Magnuson is the executive director of the IRC, or International Rescue Committee, a group that helps refugees get settled once they arrive on U.S. soil.
They come with a plastic bag with their documents because in the middle of the night someone has told them they had to flee their home, and they prayed to God that they were able to gather their family and run quick enough.
She says she was disheartened to see Governor Ducey, among the many governors across the country, calling for an immediate halt to any new refugees in Arizona after the attacks in France Friday. Magnuson says it takes years for refugees to ever arrive in a safe haven country.
Refugees are the most vetted group of individuals entering U.S. soil. They have the most security screening. I have members of my staff who took 22 years to get to the U.S.
She says she's hoping Governor Ducey will reconsider his decision.
The U.S. has a very strict policy regarding refugee resettlement. It has a long-standing history of being able to resettle refugees to our shores, and it is a very slow-moving train for a reason.
And again, the number of governors saying they don't want refugees from Syria into their states has been growing all day. But under the Constitution, immigration policy is set by the federal government, which determines someone's refugee status. So Governor Ducey has said in his statements he wants that law changed. But again, it looks like for now, the federal law will trump the state's laws. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
All right, guys, that was Mark's story from yesterday. Linda Williams also had a story related to the Paris.
It's a story that is
attacks.
developing by the minute.
New information tonight about how the attacks in Paris were carried out and which U.S. city ISIS may be targeting next. Today, the Eiffel Tower finally reopening, shining the colors of the French flag. Arizona Secretary of State, the U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry arriving in the country, promising to defeat the terror group.
President Obama also earlier today spoke about the attacks, ruling out sending troops on the ground in Syria, saying the U.S. will continue to launch airstrikes and will work with allies to dismantle the group's organization and control. It's believed a 27-year-old Belgian national is the mastermind behind these attacks, and we've also learned today that the attackers may have used PlayStations to communicate with one another.
Meanwhile, a video has now surfaced promising more attacks, naming Washington, D.C. as a target, and the mayor of that city has ordered heightened security around the city in response.
The attacks are now starting to affect some travel to Paris. One hotel group says bookings are off now 50% since the attacks. But local experts say people won't stay away from the City of Light for long. Linda Williams joins us live. Linda, people are willing in time to go back, of course.
They're willing right now. I don't think they're going to wait too long before they start going back. Consider this, John. In 2013, more than 32 million people visited the City of Lights to see the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, the list goes on. What kind of impact, is the question now, will Friday's terror have on tourism? Known worldwide as a city of lights, a city of love, Scottsdale travel agent Estelle Wilkinson has been sending honeymooners and families to Paris for decades. She herself is a French citizen and says terrorists cannot steal the city's magic, but she knows tourism will take a hit.
Of course. It's going to take a hit. Some people are just going to be scared.
Wilkinson books 7 to 8 honeymoons to Paris a year. She and her family go often and were just there last June. She has booked 3 couples to travel to the City of Lights in January, and she says they still intend to go. She advises now more than ever for people to buy travel insurance.
If the clients were booked in January and they're afraid to go, they could cancel for any reason and get their money back. So that's a big thing to encourage people or clients to have.
AAA Travel says its members who have called them about the Paris attacks say they will still go.
This is a sincere tragedy, but it's not going to stop true travelers from going and experiencing the world that they want to see.
You haven't had anyone call to cancel, anyone call to delay, anyone saying I'm feeling jittery?
Not at all.
Wilkinson says the safety of her clients is most important, and she gives them information so they can make up their own minds, though she does have her own opinion.
Just go. There's no reason not to visit it. If you stop visiting all these major national monuments and sites, the terrorists win.
Wilkinson says with security now being tightened around Europe, she believes France is safer now than ever. But the shock and the horror of November 13th will resound through the years, much as the shock and horror of September 11th does for our country. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
All right, guys, now here's a story from Doug Luzader from this morning.
There have always been concerns that there are a number of enticing targets here in Washington for terrorists, but this latest threat from ISIS has D.C. and federal officials taking security to a new level. With Paris still grieving and police agencies in France and Belgium on the hunt for those who helped plan and carry out the attacks, now there is a new threat from ISIS, a video that specifically cites Rome and Washington, D.C. as future targets. Capitol Police responded, calling that building an appealing target and promising more security. And throughout the city, beefed up patrols from both city and federal law enforcement.
There is practice cooperation among our police department and the federal agencies. And I can tell you without hesitation, I'm pleased with that level of cooperation.
But federal intelligence agencies look at the Paris attacks and all of the planning involved in carrying them out, and fear that future attacks may already be in the works.
So I would anticipate that this is not the only operation that ISIL has in the pipeline.
Slamming the door in their faces would be a betrayal of our values.
President Obama, meantime, defending his plans to allow thousands of Syrian refugees to come to the United States. But at least one of the attackers in Paris may have come with a wave of Syrians into Europe. And now the governors of more than a dozen states have made it clear that they will not fully cooperate with that plan unless the federal government can properly vet the Syrians.
I instructed my agencies to do was to cease and desist that cooperation with the federal government until we received the absolute assurance that individuals that they were seeking to place in Indiana represented no threat to our people.
And as far as Washington is concerned, U.S. intelligence officials have made it clear that they don't know of any specific threats, just the general one issued yesterday by ISIS. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Speaking of threats, here's a story out of California. Super Bowl security.
Super Bowl 50 is expected to bring in more than 1 million people to the Bay Area, not just for the big game, but events leading up to it, making it a prime target for terrorists.
You know, our hearts and prayers go out to the people in Paris, and I think it just brings it home that this is very serious. And, you know, when we are developing these plans and people have to go through special checkpoints or metal detectors or, you know, different sorts of precaution, I think this is the reason why.
Santa Clara Police Chief Mike Sellers says his team has been preparing for any terrorist threat since the NFL announced Santa Clara would host the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Besides extra law enforcement in uniform and plain clothes, he says they'll be paying close attention to soft or unprotected targets outside Levi's Stadium.
We are working with all the business communities, the hotels, the restaurants, finding out if they are actually having any special events leading up to the Super Bowl, so that we're working coordination with them.
The systems that we're putting into place are the top level security systems.
The VTA says it's also reviewing security plans to better protect riders. Among the security measures, new software that allows them to share real-time security video with the NFL. The Super Bowl 50 host committee in charge of the week-long events surrounding the Super Bowl sent us this statement saying the host committee is working in lockstep with the NFL, city officials, and public safety officials to create a safe and secure environment. Official host committee events, including Super Bowl City, will be made safe and secure with procedures such as around-the-clock security and bag checks at designated entry points. Fans we spoke to today say the Paris attacks won't prevent them from going to games.
Trust our authorities. We are the leader in security worldwide. People look to us for standards, and I'm pretty sure that we will know what to do.
I think you always worry. You worry if you go to a shopping mall, but you can't let that stop you from living your life.
All right, now we have this story about how terrorists using technology.
Experts say it's clear a lot of planning went into the terror attacks in Paris on Friday.
So planning requires communications. And then the question is asked, how come the intelligence agencies didn't pick up on their communications to determine that there was something going on?
Herb Lynn studies cybersecurity at Stanford University. He says the concern is the terrorists may be communicating in ways law enforcement doesn't have access to, possibly through encryption services accessible on apps.
It's certainly possible to have applications, to communicate with applications that no government agency can get into. That's certainly a possible thing to do. Whether or not that actually happened in this case, I think the answer is nobody knows.
Today at the G20 summit in Turkey, President Obama said the U.S. had no intelligence information ahead of the Paris attacks that would have given a clue an attack was imminent. Eric Goldman teaches law at Santa Clara University and also has worked with the High Tech Law Institute. He says it would be difficult for terrorists to plan something and leave no clues behind.
So the data trails are there. They just
are buried among the volume of other information that's being generated through the surveillance.
Thomas Henriksen studies counterterrorism at Stanford's Hoover Institution. He says terrorists adapt their tactics and will think differently, even low-tech, to reach their goal.
We see them intended for one thing, such as a game, or to use our computer. They see it for quite a bit another. And that's very hard to get into that sort of mindset.
Experts say the attacks in Paris are reigniting a debate. Should law enforcement have so-called backdoor access to encrypted or private messages? Or is that giving the government too much access that encroaches on privacy? At Stanford, Maureen Naylor, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on most of our videos related to either the attack in France or the issue of refugees from Syria. I want to go ahead and show you one quick map regarding Arizona and other states that are refusing refugees. Some of you may be wondering, well, which states are willingly accepting refugees? And so I have this map. We know 22 states at least not accepting refugees. Go ahead and take a look at this map right here. It's color coded so you can see who's accepting, who's not accepting, and who has not commented. So green means they're accepting. So California, Utah, Colorado, Montana, Washington, Minnesota, Missouri, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Rhode Island, and Connecticut all accepting. Accepting but lobbying for increased screening is Nevada, Idaho, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and that is about it. Oh, perhaps New Hampshire is also in that category. Not accepting. Arizona, Texas, Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Delaware, Massachusetts, and Maine. And then the states that have not issued a statement so far: Oregon, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Kentucky, West Virginia, New York. Oh, that's not Delaware, that's New Jersey. So there's that map. All right, moving on to our number 3 bullet point. Russia confirms a bomb took down that plane. We are talking about the plane that was going from Egypt to Russia. 224 people, all of them killed. What was interesting about that at the time when we first learned about it is the fact that the plane broke up mid-air, which is what led intelligence officials to believe that a bomb caused the issue. Now, the United States has been saying that it's a bomb. The UK has been saying it's a bomb. Well, finally now Russian authorities have come out and said, yes, a homemade bomb caused that plane crash, that unfortunate plane crash in Egypt a few weeks back. In fact, we have a story on this specific issue. Let me just pull this up for you guys. And this Fox News reporter will give us a full update.
Russian investigators now say it was a bomb which destroyed a civilian aircraft flying out of Egypt last month. Most of those on board were Russian.
A homemade explosive device equivalent to 1 kilogram of TNT went off on board, which caused the plane to break up in the air. I can certainly say that this was a terrorist act.
The head of Russia's security service say they found traces of a homemade explosive on personal items and baggage in the wreckage of the plane. Russian President Vladimir Putin is vowing to hunt down those responsible and to intensify airstrikes on Islamist extremist targets in Syria.
We shall not only continue the work of our military aviation in Syria, we will strengthen it in a way that criminals understand. Revenge is inevitable.
Russia initially played down claims from Western countries that the crash, which killed 224 people, was a terrorist incident. It said it wanted the investigation to run its course before making any conclusions. But President Putin is now clear about Russia's response to what it sees as a terror attack.
We won't be wiping tears from our souls and hearts. This tragedy will remain with us forever. We will find them in any place on earth and punish them.
Russia's security service is offering a $50 million reward for any information leading to the arrests of the bombers who brought down the plane. But the Egyptian aviation authorities say they still haven't seen any evidence of a criminal act. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News.
All right, moving on to bullet point number 4. This is a hot topic, hot story. We've been talking about it since yesterday afternoon when we heard rumors that Charlie Sheen would be talking about this on the Today Show this morning. Well, those rumors were confirmed. Charlie Sheen did appear on the Today Show this morning and did confirm to Matt Lauer that he is indeed HIV positive. Now, this was big news. It was trending all over Twitter this morning. Charlie Sheen was the trend all over the internet. Even hashtag Charlie Sheen was trending even this afternoon. Basically, this is some of what Charlie Sheen had to say. It's a hard 3 letters to absorb. It's a turning point in one's life. Sheen said he made the announcement to end a smear campaign and people trying to extort him. Quote, I have to put a stop to this onslaught, this barrage of attacks and of sub-truths and very harmful and mercurial stories that are about me, threatening the health of so many others that couldn't be further from the truth. Now, Sheen said he's trusted the diagnosis with people he thought he could confide in, but has paid out upwards of $10 million to keep this illness a secret. What people forget is that that's money they're taking from my children, he said about the shakedowns he's experienced. I trusted them and they were deep in my inner circle, and I thought they could be helpful. My trust turned to their treason. He said that appearing on the Today Show will help put a stop to those payouts. Quote, that's my goal. That's not my only goal. I think I released myself from this prison today. Sheen said he was diagnosed roughly 4 years ago, but doesn't know how he contracted the virus. It started with what I thought was a series of crushing headaches. I thought I had a brain tumor. I thought it was over. He also insisted it was impossible that he knowingly transmitted the virus to others. While he admitted to having unprotected sex with 2 people since the diagnosis, both were informed ahead of time and have been under the care of his doctor. But Sheen dismissed the idea that he engaged in high-risk behaviors. You're talking about needles and that whole mess? No, definitely not, he said. Now, the actor's physician, Dr. Robert Huizenga, told the press Charlie Sheen does not have AIDS. Now, while an HIV-positive diagnosis used to be considered a death sentence, and there is still no cure, medical advancements have helped to turn it into a manageable illness. However, antiviral drugs may have to be taken for a lifetime. Now, Sheen revealed that he takes 4 pills every day, and his doctor said the main battle facing the actor is not related to HIV, but relapsing into substance abuse problems or entering into depression related to his diagnosis. His doctor said, we're petrified about Charlie. We're so anxious that if he were overly depressed, if he was abusing substance, he would forget these pills, and that's been an incredible worry. Magically, somehow, in the midst of incredible personal mayhem, he's managed to continue to take those medications. Sheen said he hopes by going public with the diagnosis, it will help dispel the stigma of HIV. Saying, I have a responsibility now to better myself and to help a lot of other people, and hopefully with what we're doing today, others will come forward and say, thanks, Charlie. Now, Charlie Sheen said he told his ex-wives Denise Richards and Brooke Mueller about the diagnosis when he found out. He also shared the news recently with his oldest daughter. It hit her hard, but she recovered, he said. She's tough, like her dad. Charlie Sheen then added that he told his daughter, "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but it seemed like you could do anything for me and I didn't want to burden you with all the stress." He adds that she was a rock star about it. Now, some people may be wondering if Charlie Sheen's behavior a few years ago had anything to do with the diagnosis. Now, as you know, his public persona was shaped by a public meltdown during a 2011 feud with the creator of 2.5 Men. In the end, Charlie Sheen was fired from the show. Now, Charlie Sheen told Matt Lauer that his behavior at the time had little to do with his diagnosis, saying, "I wish I could blame it on that. That was more of a roid rage. This was on the heels of that." Now, Sheen admitted that that period was not one he looks back on fondly. "There's a lot out there I'm not proud of," he said. "You can only hear winning in the streets so many times. I've pissed off a lot of really good opportunities." Charlie Sheen also added that he's entering a more thoughtful and reflective phase in his life, saying, quote, "I'm approaching a time of more of a philanthropic approach in my life," he said. He admitted that paying off people to keep quiet about his condition, as well as other factors, had hurt his bank account. He said, quote, "It's not great. It will be great again. I'm a survivor. I've been up. I've been down. I've been rich. I've been poor. It's another chapter in my life, but it's not commerce-driven. It's socially driven." Charlie Sheen says he doubts his HIV positive status will have an impact on his future career, pointing out a conversation he's having with the chairman of Sony, who he said is excited about doing a show again. He said he also has several films lined up. Now, Sheen wouldn't predict how the general media will respond to his interview, but expected his comments will at least dispel some of the myths written about him, saying, quote, "I would have faith that it will be a lot more forgiving, a lot more supportive than some of the garbage I was reading in the last couple of days. Frankly, I don't think it can get worse than that," he said about tablet stories that insisted he was intentionally infecting others with HIV. "I just thought, wow, damn, that's just as far from the truth as anything could be. They're going to reveal a whole lot of proof because it's just not there. It does not exist." Now, after hearing some of the encouraging reaction people on social media have had to his announcement, Sheen said he'd gladly ride this wave of support, saying, "If there was one guy on this planet to contract this that's going to deliver a cure, it's me. It's me. Seriously. I'm not going to be the poster man for this, but I will not shun away from responsibilities and opportunities that help me, or opportunities that drive me to helping others." All right, moving on to bullet point number 5. Man receives face transplant. This is a cool story. It's pretty intense because it's not just like a part of his, it's like basically his whole head. I'm just going to show you this video. You guys can watch for yourself. This story out of New York. Let me just pull this up. It is pretty crazy to look at this. I'm just, wow.
A new face for an injured first responder. This is what firefighter Patrick Hardison looked like after being burned in a 2001 fire. Now the 41-year-old from Mississippi has a new appearance thanks to what doctors at NYU Langone Medical Center are calling the most extensive face transplant to date.
The fact that we were able to perform this and the patient was able to come out of the operating room safely is a very important historic event.
The August surgery lasting 26 hours, more than 100 medical professionals taking part in simultaneous procedures. One which removed the face of 26-year-old donor David Rodebog, an artist who died from injuries sustained during an accident, and another in which the actual transplant took place. Doctors replacing the skin on most of Hardison's skull, spanning from the front of his neck to so far down the back of his head that only a small section of his own hair remains. The transplant also includes both ears and eyelids, and Hardison is able to once again blink and close his eyes while he sleeps.
We can transplant the entire scalp with the face. That's a very important discovery. And it was done in a manner where we preserve the blood vessels that go to the scalp.
Hardison is still undergoing rehabilitative therapy and will need to take anti-rejection medication for the rest of his life. He's working on building his strength as well as speaking and eating using his new lips. In New York, Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
So that was an interesting story. I thought I would share that with you. Now I'm going to play a couple other clips for you. We have both the Republicans and the Democrats of the House holding their weekly press conference. Going to play this one first for you. I know it made a lot of headlines this morning. Paul Ryan speaking out. The GOP leadership in general speaking out this morning. So let's go ahead and watch this.
ISIS. Not just containing, but defeating ISIS. A containment plan is not enough. That has failed. In addition, the majority leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible things take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population. In the end, the ultimate solution to this crisis is a strategy to defeat ISIS. All of this rises above politics. This is not about politics. This is about national security. And so we will invite all of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to work with us quickly to address the urgent nature of this situation.
I would like to add to the condolences from the House to the innocent victims of Paris. They were attacked because of their way of life, as we watch now around the world of it happening. The Speaker is correct. This is not a time to find containment. It's a time to defeat ISIS. That's why when the Speaker and I spoke this weekend, we put together a task force. It is a task force made up of the chairman on counterterrorism and homeland security. It's made up of armed service, appropriations, intel, homeland, judiciary, and foreign affairs. We've been coming up with short-term and long-term solutions. This is not something that we can solve overnight, but there are issues right before us when it comes to the refugees. We realize what has happened in Paris, and we realize we want our homeland to be secure. The Speaker has challenged us to come up with legislation starting this week to deal with the issue as we go forward. And you'll find a series of bills that not only in the NDAA ask the President to come up with a strategy to defeat ISIS, but a series of bills to protect our homeland as we move forward.
As the people of France are grieving, we stand with them in their grief. They've seen attacks on their soil from terrorists. We've seen terrorist attacks on our soil. So as they grieve, we grieve with the people of France. And it, I think, underscores, even more importantly, how vigilant we have to be in establishing a real plan to go and root out and take on ISIS in a broader way. And so I would like to see the President have a stronger plan and a new plan to take on ISIS and to confront this threat as they are saying that they're going to exploit these refugee programs. We ought to take them seriously in that threat. As they're saying they want to attack America, we ought to take them seriously in that threat. I was in Greece just a few months ago, meeting with some of our military leaders who were on the front lines. And as they confirmed to us that as they're seeing thousands of refugees coming in, being distributed throughout Europe, the plans to vet just don't exist. As you're seeing the President say he wants to bring 10,000 more refugees into America, his own leaders are saying that there is no ability right now to vet, that there are not terrorists infiltrating these refugee plans. So I think American people are concerned as well as we are about making sure that these refugee programs are not exploited by terrorist organizations. And the President ought to join with us in making sure that that does not happen. And until it's not, until it's certified that it's not happening, discontinue this plan.
Last Friday, the world witnessed another unspeakable act against civilization and against the people of Paris. And our thoughts and prayers continue to be with the victims and their families. On behalf of the American people and our allies, we must finally rise to the challenge. Working alongside our international partners, we must provide the leadership and the commitment necessary to destroy ISIS and halt Bashar al-Assad's mass atrocities. These are the causes of the world's most serious terrorist threat and the most significant refugee crisis since World War II. It is time for a real commitment and the courage and the resolve from our president. It is time for leadership. We must be articulating that broader strategy to the nation and to our allies, and then we must actually follow through on it.
Thanks, Michael. My thoughts and prayers are also with the people of Paris and the families worldwide affected by this horrific tragedy. The United States must continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with France and our allies in the face of this radical Islamic terrorism. There is no more important duty than to protect American lives at home and abroad. In these difficult times, nations have always looked to America for leadership. America must lead. That is why Congress passed the National Defense Authorization Act with overwhelming bipartisan support. This defense bill will give our military the tools they need to combat this spread of terrorism. We must act swiftly and effectively to help ensure the continued safety of Americans everywhere. It's up to us in America to show a path forward as we fight for a safer world for our kids to grow up in.
Good morning. I'm Congresswoman Martha McSally from Arizona's 2nd Congressional District. I serve on the Armed Services and the Homeland Security Committee. Prior to being in Congress, I was in the military for 26 years. As our colleagues in leadership said, our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Paris and France for these horrific attacks that happened last week. But it could have happened here. I had the privilege to be appointed to a task force on combating the flow of foreign fighters and terrorist travel. For 6 months, this bipartisan task force looked at this very threat. What we know of is 30,000 individuals that have traveled from over 100 countries to Iraq and Syria. We know over 4,000 are from Western and visa waiver countries, 250 from America. Those are the ones that we know of. We realize there are so many that we don't know of. Law enforcement has investigations in every single state right now. And we found 32 findings in our report that we released in September after 6 months. This administration needs to step up. We do not have a strategy. We do not have a focus. There are over 200,000 social media tweets and posts per day by ISIS in a very sophisticated social media campaign. They are acting at the speed of broadband while we are acting at the speed of bureaucracy. We need a strategy. That includes unleashing American air power in a way that can actually crush and defeat them in Iraq and Syria. A broader strategy diplomatically and militarily for the dozens of countries that we're seeing ISIS presence in. Stopping the flow of foreign fighters, and then countering the radical extremism that we're seeing happening in our own neighborhoods. We have less than 24 people focused on countering this extremism in America. We have 10,000 IRS agents making sure that you don't take an improper charity deduction, and less than 24 people focusing on countering violent extremism at home. It's time for this administration to step up its game, take this seriously. It is a generational conflict, and we must lead now more than ever. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you. You said this is an act of war. We've only declared war 5 times, the last time in 1942. Are you talking about an actual declaration?
I think ISIS just showed that they're committing an act of war against the West. What else do you call what they did in Paris?
But what should be the congressional response? I mean, I guess what you're talking about.
Well, if you're talking about AUMF, that's a different question. We have the authority right now under the existing AUMF, and we'll revisit all of these issues later. Look, the way we look at this issue is, number one, right in front of us is the fact that we have a refugee situation that we think requires a pause and a more comprehensive assessment on how to better guarantee that members of ISIS are not infiltrating themselves among the refugee population. But please know, this isn't just about refugees. This is what Congresswoman McSally said. This is about having a comprehensive strategy to deal with ISIS by defeating ISIS. That's what we do not have. The bill we are sending to the White House this week, the Defense Authorization Bill, requires that the President have a comprehensive plan to defeat and eliminate ISIS. Containing ISIS is not enough. Defeating ISIS is what is necessary, and we do not have that comprehensive plan in place.
Can you be clear on what exactly you're calling for in the pause to the refugee program?
So
the entire refugee program,
we are talking about, look, let me say this. The American refugee laws are important laws. It's important that we have a refugee system in place. We respect that. But we think it's simply prudent that for this particular program, in this particular situation, that we be better guarded against any possible infiltration of ISIS coming through this program. That is why we think it's necessary to have a pause and to have a more comprehensive strategy dealing with guaranteeing that we do not allow ISIS members coming here. So just to finish answering your question, this is what the Majority Leader's working group is coming up with. We've assembled a task force starting Saturday to consider legislation as quickly as possible, and we'll be back in touch with that as we make our conclusions this week.
One of the ways in which ISIS is successful is that they're able to hold ground. We've had limited success with the manpower on the ground in overtaking ISIS strongholds. Do you think part of this comprehensive strategy should entertain the possibility of U.S. combat troops on the ground?
I do not think any option should be taken off the table. I think all options should be placed upon the table, and I think the Commander-in-Chief, this is his duty and responsibility, should come up with a plan that actually accomplishes the goal of defeating ISIS.
Well, and I just wanted to furthermore on this pause. So you wanted to pause the program until you could verify the...
Our task force is considering legislation while we speak. We're meeting every day, and we will bring legislation forward, and we'll give you the answer to those questions when we have made our conclusions. Look, we don't want to wait that long. We want to work and act on this faster than that. We will be having an intelligence briefing for our members this evening. The Intelligence Committee will be briefing all of the members of the House at 5:30 this evening, so that members have the kinds of facts that we need as the situation unfolds. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
All right. In addition to the House Republicans holding a press conference, the House Democrats also held their weekly press conference. We're going to watch that next.
Feeding
history and our principle of being a nation of immigrants, we look at the system that we have in place today for immigration, and we see that our immigration system is broken in so many ways, and it is time to fix it. It is interesting at a time when our House Republican colleagues have called for a fresh start and have a new speaker, a fresh start with a fresh new speaker, Paul Ryan, that rather than give us a chance to begin a fresh start on something like immigration, which is operating under a broken system, that unfortunately we have word that we're not going to do anything on this side in the Congress, in the House. That, of course, ignores the fact that immigration reform would not only be good for our national security, it would be good for our economy, and it certainly would be good for all of our families who are here in the United States of America. We know that there would be more job growth if we fixed our broken immigration system. We know that we would decrease our federal budgets by having a system of immigration that works, and we know that we would strengthen programs like Social Security if we had an immigration system that worked. And along the lines of being a nation of immigrants, we must underscore that we respect and understand the need to be accepting of refugees into our country. People who, by definition, as refugees, must show that they fear death or persecution in order to have an opportunity to come into this country. 750,000 refugees have been resettled in America since 9/11. Not a one has been arrested on domestic terrorism charges in the United States of America. We are a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of laws. But we understand that to make our nation continue to work for all, we must reform our immigration system, which is severely broken. With that, let me yield now to our leader, Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for a very productive House Democratic caucus this morning. I want to associate myself with your remarks about extending our sympathies to the people of France. I also extend that to the people of Lebanon for the losses they suffered last week. France is our oldest friend. Our oldest friend. And as I wrote in the book yesterday at the embassy, France, our oldest friend, we extend sympathy and fraternity. When 9/11 hit, the French press said, "We are all Americans, we are all French now." As we approach the issues that are the source of concern there, we have to recognize that protecting people is our first responsibility. But we also cannot yield to terrorists whose goal is to instill fear and change who we are and our way of life. So I again associate myself further with your remarks. Today we are gathered in response to the Fifth Circuit's misguided decision, which was disappointing for families and communities across America. But we're glad for the opportunity to move forward and resolve this issue. Continuing to stall essential elements of the Immigration Accountability Executive Actions issued by President Obama only perpetuates a broken immigration system that tears families apart and fails to serve the national interest. We must not continue to defer the dreams of hardworking immigrant families who give so much to our communities. At our meeting this morning, our ranking member on the Immigration Committee, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California, a person who has been an immigration lawyer, taught immigration law, chaired the Immigration Committee, presented us with the option of signing an amicus brief in this case. One of the points that will be made in the brief is about precedent of the President's authority. It's just stunning that people are saying that this president does not have this authority. Just as presidents before him, President Obama has broad authority to make our immigration system better meet the needs of our country and reflect our shared values. And every administration, Democratic or Republican, since President Dwight David Eisenhower has used executive authority to do just that. In the years immediately following the enactment, in fact, even when Congress has acted, our president is acting in the absence of congressional action. He is saying, I prefer that Congress act and pass comprehensive immigration reform. But in the absence of that, he has discreetly, using his authorities, taken his presidential executive actions. But even when Congress did act in 1986, it was called the 1986 Immigration and Reform and Control Act. President Ronald Reagan and following him, President George Herbert Walker Bush took bold action to protect the spouses and children of people who received status under that law. They said Congress did not go far enough, so they initiated family fairness initiatives, even after Congress acted. If President George W. Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush, and President Ronald Reagan took those bold actions, how can you say, this court say, that this president doesn't have the authority to do exactly what they did? In fact, they affected a higher percentage of people than President Obama's actions. Although Congress explicitly chose not to grant status, as I said in the thing, to the people that President Reagan and President Bush extended it to, Presidents Reagan and Bush recognized that it was not in the national interest to separate families. God bless them for that. Especially as we approach Thanksgiving, we should remember the cruel impact of our broken immigration system on millions of families. We must rededicate ourselves to advancing comprehensive immigration reform that honors families and strengthens communities. While we remain confident that President Obama's executive actions will be upheld, they are no substitute for Congress acting to pass the comprehensive immigration reform to our nation so urgently needs. I just hope that we can move this forward. There have been some delaying, what I perceive to be delaying tactics on the part of the district court. I hope that this can move expeditiously so that it can be heard by the U.S. Supreme Court in this coming session. It has to be done by sort of the end of April. for them to proceed in that way. So this is really very important. It's been a year since the president took his action. It has all the legal authorities in the law, precedent by former presidents. This is a very misguided decision. It must be reversed. With that, I'm pleased to yield to the distinguished Assistant Leader, Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn?
Thank you very much, Madam Leader. Let me join with you and Chairman Becerra in expressing our tremendous grief over what is happening in France and Lebanon, and quite frankly, other places across the globe. I don't know of anyone, though, who will argue against the notion that our immigration system is broken. It is broken, and we have known that for a very long time, and we believe very strongly that what President Obama is attempting to do is put families first as we pursue how to respond to a broken system. Congress has a role to play. And for some strange reason, the majority has decided to kowtow to the Tea Party element and refuse to move forward to try and fix our immigration laws. And until Congress does, I think it is important for the President to do what is necessary to keep families together. And that is what he is attempting to do with this system. And it is not that he's acting outside of the law. I think that all of us are aware of the history that presidents have pursued in trying to keep families together and trying not to destroy communities and trying not to unfairly penalize law-abiding citizens. And so I'm pleased to stand today with my colleagues in support of the President, and I'm pleased now to yield the mic to the Vice Chair of our caucus, Joe Crowley.
Thank you, Jim. I just want to as well express my condolences to the people of France, particularly the people of Paris, as well as the people of Lebanon and Turkey and elsewhere that have experienced acts of terrorism. This has not been, obviously, the first attack in this last year in France, but certainly the most deadly. And being from New York, I think we have always maintained a special bond between New York and Paris, and that has been further reinforced by this atrocious act against innocent lives. But I also want to take this opportunity this morning to talk about real-life experiences within my district as well. I have the opportunity and the great honor and pleasure to represent one of the most diverse districts in the United States today. And whether my constituents may be from Ireland or Mexico, Colombia, or Korea, I think one thing that bonds them all together is the potential for a knock at the door at night or being pulled over in a vehicle because of a taillight being out. That for many of us would be inconsequential, but for them can be a life-changing experience. One that potentially could rip a child's parents away from them and see them deported. That is a real-life fear for many of the people that I represent in the 14th Congressional District in Queens and Bronx, New York, and one that I think our fellow Americans understand is not keeping up with the principles of what we as Americans stand for. Not unlike my grandparents, who all came to this country for a better life for themselves and for their children. I dare say that I don't think any of my four grandparents would ever imagined in a generation that their grandson would be a member of the House of Representatives. They're no different in many respects for the people who are coming here today, seeking out that same opportunity to provide for their families, to give them a better life in the greatest country the world has ever known. That's a standard that we have proudly lived up to throughout our history, and one that I believe, unfortunately, many on the other side of the aisle are looking to further deteriorate. And we see even that rhetoric coming out in the aftermath of what took place in Paris. The quick knee-jerk response from our Republican colleagues, as opposed to a thoughtful, well-thought-out plan of how we deal with an ever-growing issue of people who are under duress and need relief. Instead, it's just simply turn their back. And that cannot be the America that we are. It's not the America that we are. We need to reevaluate that. I applaud what the President attempted to do. I believe the Fifth Circuit was wrong in the decision they made. But be that as it may, it's a calling to everyone, and especially to Mr. Ryan, the new Speaker, who I know has had an open ear on the issue of immigration reform, that now is the time to fix our broken immigration system. We need to address the undocumented who live in the United States today for national security purposes. We need to address the issue of the integrity of our border for national security purposes. We also have to understand the world that we're living in today and understand the ever-growing desire to be a part of the fabric of the United States, something that we cherish and we know others want to be a part of. We need to find a way to fix the broken legal immigration system that we have today as well. It's not working. And we need to take an opportunity. Now is the opportunity to do it. Now is the time to fix our broken immigration system. Don't let this languish any further. Deal with it now. We have a president who wants to do just that. And with that, I'm happy to yield the time to my good friend from New Mexico, Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. Good morning, everyone. And I want to join my colleagues by expressing my thoughts and prayers, my condolences and support to the people of France. And as we gather this morning to have a conversation about comprehensive immigration reform and policies in the United States, we have to make sure that we work together, and Democrats are willing to work with our Republican colleagues to pass comprehensive immigration reform, to have a thoughtful conversation and debate. But yet, while we have a new speaker, we're hearing the same old tired excuses. And we still have a speaker who is unable or unwilling to stand up to the Freedom Caucus, to the most conservative arm of the Congress, to allow for even a debate on comprehensive immigration reform. Republicans, from the presidential candidates like Donald Trump to the House, continue to alienate Latino voices, Hispanic voices, through their ultra-conservative position on comprehensive immigration reform. Because Republicans in the House have refused to address this important issue, President Barack Obama took action just as every president since Eisenhower has done, including Presidents Reagan and both President Bushes. I'm hopeful the Supreme Court will review this case quickly. Every day that goes by, people have been part of our communities for years, contributing to the economy, paying taxes, will continue to live in fear. And even worse, families may be split up and broken up. Senator Rubio said doing nothing was de facto amnesty. Yet that's exactly what House Republicans have been doing. So time and again, when House Republicans have had an opportunity to support comprehensive immigration reform, to support dreamers, they have voted against them every time on the House floor. House Republicans have better coming up with some more solutions than coming up with excuses. And so that, Mr. Chairman, it's important that as we work together here, that it's long past time for House Republican leadership to allow a vote and a debate on comprehensive immigration reform. With that, I'll turn this back over to Chairman Becerra.
I don't know if Anabel Dominguez has arrived. No? I don't think she, I know she was caught in some traffic, so if she does have a chance to come before we close this press conference, we certainly will try to turn it over to her. No. So why don't we do this? We will open it up for questions, and if Ms. Dominguez arrives later, we can see about having her present as well. Any questions? Well, I think most of us respect the fact that the president has done everything to keep Americans safe, keep American troops safe, and make sure that if we get involved in any conflict, it's for the right reason. I will simply add, personally, my own opinion is that I'm not interested in voting to send American troops to fight a foreign civil war, but I am prepared to vote to send troops to a country if I find that those people in that country are prepared to fight for themselves. At this stage in Syria and Iraq, I will tell you that I have yet to see that the peoples of Syria and the peoples of Iraq are conducting themselves as a unified people ready to fight against a common enemy. And so for that reason, it's tough to me to see how we would want to go further than what our president has done. I think everything the president has done, from the airstrikes to coordination with our allies on the ground, to coordinating with France and our European partners and our regional partners to try to help those who are fighting ISIS. I think what we're doing is making every effort to make sure that ISIS is not only beaten back, as we've seen recently, as they are losing territory, but are ultimately defeated. I don't know if any of my colleagues wish to respond as well. Next question. Yeah, let's go here and then here.
There is talk that Mr. Ryan may bring out a Syrian refugee bill to the floor this week. Is this something that needs to be done? And if not, is there something you can say to constituents who might be concerned about this?
So as I mentioned, you hate to be driven by fear, or perhaps things that are worse than fear, when it comes to how you treat people. I mentioned that some 750,000 refugees have come in since 9/11 into this country, and not a one has ever faced arrest for terrorism or some type of terrorist activity. The process that you must go through as a refugee to come into this country is extensive. It is long, and you must go through the most thorough of background checks. In fact, there is no form of person coming into the country from another land that requires more inspection, a more rigorous inspection, than those who wish to qualify as refugees. And so I'm not sure what the legislation is that my Republican colleagues might introduce, but if it's simply a primordial reaction, then I would say that what we have to do is recognize that all Americans want to make sure that we do nothing to jeopardize our freedom and our security here. And we must do everything we can, not just in the inspection and interrogation process or questioning process of anyone seeking refugee status, but in making sure that we avoid having anyone come to this country who might try to do us harm. We do everything we can to give the American people the sense that that is our job. But to then say that some child or a mother should be denied refugee status after going through a rigorous process to qualify, who has proven that she fears death, torture, persecution, would be such a sin on our American values that I think it's important, before reacting much more, to just say that we have to see what this legislation says. But if it says something about making the process more rigorous than what we already have, I think you're going to find a lot of people very receptive. But if it simply says shut the door to people who are in fear of their life, and no more than that, when we have a track record of showing that we have a process that rigorously inspects these individuals, I think then that's a overreaction based on fear or perhaps hate, and I would hate to see that. See if my colleagues have a response as well.
In thinking about the first question as well, I just want to, initially had no comment beyond what the chairman had said, but I do think it's important to point out that the first responsibility, I think, of the federal government is to protect the citizens of the United States from foreign invasion and from those who choose to harm us. I think the president is doing everything that he believes in conjunction and coordination with experts to address that issue. I think he's also said he's open to any suggestions or ideas that anyone may have that would be helpful in terms of further containing ISIL or Daesh in the region, and certainly to protect New Yorkers, Washingtonians, people who live in Omaha, Nebraska, everywhere in the United States. That is the responsibility, and I think we should all be working in that vein towards that. In terms of the reaction immediately in terms of Mr. Ryan's move to bring a bill so quickly to the floor, I wish we could have that same type of action in terms of the overall comprehensive immigration issue, which has languished, never brought to the floor, not a single bill brought to the floor to actually address the need for comprehensive reform for immigration. And instead, in a knee-jerk movement based on fear, and I would suggest politics. This is not a time for a political answer. This is a time for real answers and solutions. I understand the American people have fear. I understand that they are concerned about what happened in Paris and that may happen here. We all do. We're all human beings. But we need, as legislators and as lawmakers and as people with responsibility, to do it in a deliberate fashion and a smart fashion. And I haven't yet heard from any of the experts. We'll have a meeting today, a closed-door meeting today. I want to gather as much information as I possibly can before making or rushing to judgment or making those types of decisions. I think that's what the Republican leadership and the Speaker need to do as well.
Mike?
Just to put a finer point on that, so you would oppose it, because we haven't seen the legislation, but you would oppose something to scale back the expansion of the Syrian refugee program?
I think we're all open to find out if there's some ways to make the refugee program better, work smarter, protect those who are innocent, who are truly in fear of their life or their children's lives. I don't think any of us have any issue with that. We want to make sure that someone coming into this country has the right intentions. I think that's absolutely appropriate, and not only do the American people deserve it, they demand it. And there I think you're going to find every single member of Congress is supportive of that. Shutting the door of America completely to those who are seeking asylum or refuge is not our tradition. In fact, I think all of us can think of the one instance back in 1939 with the voyage of the St. Louis, where some 1,000 people were seeking refuge, people who were fleeing Nazi persecution because they were Jews. We turned that ship away, and as a result, we know that probably a fourth of those people perished in concentration camps. And so we're not talking about people who just want to come into this country, certainly not about people who want to do this country harm. We're not just talking about folks who, for even economic reasons, are trying to flee their home country. We're talking about people who have to prove that if they don't get refugee relief, they may die, they may be tortured. And so I don't believe America intends to close its door to folks like that. I don't think the American people who are demanding that we provide them with the security that prevents an attack as we saw in Beirut and in Paris occur here. I believe the American people continue to recognize that some of them are the sons and daughters of those very refugees, and they want us to uphold our status as a democracy that fights for freedom for all, including those who seek refugee status.
I think we also...
All right, guys, on that note, I am going to wrap things up here. Say hello to you guys once more. These are our top 5 stories that we talked about over the course of the last hour and 45 minutes. Going to end the morning stream of news now, and Kinsey Schofield will be joining you guys at 3 p.m., so stay here. You can stay in the chat room. We'll be starting things up again in 15 minutes. Hope you guys have a lovely day. Bye.
Hi, all. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now. I know that Samia left off on a specific video that she was showing you in regards to the House Democrats, and I am going to jump back into that, and then I'm going to give you at the top of the hour my top 5 stories, and you can get a preview of them right here. So let's finish up with this video so you can say you saw it in its entirety, and then I will jump into my top 5 stories.
Chip away. And as a result, we know that probably a fourth of those people perished in concentration camps. And so we're not talking about people who just want to come into this country, certainly not about people who want to do this country harm. We're not just talking about folks who, for even economic reasons, are trying to flee their home country. We're talking about people who have to prove that if they don't get refugee relief, they may die. They may be tortured. And so I don't believe America intends to close its door to folks like that. I don't think the American people who are demanding that we provide them with the security that prevents an attack as we saw in Beirut and in Paris occur here, I believe the American people continue to recognize that some of them are the sons and daughters of those very refugees, and they want us to uphold our status as a democracy that fights for freedom for all, including those who seek refugee status.
I think we also have to recognize what ramifications of that will be. What message will be sent to Turkey? What message will be sent to Jordan, others within the region that we're asking to do their part? What message will be sent to Saudi Arabia, for instance, who doesn't do enough? Don't do any more. When there are people who are not threatened with economic disaster or political consequence, this is about rape, this is about beheading, this is about the wanton massacre, a genocide of people that we have to help prevent. And as the chairman has mentioned, there's a rigorous program that they have to go through in order to gain entry here into the United States. And I think we have to examine that. If there's something we can do to improve that, I think we ought to do that. If there's something we can do to further ensure and to root out the possibility of any terrorists entering the United States, of course we have to try to stop that as best we can. But I think to simply turn our backs is not the answer as well.
Yes, Laura. Lauren, are you asking a question, or is that your statement? I would say first that it hurts to hear governors say, don't bring any of those folks into my state. First, there's a question as to whether or not the governor has any right to say that. In the United States of America, if you are here legally, if you are a citizen, you have the right to travel. And I don't believe a governor has a right to say, can't come into my state. Thank God for the Constitution, first. Secondly, for someone to say, you on this side of the room, yes, you'll be allowed in. You on the other side of the room, no, you will not. And therefore, your persecution may lead to your death. That, as a son of immigrants, that hurts. Where Mr. Bush got that idea, I have no idea. I am Christian. I'm Catholic. If you can easily say, we'll accept Christians but not Muslim, can we then say, as we did in 1939, we'll accept Christians but not Jews? Or if we're going to accept Christians, we'll accept them if they're Protestant but not if they're Catholic? The idea of refugee status is you fear persecution not because you're Jew, not because you're Christian or Muslim, but because you fear for your life. And if anyone, especially if you're running for office to the highest office in this land, by God, please explain yourself and stop profiling. Stop making people feel like they're bad simply because they happen to be coming from the same country that there's so much turmoil in. Do not paint people with a broad brush. We've seen the results of that from back in World War II and otherwise, and I think it's just the ugly part of this discussion is surfacing way too quickly, and I hope it changes. Yeah. At this stage, we'll have to hold off on that, but if there are any further questions, we'll try to take those as well. Any final questions? Yes.
Has there been any renewed talk of an AUF?
You know, isn't that scary that as much as you hear the bellicose words of so many, the tough talk by so many who want to send your children, your son or daughter, to war, to fight a civil war in Syria or Iraq, those same people who are calling for us to send our troops, put them on the ground in combat, have yet to say, let's have the authorization to use military force so that Congress actually gives the constitutional authority for the president to do that. I find that to be cowardice on the part of those politicians who talk tough but won't vote tough, and certainly aren't willing to put their own relative sons and daughters first in line to go serve as boots on the ground before they're willing to send your family member, your son or daughter, to go fight in battle. Let me see if the Vice Chair has a response to that, and then maybe we'll take a quick word from Ms. Anabel Dominguez, who has joined us, who can talk about why it's so important that we treat the whole issue of immigration so seriously but so thoughtfully. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Just very briefly, I think working under a 14-year-old AMUF is not acceptable. I think that was specifically for an event that took place 14 years ago, and against, quite frankly, a different entity. In this ever-changing world that we live in, that we need to update that AMUF, and that every member of Congress who was not here back then had the opportunity to express him or herself as to their belief, the direction the United States should take place, it should go in. As the chairman said, it's one thing to speak bellicose and to use vibrato. It's another thing to actually have to put your vote where your mouth is. And I think every member of Congress, it's a difficult vote. It's not easy for any of us to take that vote in a position, but I think we have a responsibility and obligation to the American people to do that and not just simply go along and get along.
As difficult as it is sometimes to navigate entering this country, sometimes it's difficult to navigate being inside this country, and we're pleased, in this building, and we're glad that Ms. Dominguez was able to make it here. We'd like to hear from Ms. Anabel Dominguez a few thoughts on just how important it is to have an immigration system that works. Ms. Dominguez.
Bien, gracias. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anabel Dominguez. I am here today to represent millions of mothers and fathers like me that have the struggles for so long to come out of the shadows. We march because of the families depend on us. They need to live without fears. We call we the poorest. When the President Obama announced DAPA and DACA, the expansions, 1 year ago, we cried. Because, and we mean that my husband, I am living with fears of deportation. My older son, Jose, will be able to achieve his dream of becoming a computer engineer. And my young son, Peter, will be able to have a stable family. And now, that me will be all here in 2 years when they graduate from high school. We have struggles for so long and have so much to contribute to this country. The time is now to implement DACA and DAPA for my family and all the families that will the benefits for the executive this action. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sí. Buenos días, mi nombre es Anabel Domínguez, soy miembro de casa. Estoy aquí hoy en representación de millones de madres y padres que han luchado y siguen luchando para poder mantener a sus familias unidas, sin miedo de ser deportados y separados de sus hijos. Hace 15 años vine a los Estados Unidos con mi esposo, buscando un mejor futuro para nuestro hijo José. Pensamos que si trabajamos duro, podemos brindarle un mejor futuro económico de la pobreza que vivimos en México, mi país de origen. Mi hijo menor, Peter, es ciudadano americano. Él nunca ha conocido otro país. En 2 años va a graduarse de high school, donde participa en grupo de honores académicos y el club de robótica. Su hermano mayor, José, es uno de los soñadores, que también se beneficiaría por la acción ejecutiva del presidente Obama. No calificó por DACA cuando fue presentado en el 2012, pero estuvimos llorando de felicidad hace un año cuando el presidente anunció su extensión a DACA. José calificaría. Desde su graduación en el 2014 ha estudiado y espera graduarse en junio de Community College para buscar su licenciatura en Ingeniería e Informática en la Universidad de Maryland. En su tiempo libre es voluntario, con proyectos de resolver conflictos y mejorar la comunidad con proyectos de arte. Mi familia ya es americana, pero seguimos en las sombras. Estamos luchando, trabajando y pagando nuestros impuestos. Mis hijos son parte del presente y una esperanza para el futuro de nuestra ciudad y de este país. En un par de años, mi hijo menor tendrá derecho de voto como cualquier ciudadano americano. Estoy aquí hoy junto con líderes del Congreso para recordar a los jueces y congresistas que ya es hora de implementar DAPA y expandir DACA. Nuestras familias no pueden esperar más. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Ms. Dominguez, for those words. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for figuring out a way to raise your children in the shadows, and thank you for making it clear why we want to move forward. Any final questions, including for Ms. Dominguez?
I just kind of wonder if you guys see any common thread between the reaction to DACA, DAPA, sanctuary cities with this timely case, and now the reaction to the Paris attacks.
I think clearly what all of this manifests is that there is a need to have a system that works properly, whether it's our refugee system, making sure that it's rigorous and robust and making sure that only those who qualify come into the country. And I think you'd have to say that so far our system has worked very well, and moving forward we'll do everything to make sure it's even tighter if necessary. But certainly with regard to someone like Ms. Dominguez, who has built this country and is building a future for her kids, we need a system that works right. For her to be here for 15 years shows you that we have to move forward because of people and families who have made this their home for the right reasons. And so we hope to be able to have reform that deals in a comprehensive way, whether it's refugee status, asylum issues, or immigration through the visa process, or in dealing and addressing in a righteous way the 11 million people who are in this country without documents. It's time to do our work, not just say we're not going to deal with it right now. And so we're looking forward to having Ms. Dominguez smile as her son graduates and gets ready to go on to college.
I'd only add to that that Mr. Ryan has made it clear that he would like to bring regular order back to the process. There's an opportunity now. This bill, this concept of comprehensive immigration reform has languished. The Senate acted in the last Congress, yet the House never brought it up, despite the promises by then Speaker Boehner that the bill or something would be brought to the floor. Nothing ever was. They talk about not trusting the president. Well, who can trust them? They never brought any of the bills, any bill, forward that they promised to bring before the House of Representatives. They talk about trust. You know, when you point the finger at someone, there's 3 pointing back.
With that, thank you all very much. Gracias. Qué bueno que llegó.
All right, and that is a wrap on that. Now it's time to bring you the top 5 stories of the day. Let me confirm that I've got my right headlines. I do. Hi all, welcome to Fox 10 News Now, and I'm going to bring you the top 5 stories of the day. And this is my take. Obviously, we each have our own kind of set. Some of our stories will run over each other, but these are my top 5 stories for the day, or stories that have interested me since I stepped in the newsroom today. Here's one that's really interesting and kind of scary, obviously brought to our attention due to the recent attacks in Paris. This young man, his name is Austin Taylor, he's 26. A New York City missing person case has now become an international concern for his family, as a former Columbia University student's passport was scanned in Paris several days before a terrorist attack in that city. Austin Taylor, 26, was last seen on November 2nd in New York City. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days later. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news outlet that he also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some of his loans. Knowing Austin, he would be mortified that this is going on, which made me very hesitant to even bring it up, Leanne, his mom said. He's a very private person, but this is strange, especially for him, especially given what happened in Paris. We just want to know he's safe. Concern grew, and family and friends filed a missing person report with the New York Police Department. A search of his new apartment provided no clues as to where he may have gone, family members say. Austin's mother continued to worry and eventually posted her son's photo on Facebook, and others began sharing. No one, it appeared, knew of his whereabouts. Then, early last week, a New York Police Department detective investigating the case phoned to say that he had learned that Austin's passport had recently been scanned in Paris, a city he had frequented numerous times over the years. Leanne admits she was angry but relieved. Austin speaks French fluently and is very familiar with the city. And then the events of Friday happened in Paris. The shootings, the bombings, the panic. Once word reached Austin's family, his mother called the U.S. consul seeking whatever information she could get, praying, like everyone else with a loved one in Paris, that her son wasn't among the casualties. About a dozen people killed in the attacks have yet to be identified. It took hours for the family to get someone on the phone, Leanne said. She says she was told that if Austin turns up as one of the injured or one of the deceased, someone would contact them as soon as possible. No news is good news in this case, Leanne told the news outlet, but if he would let us know he was okay, even if he just wanted to be left alone, that's what we need to know. Although Austin has not been officially marked safe, not everyone who knows him is as frantic about the situation as his mother. Given Austin's interest and lifestyle, close friend Kristen Wentz believes Austin is most likely not even in Paris. Austin was also reportedly on WhatsApp, an internet instant messaging phone application, on November 5th, 8 days before the attacks. He had also recently been talking about meditation retreats with another friend, so she has a hunch perhaps he's spending some time disconnecting. Knowing him, he's gone on trips before, and yes, he didn't tell anyone this time, but he's an adult, Wentz told this news outlet. He probably has no idea that people are looking for him or even what happened in Paris. If he did, I know he'd call his family. To me, this all just, and this is a longer story, and let me see if I can see anything, anything like additionally that's more interesting to this. I just can't imagine not calling your family. To me, it is beyond suspicious that he's not contacted his family. And how have you not heard about this? Even if you were off on some sort of religious retreat, I feel like they would make it they would make an effort to pray for the people that were affected by the incidents in Paris. I just have a hard time believing that he doesn't know what's going on, and that he wouldn't contact his family. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds. Retweet. I'm having a hard time today. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds of times on Twitter with users asking him to please call his family. Austin would hate the attention, his mother has said, but his safety matters more. I feel like we're very close. He's my son, and I couldn't bear something to happen to him. So I just think that this is such a bizarre story. Sends a resignation letter. His apartment's empty, or empty of clues. His passport is scanned in Paris just days before the terror attacks. There's something very, very strange is going on, and I hope it's not just a case that goes cold. I hope it's something we can follow along with. And let me see if I say he's dead, says Jeff Cotton. Interesting. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. Whoa. A lot of discussion in the chat room in regards to the Syrian refugees, and we will get into that, absolutely. Anonymous is declaring war on Daesh. Daesh is ISIS, that's one of the names that they go by, ISIL, ISIS, Daesh. They don't like Daesh, allegedly. Hacker group Anonymous has declared war against ISIS after the attacks in Paris on Friday night. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warn the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesman speaking in French says, "Anonymous from all over the world will hunt you down. You should know that we will find you and we will not let you go. We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared. Get prepared. The French people are stronger than you and will come out of this atrocity even stronger." It isn't the first time the hackers have made threat against ISIS, as they made similar threats after the Charlie Hebdo attacks in January. The hacktivists run an operation publishing a list of Twitter accounts it claimed were spreading propaganda in support of ISIS. Anonymous last reported that they have shut down 5,500 Daesh support social media accounts. So I heard that just a few hours ago. 5,500 Daesh support social media accounts have been shut down thanks to Anonymous. And I see a lot of chatter going on currently in the chat room in regards to the Syrian refugees, and I'm assuming that Sonia brought this to you earlier today, but take a look at Paul Ryan's comments on the Syrian refugees. Let me start the video over. Here are a few minutes of Paul Ryan discussing the Syrian refugees.
In addition, the majority leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible things take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population. In the end, the ultimate solution to this crisis is a strategy to defeat ISIS. All of this rises above politics. This is not about politics. This is about national security. And so we will invite all of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to work with us quickly to address the urgent nature of this situation.
All right. He's going to be in conflict with the president.
And that was Paul Ryan commenting on the Syrian refugee. What we're dealing with now is even Governor Doug Ducey, they're saying Doug Ducey said refugees, period. He's concerned about everybody is so sensitive right now due to what happened in Paris, and people are legitimately scared. And so a lot of governors, Bobby Jindal, Doug Ducey, are saying, you're not welcome. I think that there are 3 states that are saying that these refugees are very welcome. California is one of them. And I remember not being surprised by that, and I'm spacing on the 2 states that are saying that they're welcome, but for the most part, governors are saying that they don't want anything to do with these refugees, that, like Paul Ryan is saying, better safe than sorry, and they're sincerely concerned. Let's jump into the next story. This is a horrific story. Let me see. I'm going to show you this. Hopefully you can see that, and then maybe I could add there we go. All right, take a look at this. 2 photos were released yesterday showing a suspect in the murder of the pregnant wife of an Indianapolis pastor. And now authorities say they hope the images help draw tips from the public. This is from FoxNews.com. The photos, taken from a home surveillance video, show a person walking in the neighborhood where 28-year-old Amanda Blackburn, an Elkhart native, was killed. Police revealed they had the footage Friday, but didn't release the images until Monday. Oh, is Jeb live? Oh, sorry, I have to cut. I have a live video of Jeb Bush, and I'm going to take
energy revolution in our midst. Stop trying to pick winners and losers through a venture capital arm in the Department of Energy. It didn't work. How'd that cylinder thing work out for you? And allow the market to work, because it will work. We've created an abundance of natural gas. We should stop trying to punish the successful people. 40% of economic activity in this tepid recovery comes in the energy sector. It is ludicrous to suggest that the smart people in Washington do this better than people in pursuit of their own dreams. And so the energy revolution that is true and that is real should be sustained. And I believe in the American people interacting amongst themselves in a free society will create far more benefits for far more people than a get-in-the-line society that the President and Hillary Clinton have proposed. We can grow at 4%. I honestly believe it. But we'll never do it in the world that we're in today with dramatic insecurity. I want to read something to you because it pretty much says what the left, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, and this is a quote from John Kerry, what they really believe as they see the ISIS threat. He says, there's something different about what happened from Charlie Hebdo. That was the terrorist attack 2 months ago in Paris. There's a rationale that you could attach yourself to somehow and say, okay, they're really angry because of this and that. Hillary Clinton said we should empathize with the enemy. Really? There should be no empathy. And there's no rationale for barbaric Islamic terrorists who want to destroy Western civilization. We should not think like them. This is not a law enforcement exercise. You see the debates last Saturday? How tortured the candidates were in their inability to say Islamic terrorism. They could not use those 2 words in the same sentence. Well, they are terrorists. And they have a radical ideology of co-opting a religion. And they're a present danger. 3 months ago, I had the possibility, the opportunity, the privilege, in essence, to go speak at the Reagan Library to talk about this. And I laid out a comprehensive strategy to destroy ISIS, not to negotiate with them, certainly not to contain them. There's no talking to them, and there's no containing them. And here's the good news. We can do it if we have the will. We have the resources. We have the might. We have the greatest fighting force in the world. And our leadership still matters in the world. When we act as a leader, people follow. What we should do is to create a comprehensive strategy to do it and stick with it and recognize it for what it is, a threat to our own national security. For those that think that what's going on in Syria is not a threat to the United States, trust me, the minute there is an attack on our homeland by a cell that wants to destroy us or wants to hate us or wants to attack Western civilization because we've not engaged to take out ISIS. Every day they exist, they gain influence and power and energy. Every day they exist, they send out hundreds of thousands of messages through the internet to try to recruit people from all around the world. Every day they exist, they create instability that we're going to have to deal with either here or there. Which one do you want? I believe we should take it to them there and do it in a comprehensive way where we lead the world. That would require funding and providing support for the Kurds in Iraq. That would mean we would re-engage with the Sunni tribal leaders that were part of the surge that created a stable, but fragile, but stable Iraq through the surge. It would mean embedding with the military, as the French have done, I believe, and the Canadians had done until the change in election, to be able to provide support as Iraq regains its footing to be able to deal with ISIS. It would mean air controllers that could identify where the strikes should take place. It would mean greater intelligence capability to do the exact same thing, to identify where ISIS is so that our fighting force can be effective. 3/4 of the sorties that go from wherever the bases are go back to base without dropping their ordnances. We need much more intelligence gathering, and that requires a forward-leaning force. It does not mean that we need to have boots on the ground and do this by ourselves, but it does mean that we have to lead. The presence of the United States will strengthen the resolve of those forces. The presence of the United States will draw traditional Arab countries to our cause. And in Syria, we need safe zones. The refugee problem will never be solved by sending millions of people outside of Syria in harm's way, in danger. The way you deal with this is to create safe zones where they're protected, and safe zones where the remnants of the Syrian Free Army can be built up, where there's one fighting force to deal with Assad and ISIS, where we're serious about it, where we provide the training in a serious way. No more 6 or 7 or 8 people trained spending $200 million, that we have the resolve to do this in a way that is effective, and that we draw people towards our cause, and that we create a no-fly zone to tell Assad no more bombing of the innocents, which is what he's done to the tune of over 200,000 people, and tell ISIS, we're coming after you, and we're going to do it in an effective way. I'm sorry for the applause. I know it hurts your ears. But the applause is actually, for me, it's good. I hope you don't mind. It makes me feel better, but I feel bad for you. One final thing. We can grow the economy, and we can restore America's leadership in the world with the proper leader. This is not the worst time in American history. I worry that people mope around. I mean, you look at the polling numbers, people are deeply angry, and there's good reason, and they're deeply frustrated, and there's legitimate good reason for that. But this is not the most difficult time in American history. It really isn't. This is the time where more people think their children and grandkids will have less opportunities than what they had by a big number, and I understand that. But we've gone through more difficult times than this in this country. We need principle-centered leadership to be able to believe in Americans again. And here's what I believe, and it is a deep belief. This is not a partisan belief or a political belief. This is grounded and informed by my faith. I believe that life is a gift from God. It is divinely inspired. We're on this planet for a reason, for a purpose. That everybody has something to give. That everybody is an asset. That everybody has some capacity that if they reach it, and all of us together, if we reach it together, we will lead the world for the next 5 generations. That's what I believe. I believe that we're special and unique. And if you believe like that, then you don't have policies to tell people to get in line. You don't have policies, as the left does, to say, you're a liability. I'll manage that liability for you. I'll take care of you. You focus on the part of government that only government can do. Investing in the long-term things. Spending on a military and intelligence capability to keep us safe. But by and large, you want to build capacity so people can achieve earned success. 1998, I was a candidate for governor. And I had lost in 1994. And I had a chance to have a redo, I guess it was. I made up my mind I wanted to do it, and I decided to do it differently. I decided to go listen and learn along the way. And then, God willing, if I was fortunate enough to win, to lead. Listen, learn, lead. That doesn't sound very familiar in American politics these days. So I was in a town hall meeting about this size in Fort Lauderdale. A lady raises her hand, just like someone will right after I'm finished, and I'm nearing the end. And she said, "You don't care about me. You don't care about my family." And I said, "Hi, I just met you. How could you say that?" And then what you try to do when people are angry at you, you use humor. Didn't work. I tried to give her some policy thoughts. She wouldn't have nothing to do with it. She told me the following story. Her name was Berthe Aponte de la Rosa. She's a Colombian American. Her husband, Milton, and she have a daughter. At the time, that daughter was 15. Her name is Lucy, or Luz, the light. And Luz, at the time, as I said, was 15. She can't walk. She can't talk. She has severe autism. She has an IQ of 50. And she has huge medical challenges, as you might expect. And so what Berthe was saying is, you don't care about whether I will outlive my child. Because that's, in effect, what she went to sleep with after her prayers. That was her last thought before she went to sleep. And when she woke up, that would be the first thought in her mind. Wow. Think about that just for a moment. Let that sink in a little bit. Think about what kind of life that is. And so I said, look, I do care. Tell you what, I'll be your student. You can teach me. I want to know how it is that you feel this way and what we can do maybe together to fix it. So I went to group homes where I saw people with developmental disabilities be treated with dignity and respect. And it was moving. I went to institutionalized care that costs more, but people in this plight were warehoused. Just kind of warehoused away because, God forbid, if we actually were inclusive and allowed people to be able to make a contribution to society. I went to workforce places of employment where people with all sorts of disabilities, physical and developmental disabilities, were working. And they brought joy to the workforce. People felt that these precious people with different abilities added a vitality to the workforce. And the customers liked it as well. And after 4 full days of doing this, I learned more about the challenges of families that have physical and developmental disabilities probably than any politician, and certainly in Florida and maybe in the country, because I took the time to listen and learn. Well, fast forward, believe it or not, I got elected. And the first week in office, a federal judge summons me to Miami to say, I'm taking over this program because your state has ignored people with developmental disabilities. My first impression was, wow, I didn't know federal judges could do this. I was like literally the first week on the job. I begged him not to do it. And he gave me a 6-month stay, if you will. And I went to the legislature, a conservative legislature, led by a conservative governor, and we reformed the programs and funded them adequately. And 31,000 families got benefits for their loved one, and they got off a waiting list. In essence, 31,000 families, when they went to sleep at night, didn't worry as much about whether they were going to outlive their child. And here's the deal. Berthe was an independent. Milton was a Democrat. Luz was 15. They're all Republicans now. They're supporting me. And Luz brings joy and love to her families. And Berthe spreads that love all across, with all the interactions that she has. Don't you want a society like that believes in limited government, believes in personal responsibility for sure, but allows liberty to exist, where we treat people with respect and dignity, where we stop dividing people up in their disparate parts and have a strategy to lift people up? That, I believe, is we're at the precipice of doing this. And if you believe like I do that we're on the verge of greatness again, I hope you'll support a servant leader. I'm not the biggest personality on the stage. I don't want to be. I want to lead with a servant's heart to fix a few big complex things and lead with a spine and a heart and a brain on behalf of people that don't think the system is working well for them. We can do this together. I ask for your support. Thank you for coming today. We got microphones coming. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You're on this side. You're on that side.
The Constitution leaves education to the states.
Yes, it does.
And this is a big thing with me. I would like for you to show more passion in giving the states authority over their children, because at the present time, our children are, by Common Core, the Common Core has been outlawed in South Carolina, but we still have Common Core curricula. And this Common Core curricula teaches our children on the average and below average child is on their frustration level instead of their instructional level. And not only that, the books teach our children to be Unitarians. They teach that
To be
Jesus
what?
Christ,
Sorry?
Unitarians. They're teaching Unitarians because they're teaching that Jesus is the same as Muhammad. All religions are equal, and all children go to heaven. And therefore, they have undermined our Christian beliefs in our schools. And the teachers are being forced to teach this because the book of Common Core teaches it. Now, we have voted it out.
Yeah.
But it's not out of our schools.
Okay.
The books are still there.
I got the question, I think. Ready? Let me answer the question. It's a good one. I don't think the federal government should have any say in the creation of standards, curriculum, or content. And should the bill that reauthorizes the K-12 law, there's a bill that's passed the House and the Senate that has that provision in there. We're going to move on. Can I finish? Okay, thanks. If they don't do it, I'll do it by executive order. And I think that we ought to start figuring out ways to shift power back to states, but not to protect bureaucracies at the local level, because many of the content problems you bring up, they existed long before Common Core. I know, because I mentored a kid as governor of the state every Wednesday morning at 7:30. I was all in on the education stuff, and if you want passion, I can let the big dog eat on that right now, because we have a system that is appalling. A third of our kids are college and or career ready after we spend more per student than any country in the world. And local school districts that don't want to have accountability are just as bad as an over-intrusive federal government. And the content that existed prior to Common Core talked about Hiawatha having the same standard as Abraham Lincoln. Look, we need to create a much more robust respect for our history, a much higher expectation for young people, and it should not have anything to do with the federal government. Here's where the federal government can play a role. If a state like Florida, which has the largest voucher programs in the country, by far, no one else comes close. If you believe in freedom, then you ought to believe in vouchers. If we could take our Title I money that goes for low-income funding for low-income schools, we should have the power to do that. We would expand voucher programs even greater. If kids with learning disabilities in Florida, if the state, if a parent, any parent here have a child, or you know someone that is an exceptional ed kid, and by law, you have a contract with the local school district. In Florida, if you unilaterally think it's not working, you can send your kid with the state and local dollars 100% of that money to go to a private school. We should take the federal monies and go to that. We should be funding the reforms that allow for a much freer, open school system that is more parent-driven. All I want is higher expectations. The fact is, right now, 80% of kids graduate with a high school diploma. And they believe that's a great thing, and parents are all excited about it. Then they come to a school like this, and they take the entrance test, and they find out they have to retake high school reading and high school math. If you go to a community college, over 60% of kids are taking high school reading and high school math over again. Who's fooling who here? How are we going to compete with countries that are leapfrogging over us with those low expectations? So I completely agree with you. This should be a locally driven deal, but we better be for much higher expectations than what we have today. Yep. Yes, ma'am. We're going to move back. Oh.
Hi, I'm Dale Ranney, and I was the former National Vice Chairman of the Reform Party, so I worked with Ross Perot for several years.
Mm-hmm.
And
I was happy to get the Florida leadership support when I ran in 1998.
So my question to you is, first of all, I'm here to give you a fair shake. And President Obama added more to our national debt than any president in history. However, your brother added the second highest amount to our national debt. And the first 12 people, well, 11 people that I've talked to here all support Trump, including me, because you just said that you're going to fix a few things.
Big things.
However, right now we are, what, $7 trillion away from being bankrupt by definition? So what in the heck are you going to do
Sure.
to take care of that?
What's your name?
Because right now,
What's your name?
Dale Ranney.
Dale, thank you. I got a microphone. So,
You want me to keep it?
No, I don't want you to keep it. Yeah. One of my heroes, I just reminded, one of my heroes said, "Hey, I paid for that microphone." Some of us are old enough to remember that. So here's the deal. I'm not going to speak about Donald Trump's plans because he doesn't have specific plans. I'll speak about mine. I'll speak about mine. Of the guys on the stage and gals, who's the person that balanced 8 budgets 8 years in a row and left the state with a AAA bond rating going up? Who's the guy that did it? AAA. Who left with $9 billion of reserves, equaling 35% of the general revenue? I did. And I can do this in Washington, and I have plans to do it. Here's how you do it. You grow the economy at a far faster rate. 4% growth creates, and this is where Mr. Trump and I do agree, high economic growth creates more revenue for government than any exotic tax plan that exists. I mean, I promise you that it grows. 4% growth will generate exponentially more revenue than 2% growth. We need to shift power back to the states. I think we should block grant, as I mentioned, the education programs, DOT. I have a proposal to block grant Medicaid back. Medicaid grew by 16% this last year. 16%. Now, that was the full implementation of Obamacare, but it grows at 5 or 6%. I would say we will shift all of this back to the states and give them CPI only, but eliminate the rules that create the cost and the fraud and the abuse. Let each state create their own Medicaid plan. That will save hundreds of billions of dollars. Those two things alone, entitlement reform of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and I'm the only candidate with specific plans. I'm the only candidate. It is enough. You do those two things, and then you curb the kind of spending that exists using veto power, a form of veto power, which I got to do constitutionally. It would have to be a modified version in Washington. You could move to balance relatively quickly. So the question is, do you want someone who says that it'll be great and it'll be big and has a proven record building buildings, or someone who has 32 years of successful private sector experience and 8 years as a practical governor with plans that are specific that I can defend against Hillary Clinton? That's what I think.
Hi, how are you?
What's your name?
Adrian.
Hey, Adrian.
Thank you. Watching the news, I see a couple things. I see a lot of Donald Trump. He's there a lot. But also, I get a little sad because I see a lot of people who look like me getting murdered for no reason. Unarmed shootings are a real reality for people like me. So if you were president, how could you ensure me that someone like me, someone that I grew up with, doesn't end up dead for no reason?
Look, there's a lot of violence in our country today. Gun violence is actually lower dramatically than it was 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. But there is clearly a racial divide in our country. And we need healers in this country. We need to make sure that the law enforcement agencies and police officers are supported, but that they have as a responsibility for our support to them, they have to regain the trust of the communities that they're serving in. And there are things that I think we can do beyond just having a more civil dialogue about this. There's other things that we could do. Senator Scott from South Carolina has what I think is a pretty good bill that doesn't require, but provides funding and incentives for cameras. So the federal government would provide matching grants for local communities to be able to have cameras. He doesn't dictate how those cameras how the training would take place or anything like that. That would be a bottom-up approach. But making sure that there's greater confidence that these atrocious events that we see play out from time to time on television recede, I think is a high priority. There needs to be better training, better equipment for local law enforcement for sure. But here's another thing that I think that we ought to focus on. Economic and social mobility. To me, this is the great challenge of our time. If you're born poor, put aside race for a moment. If you're born poor in America, you're more likely to stay poor than any time in modern history. And if you're born wealthy in America, you're more likely to stay wealthy. And if you're in the middle, you're seeing declining income. This is going to lead to significant social strife. So how do we restore that? How do we restore economic and social mobility? Well, there are three things that would lift people out of poverty. That is the first, second, and third step to make sure that there's hope in this regard, beyond the good point that you're bringing, which is families, work, and education. You get those three things right, and people are less likely to stay poor, and multi-generational poverty can be wiped out. Family means that you have a couple that love their children with their heart and soul. Our welfare systems, our social assistance systems are all designed for the opposite of that. You can't access social assistance in this country if you're a two-parent family. Education. Kids in poverty, other than in states like Florida, we've had significant gains, but even there, kids in poverty are less likely to graduate and be prepared to go to college or have a career. It's a simple fact. Low-income communities don't have the same quality education. And if you believe, like I do, that life is a gift from God and everybody has the capacity to learn, irrespective of their family structure or income, it's up to us as a society from a bottom-up approach to make sure that children can learn. We did that better than any other state in Florida. We need to make sure that that happens all across this country. And then finally, work. We now have a situation where if you start to work, you lose any kind of benefits and support. In many communities, non-work is actually economically more viable than work. And over time, it changes the culture. So if we're serious about mobility and lifting people up, which I think is what we want as much as the other elements of this, which is respect and trust that needs to be built up, we need to dramatically change how Washington works, because right now, it doesn't work. And blaming others for this fact, rather than all of us together rolling up our sleeves to fix it, I think creates even greater problems. This is a place where I think our president could have really led. He could have brought us together in a way that would have eliminated some of the fears that people face now. But we're in a really dangerous position. And now it's emerging on college campuses as well. And all of this troubles me a lot. I appreciate the question. It's a really good one. Yeah. Wait. We're kind of trying to mix it up and back and forth.
I'm Nick Mazzy. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
My question is, with Myrtle Beach being a large tourist destination and gambling on the rise, what are your thoughts on the expansion of local and national forms of gambling, as well as the expansion of Indian gambling casinos and their rights?
I hate gambling. I hate it. I don't know. Look, I was governor of the state, and every year there was another really great idea to expand gambling. And sometimes they won, most of the times they didn't. The minute I left, the gates opened up. So I think it's a panacea for economic purposes. Destination resorts, you can make a case that people, if they're traveling to a certain place and they like to gamble, that makes more sense than than gambling in big urban areas where the net result of this is people that can least afford it end up hanging out in these gambling halls and lose their money, and it creates demands on government. It creates social strife. I'm not a big fan of it. Here's what I don't believe. I don't believe the federal government should be involved in it. You know, it's not really this is a local issue more than anything else. Yes, sir. You're it. You can stand up and probably talk. I think I can hear you.
There's some individuals on the right who say that...
Can everybody hear? Okay, sorry. Okay, get the mic. My bad.
There's some individuals on the right that have said that a carbon tax would pretty much be kind of like a solution for Republicans to address climate change.
Yeah, I've been briefed on those guys.
Any kind of tax basically is coming from the federal government. So do you see a role for a carbon tax in like a free market type of economic plan?
No, I don't. I don't think we need to be raising taxes. The theory is if you raise the price of one form of energy and you use that, you know, not necessarily to raise taxes, but to put the money back into helping, you know, tax relief for working families or something, that you're tax neutral and you're going to create a bigger, more robust market for renewables or alternatives. I mean, on one level that makes sense, but I don't trust higher taxes being used for that purpose. I just think once you add another tax to the code, you're going to end up with bigger government. It actually fuels the size of government. My proposal is to eliminate as many of the deductions and credits as possible and lower rates as low as possible. For the federal government not to pick winners and losers. So in the oil and gas sector, there is the oil depletion allowance. It allows for accelerated depreciation and full expensing of certain parts of the investment that goes into drilling. Well, if you lower rates from 38 to 20, which is what our proposal is, we would eliminate that. I think we ought to eliminate as many subsidies to agriculture as possible as well. I'm governor of a state that has a big sugar production, but I've never supported the sugar subsidy. It works better. Markets work more dynamically. They generate more innovation, and they drive costs down faster. And I think we need to phase out some of these things and stop trying to think that smart people in Washington can pick winners and losers better than thousands of us interacting in our own way through trial and error coming up with the best result. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Governor. My name is Claire Mumjian.
Hey, Claire.
An Armenian. And this handsome young man that stood up. I wanted to say something about that because...
Please.
This president, I grew up, I was born in the 60s. Kennedy was president when I was born, so I lived through desegregation and like so many other people here in the audience. But this president, I think, has created a society that is more divisive than from back in those days. And there are people who look like me who have loved people that look like him, maybe not as good looking as you, but none of them were shot at by the police because when and if they were pulled over, they didn't go running from them. They didn't smart mouth. The same thing with me for women. I've seen women being manhandled on the news by the police because we are not respecting our law enforcement. I was raised to grow up, you respect the clergy, you respect your elders, you respect the police. If you're in trouble, you go to them. Now, does that mean all cops are good? No. Like any industry, I'm a mortgage fraud investigator, trust me. And that's actually my question is going to be for you. But I'm sorry, I'm so tired of this country.
The clock may run out before you get to your question.
Yeah. I'm so tired of this country having this attitude. Well, I look like this. How can I be protected? How about we all protect the good people, regardless of what we look like, and let the bad people deal with the cops' body manhandling. I'm sorry, that was a soapbox. That wasn't a question.
Well, here's one of the challenges that now talking to law enforcement is starting to happen, which is one of the effective ways to create, one of the ways for income and social mobility to exist also is to have communities that are safe. Because if they're not safe, you're not going to get the business formation. You're not going to get kind of the economic activity. And if police are fearful of actually doing community policing, then you're going to have less safety. The net effect might be that as police pull back because they don't believe that elected officials have their back, you're going to create more violence in low-income communities. And I think to avoid that, we should have a deeper dialogue about this to rebuild trust. Because here's what I know to be true, because I worked with law enforcement when I was governor each and every day. What I know to be true is when there is these cases, as there was in Charleston, as there was in Baltimore, in Ferguson, the first people, when there is a, Ferguson wasn't a problem like this, but in other places where there has been a misuse of force by police, the first people that want to bring the hammer down in a legal way, of course, are the police chiefs and other law enforcement officers, because they don't want their profession to be besmirched. They don't want their profession to be viewed as it is today. And so this is becoming a challenge for us in all of our communities. And the successful communities are the ones that are going to have a full on-board dialogue about this to eliminate the lack of trust that exists. And I love the way that you framed the conversation, that if we start being divided up by others in our disparate parts, then your love of someone who might look different than you will subside, because you're not getting the same vibe back. And in our country, I mean, think about it, man. I mean, we're like Baskin Robbins here. There's no chocolate and vanilla in America. We're 34 flavors and going strong. And if we start dividing ourselves up all these different ways, it'll get ugly. It'll get ugly really quick.
I do have to ask you this question, or they're going to can me. Dodd-Frank.
Dodd-Frank, I think, needs to be repealed.
Thank you.
I got it back here. Do you have a really good question?
My name is Nick Furell.
This row right here is full of athletes. Yes. Like everybody's gigantic. How's your football team?
After current world events that have been taking place not only this weekend but in the last year, do you stand or do you agree with your brother's statement back in 2007 that pulling troops out of Iraq would lead to such problems we are seeing today?
I think by pulling troops out after the forces agreement was signed and expired in 2012 with the expectation of it being renewed was a mistake, because and not engaging politically. Hillary Clinton, I think, set the record for the most visits to other countries as Secretary of State. She was like on that plane the whole time. You know how many times she went to Iraq? Once. Once in her 4 years. It was out of sight, out of mind for the policymakers in the Obama administration. There was no dialogue with Maliki, and all of the bad instincts of Maliki were brought to bear, and sectarian violence and splitting the country up by their differences began to happen relatively quickly. And so having the United States presence with a force level for anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 would have probably, in my mind at least, and most of the policy advisors would agree with this, including President Obama, who said that al-Qaeda was defeated in Iraq. He said that. So had we stayed, we would have created a more stable but fragile. I mean, I recognize this is not like little d democracy going on here in Iraq. It took us a long while to get our democracy to a pretty good level, and now we're starting to decline it a little bit and get a little more difficult to get things done. But the simple fact is, had we stayed past 2012, we would have had a stable Iraq. That's what I believe. And I think most people, when they look at it objectively, would agree with that. But I'm kind of tired of going back, he said, she said, looking at the past. I think it's important for the next president, whoever he or she may be, to learn from the lessons of the past and use those lessons to focus on the future. Because people are, we're not going to talk about 1990 or 2000 or 2010. We need to talk about how do we create a safe and secure world in 2020. Tomorrow I'm going to speak at the Citadel to talk about a military policy to rebuild our military so that we don't have to use it. Effectively, the best use of the military is that it is so awesome, so well trained, with such capacity that it inspires people not to do the things that would create war. Yes. How we doing? Wait a second. Nice try.
Oh, hi. My name's Kaylin. I'm a freshman here. Thank you so much for coming. I think it's pretty cool you actually came on campus. So with
It's a nice-looking campus, by the way. It's really pretty. Well-maintained. Pretty easy to get an applause line from you guys.
With everything that's been going on since Paris and a lot of governors declaring that they won't accept the refugees,
Yep.
how do you believe America, the governor should handle that and how Obama should handle all the refugees?
Well, I don't know if the governors have any constitutional basis to other than express disagreement, and they've been effective at doing that, and I think that's more than proper. And I think there needs to be a full explanation of what the vetting process is. Paul Ryan has come up with what I think is the proper thing to do, and others now have followed suit, including Democrats, which is let's press the pause button. Let's get a sense of how we're going to go about doing this. This is not like, I mean, when I was governor of Florida, we had refugees come from Haiti. We never thought that there were Islamic terrorists organized to destroy our way of life embedded with impoverished Haitians. Our biggest fear was public health considerations because 1 in 10 would have some infectious disease that needed to be cured before they came out into the general population. There were real concerns, but nothing like this possibility. I mean, if you have 4 million refugees in camps and also 800,000 crossing into Europe, and you can get passports and visa waivers from European countries, it's not that hard to imagine that this is a security risk for our country. And so putting a pause button on is important. Understanding what the criteria for profiling these folks is, we have that already. We're not doing anything new here, but this is a unique set of circumstances. Here's what I also think. I think that Christians in the Middle East are being persecuted, beheaded, executed, and but for us who? Who's going to be on their side? This is a real challenge for our country to balance our security interests, but also embrace the values that have really made us extraordinary. And the slaughter of Christians in the Middle East deeply troubles me. And I think we need to find a way to be on their side. They're not Islamic terrorists. They're Christians who are being castigated, persecuted, and then sadly in some cases beheaded because of their love for Jesus. And whether you're religious or not, that should be something that I think should haunt us as a nation, and it does haunt me. And I think the president got after me indirectly on this yesterday and saying that somehow it was wrong to say what I just said and not have the same sympathies for Muslims. Well, I do. We all have sympathies for people that have been uprooted. There are 4 million refugees that are in a country of 23 million. That's heartbreaking. But we have a duty to protect our country as well. And that's important. And then we'll come back here.
Hi, Governor. I'm Sean.
You're the last question. It better be good.
I'm not as big as the athletes over there, but God willing, I'll be in your spot in 17 years doing the same thing that you're doing.
That's what I'm talking about.
So
I hope you're a Republican, brother.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Because we'd have to cut the mic off again. No.
So my question is, though, I am a huge supporter of your brother's administration. Many outside of our party aren't. And so, you know, my whole thing is, should you gain the nomination for our party and, you know, go against the unapologetic liar on the other side, how would you go about...
If you're going to run for president, you may want to tone down the rhetoric just a tad.
It's got to be a little fire in my step.
No, fire's good. I like fire.
So how would you distinguish yourself from your brother, and additionally, how would you convince the American people as a whole that a third Bush presidency is the best option for America?
Great question. And first of all, elections are about the future, not the past. I love my brother. I love him. What else can I say? I mean, like, I'm going to disown him? I mean, come on. I I'm proud of him, and I love my dad, and he's the greatest man alive. Anybody disagrees? Other than that row of other kids there, I'll take everybody else outside and we can have an argument about it. I care about my family. But this has to be about the future. I have to share my record of accomplishment, my ideas, focused on the future. And here's how I beat Hillary Clinton. I beat her because I have a proven record. She doesn't. She doesn't have a record. It's a record of ambition for herself. My record is serving people to solve problems. And I will campaign in places where conservatives haven't been in a while. I campaigned in my re-election with the teachers union mortgaging their building to take me out, to kneecap me, to support my opponent because they hated the reforms that we had in place that opened the system up to allow parents to have more choices. They did not like it. I won. They sold their building. I know how to fight tough fights. I was reminded of this. I was in Michigan last week, and I was campaigning there, and there were 3,000 so-called volunteers, union members from AFSCME, the government union, that came out to try to take me out in my re-election campaign because we had career civil service reform where you could fire someone for incompetence and reward workers for a job well done that they hated, and I won. I will campaign in places where families are trapped in failed public schools. And I will say, as President of the United States, I will do everything in my power to shift power to you away from the teachers union, who the first endorsement that they gave, the first endorsement that Hillary Clinton got was from them in her first week of her election. I can campaign against Hillary Clinton because her record is saying that Barack Obama's economic policy is an A. It isn't an A. And if we campaign aggressively, in a way all across the country with conservative principles, with your arms wide open rather than saying how bad things are and just being angry and being grumpy, we can win. That's how I win. And I'll do it proud of my brother and proud of my dad. There's a big man. Stand up and let it rip.
Hello, sir. My name's Samuel Gordon.
Same team here. This is like...
Yeah. So if you are elected president, what steps, if any, would you take to deter China from continuing the building of artificial islands in the South China Sea, knowing that they could very well be used for military purposes?
Great question. The school's got it going on. The kids are... We should do, without great fanfare, we should support and prove out international waters. We shouldn't make a big deal of it. They're international waters, for crying out loud. We don't have to announce when we're having naval exercises in the waters that China believes is theirs, but there's nothing in international law suggests that that's true. We should fly over the islands that are contested, particularly the artificial island that you're describing, which is, I think, 100 miles off the South China Sea, clearly designed to be a military base. We should enforce international law, and we should do it in partnership with Japan and Korea and the Philippines and other countries. Today, I read in the paper, President Obama has announced the sale, or I guess their sale of 2 Navy vessels to the Philippines, which I think doubles their naval fleet. But that's a good step. We need to be all in with supporting our allies. And that's how you do it. You show a consistency. You don't announce it with great fanfare. I mean, that's not a sign of strength that you're adhering to international law. That should be the given. And then we need to engage with China across the board. The 2 big threats, I would say, are the military threat that you're describing, where they're asserting themselves because they sense we're no longer, engaged. As we pull back, they seem to be, there's a symmetry here. We pull back a step, they move forward a step. And the other is cybersecurity, a similar kind of situation, where we have allowed our own safeguards to diminish. Have you all heard about the Office of Personnel Management? You want to hear a story of incredible and sheer incompetence? The Personnel Office of the federal government, 23 million files were hacked into, allegedly, by the Chinese government. After the Inspector General of this department said that our safety, the firewall security was not adequate, that it was obsolete, that it needed not just replenishment, but it needed to be redesigned to deal with the new cybersecurity threats. 23 million files, including anybody in this room that has had a security clearance. People tell me that have gotten security clearances, it's 100 pages of vital information of all sorts of things. Everything that you basically can remember, all your relationships, who you know, where you've rented your home, where you've bought a home, your income levels, and all this are now in the hands of the communist Chinese. We have to be serious about protecting the homeland and all of the new threats. China is an emerging threat militarily, but it also is a cyber security power. And we should do the following. You remember in the day of mutual assured destruction, where there was a point where people realized that our nuclear capabilities were roughly equal to that of the Soviets, and it would have been so devastating that it created security. We need to get to that as it relates to cybersecurity. The Russians and the hackers and the Chinese should know that if they attack our companies and seek out, by espionage, seek out intellectual property, or our country's security through doing what they did with OPM, that there will be a response that will be so awe-inspiring that we'll get the exact same information that they got from us and more. If you do that, you're going to change behavior with the Chinese. The Chinese respect strength. They don't respect weakness, and that's where we are today, unfortunately. The world sees us not as an ally. The world doesn't see us as a strong enemy, and our traditional friends no longer believe we have their back, and our enemies no longer fear us, and it's a huge problem. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is John Gambelli.
If I'm going to break in really quick just to let you know, I'm hearing right now that Bobby Jindal's dropping out, and I'm seeing it on TV, but I can't bring it to you yet. But Bobby Jindal,
you can fit it in.
GOP presidential candidate, is allegedly dropping out of the race right now at this
would reduce the national debt by $6 trillion.
Well, you say one time. What he proposed 4 or 5 years ago, to be fair about it, wasn't a one-time flat tax. It was a tax. It was a tax on assets, a 14.5% tax on assets above a certain level of net worth. I mean, man, Mao didn't even come up with that. I mean, that would be devastating for the economy, and he's backed away from that, thankfully, because it wasn't a tax cut; it was a tax increase on assets.
Yes.
5 years ago, devastating. He doesn't talk about it anymore for good reason.
And my second question would be, what is your standpoint on the legalization of recreational use of marijuana based on the tax benefits? Because the state of Colorado...
Based on what taxes?
The tax benefits of that. Because the state of Colorado, 1 year, the taxes of that raised $70 million.
Yep.
And the taxes from alcohol was only 45.
So... let's rewind the tape back to gambling. These things aren't a panacea. There was a study in Colorado. It has generated the revenue expected, which was $70 million. It's not chump change. That's a lot of money. But there also are studies of problems as it relates to increasing crime and traffic accidents, driving while high. I don't know what the term is for marijuana. It's not DUI, but it's another version of that. And these problems now are going to become more pervasive. And I just think as a society, first of all, if Colorado wants to do this, then, and they did it by referendum, didn't they? You know, I respect that. I don't think the federal government should be involved in that. But it becomes a federal issue when you're violating federal law. And so I think a better approach would be to focus on the narrow use of marijuana for medicinal purposes. There are diseases where you're dealing with pain in a different, in a way that is quite helpful. And states that do that, they ought to have the right to do that. I think legalizing marijuana is not going to yield the result of happiness for people. It's not going to yield the revenue for government. And policy shouldn't be driven by how much government money gets into the coffers of government anyway. It ought to be based on a broader set of principles. And I would oppose that. Decriminalization of marijuana, different subject. I think we need to deal with the fact that Our society needs to give people a second chance. For nonviolent offenders, we're now in a position where a lot of people, you want to create a right to rise society? Then give people a second chance, because once they get in their record that they have committed a crime, it's very hard to get a job. It's very hard to be able to graduate and do the three things that I brought up. It's very hard to get married. It's very hard to do the things that will create upward mobility. And so there are initiatives on the left and right that focus on restorative justice, and I think that is the more appropriate place for us to focus our attentions. Yes, ma'am? You're the last question, unless you outsource it to him.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Miller. I'm a senior psychology major here at Coastal. And you were quoted a couple weeks ago saying universities ought to have skin in the game. When a student shows up, they ought to say, hey, that psych major deal, that's great. It's important to have liberal arts, but you realize you're going to be working a Chick-fil-A. It's important to know, like, 1 in 4 college students, and I work in counseling services in the university, and we have a 2-week wait limit for students to see a counselor due to mental illness. I think that this is a huge issue in today's country. 1 in 4 college students will or have a mental illness, and 14 million college students have or will have a mental illness while in school. I think mental illness is something we need to talk about, and
absolutely.
I think what are you going to do if you were president of the United States, and what should we do?
Very good point on the mental illness part. On the psych major part, I hope you get my drift, which is we measure full-time equivalent students in 12 hours rather than 15. Used to be 15. We measure 4-year degree completion rates for full-time equivalent students in 6 years. And 60% in public universities, 60% of full-time equivalent students graduate with a 4-year degree in 6 years, and psychology is the #1 major. We don't have we don't have shortages of therapists. We don't. I hope you get a job, but my guess is a lot of people that are getting a 4-year degree in psychology are going to get a master's degree. Is this what you're going to do? PhD, even better. Well, God bless you. You'll get a job. And let's make sure that we reform the student loan program so that you're not starting out with $150,000 of debt. So, the mental health challenge in this country is a serious one. I would be careful, just as a word of advice, to use statistics that might overstate the issue. I don't believe that 1 in 4 students have mental health challenges. They may be stressed out because they, got issues going on, but I think we have to be clear. If we're going to be successful in advancing the cause of treating mental health illnesses, I don't think we have to overstate the number of people that are involved, because there are enough people involved. And there's dual diagnosis and triple diagnosis in this issue. If you look at drug addiction and alcohol abuse and mental health challenges, many times they're tied together. If you look at the breakdown of the family, if you look at child abuse, if you look at domestic violence, many times there are mental health challenges and drug and alcohol addictions attached to it. So I take that very seriously, because the demands placed on government, because of our inability we're good at diagnosing physical illness. You get a cut on your finger, you fix your finger. We're the best in that, and probably in the world. But the brain needs to be explored more fully, and to fully appreciate and understand it. I respect that. I don't want to, you're not the first psych major that has given me grief about my comment, just for the record. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut going forward about that. But I'll tell you what, if it's a 4-year degree, students ought to be able to graduate in 4 years. And it should be as close to debt-free as possible. And in Florida, we have the lowest public tuition rates for in-state students in the country. And in Florida, if students can't get through, and that's one of the parameters that universities are used to measure their success on, which it is, then the money gets taken away from universities and given to the public universities in our state that are doing a better job. And guess what? When you do that, you're aligning everybody's interests the right way, and you get more degree completion and less debt for students. Good luck. Good luck on that. Where are you going to get your PhD, by the way? Good luck. Yes, sir.
Well,
no, you still. Oh, you're together?
Yeah, but let me just tell you what. I'm a 60-year.
Well, I'm not going to give you the.
And she is the same.
60 year?
60 years immigrant in this country. What is your stand on immigration?
Yeah. Okay. How long have y'all been married?
We haven't. We are.
Oh. We need a microphone. I hope I can answer both.
First, I'd like to thank you for having the opportunity we all have to be able to be in this room to talk to a future president. My question is that Mr. T has brought up that is very upsetting to me is the immigration issue. Many of us have come to this country legally, and I understand the whole process. Many of us, many other people have not come legally. There are many, this Mr. T has this thing about the wall, Mr. T. Okay, which is the biggest.
At first I didn't know who he was, I'm sorry. I was thinking the guy with the mohawk.
Oh, yeah.
We got another damn candidate running for president? Well, Mr. T?
Well, we have Mr. Corleone, and then we have Mr. T, and he does have that thing. Anyway, there are many people that have come to this country that never leave, that come in legally with a visa or visitors. They're not being counted. All he talks about is the Mexican wall, okay? I lived in New York for many years, gas stations. The majority of the people that own the gas station all hire illegal Indians, Pakistanis. How many Chinese are here illegally? How many Europeans are here illegally? What is your stand in the illegal
Thank you.
situation?
It is the same question.
And if we do what he expects us to do, who is going to
I'm not going to talk about Mr. T.
No, but
I'll talk about my plan.
No, so that people, when they vote, who are they going to get to replace all these workers that are being paid less than the other ones? Why not just find the employer a high penalty for hiring them, and then there won't be any jobs? Or the second thing, you take every illegal immigrant.
You made this happen.
You take every illegal immigrant, and you take somebody from welfare, and the person from welfare takes a job that the illegal immigrant was doing, and we save on the immigrants and to get people back on the workforce.
All right. Somewhere in there was a question. I think I know what it is. Get this lady's microphone away before we get a third question.
And you mentioned Colombia, which is where I am from, and I thank you for that.
You bet. So, first of all, if you're really interested in a comprehensive set of solutions to fix our immigration challenges and turn it into an opportunity, because it could be, I would urge you to read a book called Immigration Wars, which I wrote 4 years ago, as a conservative alternative to what the left has been offering up, but never wanting to do. In fact, they want to offer proposals, but never pass them because they want this to be a wedge issue to continue to win elections. And we're playing the part, basically, of accepting that narrative, and I think we need to fix it with a conservative alternative. And here's my plan. My plan would suggest that border control, first and foremost, has to be done, both in terms of the physical border, for sure. And Mr. Trump is right. I wrote this before he said it, so he concurs with me that there are places where walls are important. There are places like in urban areas, you've got to have adequate fencing in places. It does work. But there are places where it doesn't work. And there you use all of the tools available. GPS technology, drones. There's all sorts of ways for us to have, effectively, to have a guarantee that we know when people cross. If we're serious about this, given the technologies that exist today that didn't 5 years ago, we could do that. It means the Border Patrol needs to be forward-leaning rather than 40 miles off the border. It means resourcing this in a way that 40% of all illegal immigrants come with a legal visa and they overstay, the so-called overstayers. They're not on the border. They're here. They're in Myrtle Beach. They're in Miami. They're all over the place. And we need to have a system that other countries have where you have an exit and entry biometric technology that knows when they've come and when they leave and have the resources to identify where they are, which is possible. Other countries do this, to be effective with the 40% of the 12 million people that come here with a legal visa and overstay. We need an E-Verify system, like you described. Basically, any employer should have a take-it-to-the-bank kind of knowledge that if they're hiring somebody illegally, they're going to be fined severely, and that the technology available to check whether people are here illegally or legal is good enough for them to be able to rely on it. We need a guest worker program. Coming here legally should be easier than coming here illegally. And there are jobs that aren't going to be filled by Americans. There are going to be some jobs that are going to be filled in the fields, particularly in other places, agriculture, desperately looking for dealing with labor shortages. Then we should narrow the number of people coming by family to what every other country has. This is the part of the immigrant experience that most people don't understand in our country. It's spouse and minor children, like every other country, and we also have adult siblings and adult parents. And we've had it for 50 years. And the net result is we have what's called chain migration, and it crowds out economic immigrants. 85% of all legal immigrants come by family, and this broad definition is not the biggest economic driver. We should pick and choose who comes. It shouldn't come by country quota, and it shouldn't come by family preference. Narrow the number of people coming by family, by spouse and minor children, and you could then create an economic driver. The final part of this is, what do we do with the 12 million people here? This is where Mr. T and other candidates, I think, have it wrong. What I think we should do is create a provisional work permit, provisional, and it's provisioned on the fact that you pay a fine. You pay your taxes. You learn English. You don't commit crimes. You don't receive federal government assistance. And I'll get to the last part last. And over an extended period of time, you earn legal status. You don't cut in line for people that have been patiently waiting. You earn legal status, the equivalent of a green card that doesn't allow you to get to citizenship. That, to me, is a fair way. The other way is to make life so miserable for all of us that people leave. That's called self-deportation. Or round people up, with due process or not. 500,000 people a month. That's more than are processed in our justice system today. The costs of that would be beyond imagination. And the disruption of families and communities would be similarly beyond imagination. And it doesn't represent the values of our country. And it's not practical. And it won't work. Other than that, it's a wonderful idea. This is the difference. Do you want someone with a practical, conservative approach? Or do you want someone that is offering up stuff that he knows isn't going to ever happen? I would think we should start looking at people that have practical solutions. The final point I'd make, when did you say you came here?
1953.
Wow. You're 62 years. I was just born that year. So here is a good example of the beauty of the immigrant experience. People come to this country with fire in their belly, with zeal in their hearts, with a desire to improve their lot in life. They come legally. And what makes us different than any other country on the face of the earth is our citizenship. Being an American is not defined by race or ethnicity. In Japan, you have to be Japanese to be Japanese. You have to be ethnically Japanese. Similarly, in other countries, race or ethnicity defines nationality. In our country, the beauty of our country, when we get it right, is that we have a set of shared values. So it doesn't matter, it shouldn't matter. It's increasingly matter, which is what troubles me, where you were born, what zip code you were born in. It shouldn't matter what country you came from. If you embrace American values, and that's the commonality of purpose in this country, it creates a catalyst for everybody to benefit. But here's the problem now in America. We don't have civics education anymore. How do we define what American identity is if we don't even know our own history? People that come to this country, I have a lady that cuts my hair. She's from Colombia, and she's now an American citizen. And to become an American citizen, you have to answer 100, there's 100 questions. There's a field of 100 questions. You have to answer 10 of them. You have to get 6 right. Even the federal government has defined passing downward, to 60. And so this beautiful young woman, really nice person, whenever I got my hair cut, I would practice the questions with her. And she memorized them all. She really wanted to be a citizen. It wasn't that hard. it took her 6 months, 3 months, or whatever. She memorized every answer to these questions. They're not that hard. But I don't think she got the full richness of our heritage by that process. Nor if you go to mentor an 8th grade kid like I did once a week at Raw Middle School with kids going through their social studies book, getting a sense, is there commonality there? Do we have a love of our country expressed in all sorts of ways where it unifies us together? I think it's a real problem. And so one element of a successful immigration reform is to make sure that America doesn't move towards the multicultural approach where one set of values is equal to another set of values. Europe is going through real challenges today because of this. We are unique and extraordinary because we've rejected that in the past, and we need to continue to reject it now. And love of country needs to be one of those shared values that we all have. If you don't believe like I do, and I know you do, that this is the most extraordinary country on the face of the earth, and all we got to do is start acting like it again. So, thank you. Yes, sir.
I can shout.
Yes, you can.
I
Wow.
taught school for 35 years. Anyway, my name is Dave Don Moyer. I have an old question that's been asked probably 1,000 times over 35 years since a president signed an act into law regarding creating ANWR. Simple question.
ANWR.
How do you ANWR, Alaskan National Wildlife Refuge?
Yeah.
Real quick question. How do you feel about drilling in the Alaskan National Wildlife Refuge?
I think we should consider it, given the advancement of technologies that protect the natural environment. I think we ought to consider it. Here's the reason. There are proven reserves that are equal to roughly 1,200,000 barrels per day. Our objective ought to be energy security with North American resources in short order, because it creates stability for our country. It creates high-wage jobs in the communities in which the oil and gas sector is operating, and it creates lower utility prices and lower gasoline prices for Americans. Sounds like a pretty good deal. The problem with the Trans-Alaskan Pipeline, as I understand it, is there's a point past which, as the oil production depletes, that the pipeline has to close down. So you're not only missing the opportunity of a pretty significant amount of oil to move down into our refineries, but you're also you're getting to the point where you may have to shut down production that now is, I think, at 500,000 barrels per day. Now, I haven't been briefed on the specific environmental, ecological challenges, but I'm pretty confident that when this process was shut down a long while ago, that there's been dramatic improvement in how you would go about drilling to lessen the footprint and to protect the natural environment, but also recognize that we got to have a balance. It's not an either-or game here. Under this administration, federal leases for oil and gas on federal lands and waters has declined by 30 to 40%, where it's increased on private leasehold interest. This administration believes oil and gas is not part of our future, when in fact 40% of economic activity has happened because of it. And I think we should be focused on high sustained economic growth. And you can balance that interest with protecting the natural environment along the way. I've been doing town hall meetings for the last 9 months. That's the first time I've been asked that question. Why would you ask it? I'm curious.
I'm an old-fashioned environmentalist from way back.
Yeah.
And in fact, I started the Audubon chapter locally back in 1980.
Interesting.
And of course, there was an oil spill in '82 right offshore of some tanker.
The Valdez?
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, right here.
Surfside. And we cleaned loons and all kinds of shorebirds for several months. And I saw some damage that, oil does to spur, to spin.
No, it definitely does.
Yeah, it definitely does. And of course, after the Valdez, and of course, the BP spill in the Gulf. You think about those things. They're nightmares, and you wonder about the environmental. And I ask this question of every politician I've ever met. How do you feel about it? Because politicians of every level have been asked a simple question. How do you feel about drilling in ANWR?
Yeah, and I think, as I said, you probably disagree with me, but I think that we ought to make sure that the environmental impacts are, that the damage that could be done is mitigated. but we need to exploit our resources to create economic growth. We're in a heap of trouble right now. When you have $2,300 declining disposable income in 7 or 8 years, and then you look at what the future looks like. There are kids that are going to be born in the public hospital here in this county that unless we radically change the path that they ultimately will be on by dramatically changing their education and doing the things that will allow for economic and social mobility, they're not going to get a job. We're moving to a world where automation is going to happen at warp speed. And I think we need to be cognizant of that fact and create high growth where more people have a chance to reach earned success. But I appreciate the question. Yes, sir. You just got here. So if you've asked a question that I've already answered, then I'm going to say that. Oh, you didn't just get here?
No, I've been in the back the whole time.
Okay, my bad.
Yes, but there's a candidate right now. His name is Bernie Sanders. You know him well. He promises every college student a free college education, and I know that is something near and dear to my heart. I don't know about you guys. I'm an out-of-state student from North Carolina, and my tuition is about $13,500 a year. What do you plan to do with college tuition?
My brother, there is no such thing as free. Look. Sorry. Bernie Sanders' idea combined with the other ideas he is already up to something like, over a 10-year period, $18 trillion of new spending. That's basically the size of our economy. That's 10% per year, assuming it's flatline. That would create devastation for all of us. But you know who it would create the most devastation to? Young people. Because the debt will never, you're going to pay, the idea that the social contract will exist if we spend at the rate we're spending rather than curb the spending that is creating these deficits, you're not going to get to even when by the time you're 40 that it's going to be clear that there's going to be no Medicare, no Social Security, no Obamacare, that our government will collapse under its own weight. There is no such thing as free. And it's not his money to give away to you. It's not. I mean, this is just wrong. It's just... So, now, is it possible to lower tuition costs? Damn right it is. Can you align the university's interests with the student's interests? Of course. In Florida, we had the lowest tuition for in-state students, and pretty low for out-of-state students as well, but lowest in the country because we used the lottery. This existed before I got there, but we used the lottery for bright futures. So any student that had a GPA of X and a SAT score of Y got either 3/4 of their tuition paid for or all of it. If you're a student at the University of Florida, it's likely you pay no tuition. Then we expanded needs-based aid, because I think it's important to make sure that low-income families also have access to a high-quality education. And in that case, we created a program that I'm quite proud of, which was first-in-generation to college scholarship program. The state put up money, and the universities put up money to match it, and it's been an extraordinary success where predominantly low-income, predominantly minority students are now accessing our high-quality universities. There's ways to do this, where you accelerate getting a 4-year degree done in 4 years. We should be on the side of students. I don't want you to think otherwise. But free? No. There is no such thing as free. Yeah, go ahead.
There are students in European countries that do not...
Yeah, and they're bankrupt. That's right. This is a great question. I'm glad you brought it up. Because this notion that earned success in life, that the government can just take care of us, if we keep taking steps down that path, we're in danger. And it's insidious because you don't see it until it's over. That's the problem with this. It's like the crabs in the crabs in the boiling water. It's frogs, okay. After an hour of Q&A, I start getting my animals wrong. You think it's warm and it feels pretty good, then it feels like you're in a whirlpool, jacuzzi or something, then you're dead. That's how this works, and I think we just need to be very careful about restoring a society from the bottom up, not the top down. My vision of how the future looks is that we decentralize decision-making. We empower families again. We allow people in a diverse country to be able to pursue their dreams as they see fit. The left wants us to get in line. You want your free things here? Get in that line. You want your free college? Get in that line. Now it's not fair that Uber drivers are driving without full benefits as a full-time employee. That's the next step. Trust me. That's where she's moving. She's already said it. So she gave a speech about this. She wants to be on the side of young people. Well, it's not fair that they don't have health care insurance and this and that. Well, maybe what they want to do is to work to make money to pay off their student loan. Maybe they don't want to be told what it's worth. The world you're moving towards is a shared economy where you may have 4 jobs and you customize it the way you want. It's going to be a glorious world. It's going to be a world full of excitement and customization, the likes of which we had never seen. But we have to shake off this centralized, top-down driven approach because all they do is protect the incumbents. They're on the side of the guys that own the licenses for the cabs against Uber. They're on the side of the hotel companies worried about Airbnb. They're on the side of the people that have already made it at the expense of those that want to make it. And I think conservatives need to be, believe in the future, believe it is going to be awesome, and be on the side of people that are not the incumbents. They're the disruptors. We'll have a much better society if we do that. One more question. I got to go to Charleston.
Hi, I'm Josh. I'm an intelligence student here at Coastal, and
you're an intelligence student?
Intelligence and national security student. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So I
thought you said at first you were an intelligence student. I knew that already.
So I think I speak for a lot of us, and the job outlook in the intelligence community is it's interesting given the threats of ISIS and the recent attacks in Paris and stuff like that. So what plans do you have to strengthen our intelligence community, our collecting ability, and also the lack of our human sources on the ground to effectively feed information to our policymakers, and also the prospects of growing the intelligence community in a reasonable way that ensures young people and also old people can, people that are retiring, that they get out and there's a new blood in the intelligence community.
Great question. First of all, just the federal government, there's going to be great opportunities, even when we shrink the government workforce, which I think we need to do. There'll be great opportunities because the federal government workforce is aging dramatically. And if we do nothing, you could reduce the government workforce in 4 years by 10%. So do not fret too much. There's going to be opportunities because people will retire. As it relates to the intelligence community, I think we need to show much more respect for the work that they do. They're not in the limelight, but they provide the necessary support for our warfighters to do their jobs. And I don't know, look, I mean, I think there's ways you can do this symbolically. You can go to NSA headquarters. I don't know if the president's done that. He may have done it once in his 7 years. And appreciate the fact that from a standing start over the last 10 years, we built up a homeland security apparatus that has kept us safe. And they've played a constructive role in doing that. And appreciate people for the jobs that they do. Secondly, I do think that human intelligence out amongst where the evildoers are hanging out is important. It's dangerous. It needs to be respected. The Snowden issue has been devastating. This guy is not a hero. He's a traitor. He should not be brought back to serve a short period of time and then be free and go on the speaking circuit as a hero. He put American men and women in jeopardy that are in covert operations, and he damaged our ability to have a relationship with other countries. In order for us to be successful, we need to share intelligence with other countries. I don't know if you saw today, the Obama administration correctly said that they were expanding the efforts of shared intelligence that traditionally have been the Brits, the Canadians, the Kiwis, and the Aussies to include France. That was a smart thing for him to do. And we need to make sure that we constantly are sharing information, that there's a lot of trust. Because in Europe today, thanks to Snowden, that has been disrupted, and we need to restore that. Thirdly, I think we need to take a look at the metadata program again. I honestly believe that the reauthorization of the Patriot Act, not including the metadata program, was a mistake. This is not new, but given what's happening now, hopefully Congress will reevaluate that. For the record, there has been no violation of any American citizen's civil liberties because of this metadata program. People believe it because they're told it over and over again. There's very little trust in government, but there's no evidence that that's the case. And there is some evidence that directly and indirectly it has been able to identify sources of intelligence combined with other elements of the intelligence community that has been able to keep us safe. That should be the objective, and I think the President ought to be all in on these things. Again, we're back to these issues of balance. Can you protect the environment and also allow us to be energy secure? I think the answer is yes. Can you respect civil liberties, a hallmark tradition of our country, unique to us, that we've exported around the world, and also keep us safe using these technological tools? I think the answer is yes. Great question. Good luck. When are you graduating?
In the summer.
Fantastic. Hopefully you'll send me a resume in November of 2017. Thank you all very much.
What a cool way for him to end that. Hopefully you'll send me a resume in November of 2016. And we'll kind of keep our eye on this. I don't like to immediately cut out because sometimes weird things happen. For instance, with his brother. Do you remember when the shoe was thrown at his brother? You never know when you might miss something that happens. So I hate to cut out, but we also don't have any audio, so perhaps we should just jump into our top 5. I added Jindal. I removed something. Let me see if I can find some Jindal quotes while we have these visuals. All right, so we are going to jump into our top 5 stories. That was Jeb Bush in South Carolina. He touched on terrorism. He touched on the Obama administration in general. He discussed his brother, loving his father, and mentioned that as much as he does love his family, this is about the future. This is not about the past. So, very interesting speech by Jeb Bush. I love when we get these different speeches from candidates. I know we hear a lot from certain candidates, Hillary Clinton, but it's always fun to get the other candidate's point of view and understand where they're coming from and what their take is. Oh, selfies. Selfies are currently being taken by Jeb Bush. Let's jump into the top 5 right now. A New York City missing persons case has now become an international concern for his family as a former Columbia University student's passport was scanned in Paris several days before a terrorist attacks in that city. Austin Taylor, 26, was last seen on November 2nd in New York City. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days later. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news source that he also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some of his loans. Knowing Austin, he would be mortified that this is going out there, which made me very hesitant to even bring it up, Leanne said. He's a very private person, but this is strange for him, especially given what happened in Paris. We just want to know he's safe. Concern grew as family and friends filed a missing persons report with the New York City Police Department. A search of his new apartment provided no clues as to where he may have gone. Austin's mother continued to worry and eventually posted her son's photo on Facebook, and others began sharing. No one, it appeared, knew of his whereabouts. Then early last week, the New York Police Department investigating the case phoned to say that they had learned that Austin's passport had recently been scanned in Paris, a city he had frequented numerous times over the last years. Leanne admits she was angry but relieved. Austin speaks French fluently and is very familiar with the city. And then the events of Friday happened in Paris. The shootings, the bombings, the panic. Once word reached Austin's family, his mother called the U.S. consulate seeking whatever information she could get, praying, like everyone else with a loved one in Paris, that her son wasn't among the casualties. About a dozen people killed in the attacks have yet to be identified. It took hours for the family to get someone on the phone, Leanne said. She says she was told that if Austin turns up as one of the injured or one of the deceased, someone would contact them as soon as possible. No good news is good news in this case, Leanne told the news outlet, but if he would only let us know he was okay, even if he just wants to be left alone, that's what we need to know. Although Austin has not been officially marked safe, not everyone who knows him is as frantic about the situation as his mother is. Given Austin's interest and lifestyle, close friend Kristen Wentz believes Austin is most likely not even in Paris. Austin was also reportedly on WhatsApp, an internet instant messaging phone application, on November 5th, 8 days before the attack. He had also recently been talking about meditation retreats with another friend. So she has a hunch perhaps he's spending some time disconnecting. Knowing him, he's gone on trips before, and yes, he didn't tell anyone this time. But he's an adult, Wentz told our news outlet. He probably had no idea that people are looking for him or even what happened in Paris. If he did, I know he'd call his family. The New York Police Department confirmed that Austin's passport was scanned earlier this week in Paris, but they have not released any information. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds of times, with users asking him to please call his family. Austin would hate the attention, Leanne told us several times, but his safety matters more. I feel like we're very close. He's my son. I couldn't bear if something happened to him. And in regards to the terror attacks in Paris that we just briefly touched on, Anonymous has declared war on Daesh/ISIS. Hacker group Anonymous has declared war against ISIS after the attacks in Paris on Friday night. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warn the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesperson speaking in French said, "Anonymous from all over the world will hunt you down. You should know that we will find you and we will not let you go. We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared. Get prepared. The French people are stronger than you and will come out of this atrocity even stronger." It isn't the first time that hackers have made threats against ISIS, as they made similar threats after the Charlie Hebdo attacks in January. The hacktivists run an operation publishing a list of Twitter accounts it claims are spreading propaganda in support of ISIS. Anonymous last reported that they have shut down 5,500 ISIS support social media accounts. That is a lot considering the fact that they just released this yesterday. And let's get a quote from House Leader Paul Ryan. He spoke earlier today in regards to the Syrian refugees, and I have that quote for you here.
In addition, the Majority Leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible things take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population. In the end, the ultimate solution to this crisis is a strategy to defeat ISIS. All of this rises above politics. This is not about politics. This is about national security. And so we will invite all of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to work with us quickly to address the urgent nature of this situation.
All right. He's going to be in conflict with the president.
Okay, so that was House Leader Paul Ryan basically saying, and Jeb reiterated this as well during his speech that we watched, a pause. They just want to suggest a pause while they determine how to allow some of these refugees in and screen them so that the country and the public feels comfortable and safe. All right. That story I removed, but I'll briefly go over it since it's in front of me. The pastor's pregnant wife murdered. There have been photos released from a neighbor's security camera. This happened in Indianapolis. The Indianapolis pastor, his wife had just announced she was pregnant. She was 28 years old. They had a toddler upstairs in their crib. A horrible story, a beautiful family, and some security footage was released, some stills, showing the suspect that they believe shot and killed this woman. So it's a horrible, horrible story, and hopefully they find that suspect sooner rather than later. But I did replace that story in my top 5 with Governor Bobby Jindal suspending his campaign. He said, "I've come to realize that this is not my time, so I've come here to announce that I'm suspending my campaign for President of the United States." He told that to our own Fox News' Brett Baer. Jindal, who entered the presidential race in June, has remained near the back of the Republican pack since then. In recent months, his persistently low polling numbers regulated him to the smaller televised events that preceded each of the main GOP debates. Jindal has served as Louisiana's governor since 2008, the year he oversaw the mass evacuation of his state's coastal areas during Hurricane Gustav. Since then, he's established himself as a hardline conservative by making moves like downplaying the need to address climate change and allowing public school teachers to include creationism in their curriculum. Earlier this year, the governor launched an executive order to fulfill the spirit of HB 707, a defeated bill intended to allow Louisiana citizens and businesses to discriminate against same-sex couples without punishment. During his campaign, like many other GOP candidates, Jindal threw his support behind Kim Davis, a Kentucky county clerk who refused to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples, citing their religious convictions. He has also been vocal in his criticism of business mogul and GOP candidate Donald Trump, whom Jindal has called a non-serious, unstable, and substance-free narcissist. Before Jindal exited the race, Willie Robertson, a star of the A&E reality show Duck Dynasty, appeared to withdraw his support of Jindal and endorse Trump instead. Jindal's campaign denied that Robertson had broken bad on the governor, saying that Robertson simply admires Trump. Oh, that's interesting. Wow, it's amazing what Duck Dynasty can do. You're just like, I'm out. Willie's over it, so everybody else must be. So I wouldn't say shocking news. I think when a lot of the people that are ahead have been very critical of, not only that, but just people with common sense have been very critical of the kiddie table group and have all said, why don't they just shut down shop? And I think he's the first one to kind of do that since there's been so much criticism about that. And he's got a job to do. It's not like he's got nothing else going on. He's got a job to do. All right, this is kind of a scary story that we've been watching unfold. 2 Germany stadiums evacuated after bomb threats. Confusion reigned in Germany on Tuesday night after 2 stadiums were evacuated following a bomb threat. No explosives have been found at the stadium, contradicting a Hanover police chief who was quoted by multiple sources saying there was a device intended to be detonated inside the stadium. So that turned out not to be true. A soccer match at the venue was canceled after police said serious plans for explosions were thwarted. Unconfirmed reports from a local German newspaper had said a truck possibly disguised as an emergency vehicle or ambulance initially believed to contain explosives was found at an unknown location. That is what I had originally heard and reported. There was no immediate confirmation of that report, though a German television reporter later appeared live on CNN to relay reports circulating in the local media of the discovery of some kind of device possibly found in a truck, referring to another bomb threat about an hour beforehand that turned out to be a false alarm. Let's see here. So yeah, that was something that we kind of watched unfolding earlier today, and 2 stadiums evacuated for bomb threats. You can see how seriously not only the country, America, but the world is taking these threats. Everyone is scared. Everyone is concerned, and it gives you a better idea of why some of these governors are coming out saying that they're not really interested in Syrian refugees at the moment, especially when a passport, albeit some outlets have said that it could have been a fake passport, a Syrian refugee passport, or a passport of a Syrian individual that snuck in with refugees, was located near one of the suicide bombers. Jeff Cotton in the chat room, Rand Paul and John Kasich need to be demoted to the kiddie table. Wow. Although, let me say this. A lot of people have been very critical of Rand Paul, saying that he should drop out. And he's always fought back, saying, I have a younger demographic. I have the younger voters. And people really, I think that people just don't acknowledge that reaction. However, when they did do that recent, I don't think maybe it was not the most recent debate, but they did do a recent debate, and there was a Facebook poll taken, and Rand Paul totally dominated that Facebook poll, which typically is the people that are supportive of Rand Paul. So maybe he's right. Maybe these generic polls that are being taken that are of people that are registered Republicans, likely donate a lot of money, and have likely been registered Republicans for the last decade or 20 years or whatever. That's not really his demo. And people want the young vote right now, and it does look like he's kind of got that dominated if you look just specifically at that Facebook poll that was taken throughout one of the Republican debates not too long ago. It's almost time for me to wrap up, but let me see if I have my favorite Facebook video ready. Why don't you take a look at our Fox 10 Facebook update before I let you go?
I'm John Hook with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. Police are now saying that a bad crash in Tempe was caused by a drunk driver. 2 cars collided head-on near Rural and Southern. Both drivers rushed to the hospital in bad shape. The passenger escaped with only minor injuries. In the wake of Friday's attacks, France's president expected to present a bill tomorrow that would extend the country's state of emergency. Secretary of State John Kerry made a surprise visit to France, assuring the country that they have the full support of the United States. 129 people were killed in the attacks last week, hundreds more injured. Back here in the Valley, Leslie Merritt Jr., the suspect in the I-10 freeway shootings, could walk out of jail after a judge lowers his bond from $1 million to $150,000. Yesterday, the defense successfully argued that Merritt's bond was too high and that he couldn't afford it. His attorneys also wanted to call witnesses to the stand who say they can prove Merritt has an alibi. Merritt was arrested in connection to the string of freeway shootings that gripped the Valley at the end of August. Investigators say they can tie Merritt to at least 4 of the 11 shootings. The 21-year-old has denied any involvement. Let's take a look at the 10-day forecast. We're going to warm up tomorrow to around 70 and then head toward 80 this weekend. Next week will remain in the mid to upper 70s. Very nice. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John Hook. Near the campus of NAU, the bomb squad was called in to investigate. Ty Brennan is there, live in Flagstaff now with the details. What happened up there?
Yeah, well, Flagstaff police right now still trying to piece together exactly what happened. But the good news in all of this, no explosives were found. Everything back up and running here at this Walmart in Flagstaff. But take a look at some of this video earlier this afternoon that shows the bomb squad out here. Now, Flagstaff police tell us a man was here earlier today. Now, they're not sure why just yet, but that man left 4 propane tanks here along with some wire in the parking lot and then took off. Obviously, with everything going on in the world today, someone called it in. That bomb squad was dispatched. Again, no explosives found. That man and his car were then found a short time later near the NAU campus. Now, as we speak, that man is being interviewed by Flagstaff police. They tell me that that man could be facing charges of felony flight, criminal littering, and possession of meth. Now, right now, Flagstaff PD says that more charges could be coming down for this man. Of course, we're keeping tabs on this story as it develops. Reporting live from Flagstaff, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Ty. A trial date has been set for a former state employee charged with stealing millions of dollars from Arizona's health care program for the poor. Michael Veet, he worked for the state as one of the leaders of the Access Medicaid program. Veet was arrested back in September, accused of embezzling $1.5 million. He has pled not guilty to fraud, theft, and money laundering. His trial will begin May 12th.
In Tempe, police arrest a man accused of exposing himself in 2 separate incidents. They say last November, 32-year-old Francisco Chavez exposed himself to a woman walking near Country Club in Alameda. And then last week, police say he did it again, exposed himself to a 13-year-old girl walking to school in the same area. Chavez facing 2 counts of public sexual indecency. This is the video of the day. Over the years, we have shown you video of fights on the light rail, bans on the light rail, protests, people wearing just their underwear riding the light rail. We've seen a lot of stuff. But we don't recall having video of a car on the light rail tracks just rolling down the tracks. That all changed today. Linda Williams live with the story. This video is ridiculous.
It's kind of crazy, John. There's a guy, his name is Angelo Fiori, and he recently bought and installed an $80 dash camera in his vehicle. He's just started Uber driving part-time, and he wanted it for security. So a week ago, he's heading down Washington Avenue and caught a driver getting on the inside track of the light rail. No, that's not a good thing. It might take a moment to realize what is wrong with this picture. Monday afternoon, November 9th, westbound on Washington Avenue's light rail tracks. This driver gives new meaning to the phrase, getting on the light rail.
I didn't know if he was drunk. I didn't know, maybe he spilt his coffee and just overturned it. I wasn't sure what to think. So,
Angelo Fiori captured the car driving onto the light rail tracks as the driver made a U-turn at 54th Place to head in the opposite direction on Washington Avenue. He doesn't think the driver meant to end up here.
He literally jumped the curb and just started racing, and I have to assume that he started racing because he saw the light rail coming up on him.
Once on the tracks as a driver, you're kind of hemmed in by high curbs.
At one point in the video, the car veers off to the right and hits the curb like he's trying to get off and get out of the way. The curb is so big that he just could not jump back over.
The driver did make it to the next light and was able to get off the tracks safely. If not for Fiori and his new $80 investment in this dash cam, we might not know about this mishap, which only lasted about 40 seconds.
I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. I happened to catch it and thought, like, wow, this is incredible.
So nobody was hurt, police weren't called, no one even knows who that driver is just yet. We are waiting to get video of the incident from Valley Metro Light Rail. That agency says it likes to remind everyone, residents and visitors, you really have to be extra alert around the light rail tracks. Listen for rail cars and whistles, and need we say, I mean, there's signs everywhere. Don't drive on the light rail tracks if you can help it. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Well, just a little bit warmer by a couple of degrees today. That'll happen again tomorrow, and so on and so forth into the weekend. A nice little warming trend for you. However, the nights remain cool. We'll take a look coming up.
Thank you, Dave. And also coming up, reaction to Charlie Sheen's big announcement that he has HIV. We hear from a Valley woman living with HIV and how she's helping educate others about the virus.
All right, folks. Happy Tuesday evening. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this evening. Lots to cover. You just saw that they were teasing Charlie Sheen's big announcement. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Also, in the GOP race, Bobby Jindal is out. He said he is suspending his campaign. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then also the latest investigation into the Paris attacks. New info coming just within the last 10 minutes. I'm going to share that with you as well. And then we're also going to touch upon some stories maybe you didn't hear about, like in California, the tour bus crash. We'll give you the very latest on that, as well as what's going to happen now with the Super Bowl security in San Francisco. You know, the big Super Bowl happening there in February. So we'll see what new measures they are taking right now in light of all of this horrible terrorism in Paris. All right, I'm still going to get set up here for you guys. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to show you the beautiful Times Square right now, as I will be back in about 3 minutes. Give me about 3 minutes. I will be right back here for you, folks.
Admitting and confirming that he is HIV positive. Sheen appearing on TV to tell the world that he was diagnosed with the HIV virus 4 years ago, and he says that he's been paying people who knew so they would keep quiet about it. Sheen's doctor said the actor's status is now undetectable. Sheen is the first major celebrity to announce having HIV since 1991, when basketball great Magic Johnson told the world that he was living with the disease.
And many people are living with the disease. Valley HIV/AIDS advocates hope that Sheen will use his celebrity status as a teachable moment to educate a younger generation about preventing the spread of the virus. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia has been looking into this. She joins us live now with more. Nicole.
Yeah, John and Carrie, nearly 17,000 people here in the state of Arizona have HIV or AIDS, and many are able to take medications and live with this disease. But local AIDS advocates worry that today's youth don't have a grasp of how grave this disease really is.
I was diagnosed in 1993 with AIDS. I was told I probably would live about 2 years. I told that doctor to beat it.
Although she's lived with AIDS for 22 years, Barb Brados has suffered immeasurable loss. Her former husband and son were both diagnosed with AIDS around the same time.
It was rough. There was only one medication available. It made you really sick, and it was a really hard time. I unfortunately lost my son when he was 6.
Brados has dedicated her life to helping those living with HIV and AIDS and to prevention education. Tuesday, she was part of a panel speaking to Estrella Mountain Community College students for an AIDS Day event. She says there is a disconnect between the younger generation and the gravity of the disease.
This generation hasn't seen their friends dropping dead. They haven't seen friends who are really sick and can't go anywhere because they really just can't get out of the house to do anything.
These days, cocktails of powerful drugs available to those who can afford them make the disease manageable, but there is still no cure for HIV.
I take about 40 to 50 pills a day. It's not an easy life to live. You know, I hear young kids go, oh, if I get it, I'll just take a pill. it's not about taking a pill. You know, sometimes the pills don't work, and sometimes the pills make you really, really sick.
Now, December 1st is World AIDS Day, and Brados is a huge advocate for getting tested, and she says there will be free HIV testing available on December 1st at any Walgreens along Central Avenue in Phoenix, where the light rail runs. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Morning, you guys. I guess this afternoon now. We work in the morning. I'm Corey.
I'm Beth.
Yeah, that's right. And we're standing in front of the tallest tree where?
In the nation.
That's right, in the world. And we're about to kick off something super special if you love Christmas music. And I think people do.
I love it.
I know. We'll be back with more in just a minute.
Fox 10 AccuWeather. All right, folks. Happy to be here with you this evening as I always am for you, 5 to 7. Kinsey will be here to close down the show at 7. We got a lot to cover today, as we normally do. You know, it's always gets so crazy sometimes with the news, and you just can't handle it sometimes. There's just so much coming in sometimes. So we appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, always here on fox10phoenix.com. You guys have the right idea to join us this evening. It's always a great time to be here with you as I share the news with you for these next 2 hours. What we're going to be going to in a little bit is previous. You might have saw Jeb Bush hit the rally he just had. Well, we're going to show you the rally that you might have missed in the morning. We recorded that for you, and we'll bring it to you in just a little bit. And then if we have time, we'll show you Bernie Sanders' event as well. So don't worry, folks. You are in for a treat. And then, as always, knock on wood, I hope there's no bad breaking news, but if there is, we will bring that to you. So that's how we rock here on Fox 10 News Now. I do want to show you that story, though, that really is our top story of the day, where there's new leads into the Paris attack. It says, surveillance video obtained indicates a team of 3 attackers carried out the shootings at a Paris sidewalk cafe, leading police to believe that a second assailant is now on the loose. Previously, officials had not specified how many people were involved in the attack on the sidewalk bar, but now surveillance video of the shooting shows 2 black-clad gunmen with automatic weapons calmly firing on the bar, then returning slowly toward a waiting car whose driver was maneuvering behind them. So that is the very latest into the Paris attacks as this investigation continues. All right, we got Corey now live. Let's go back to him.
Yeah, I've got him. I'll be translating your language for Beth. But we're here in Anthem, and we've been here many times.
Yes, we have.
We love this tree. It's the tallest
in the nation.
I know. Take that, rest of the world. We do things right now.
Take that, Rockefeller Center.
No kidding. I love this time of year. I know you do too.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
Because at KEZ 99.9, it seems like you're always beating everybody to the Christmas punch.
Yes,
and not that punching should be a big part of Christmas.
No. Well, we're, as far as I know, the only ones doing it this year. We started 2,000 years ago at the original, the original site of Away in the Manger.
Well, what's going to be happening in a few minutes?
In mere moments from now, we're going to flip the switch, and 99.9 KEZ is going to go all Christmas. And may I remind you that if you get on the phone right now at 602-260-0999, 99th caller gets a $2,500 shopping spree to the outlets at Anthem.
What?
So, yes.
It just keeps getting better and better.
But you're void where prohibited. So.
Yes, I am. Well, I love this time. I feel like it's a little like Potterville here. You know, it's so glitzy and glamoury and everything.
It's like Christmas out here right now. It's chilly.
It is. Well, we're going to flip the switch. What's the song everyone's listening for?
All right, you're listening for Andy Williams. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Oh, can I come behind you? Because I want to see what's over here.
Are we ready?
I don't want to do it wrong.
Oh, there's no wrong or right way to do it. Just
okay.
Do it.
All right. John and Carrie, can you count down with us, perhaps?
Carrie's kids are
Absolutely. Where do you want to start?
10.
Let's
10,
start
of course.
at
10.
50. No. Oh, 10? It seems like a lot. All right, we'll start at 10.
Okay,
All
10.
right, here we go. 9.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
They're behind us.
2, 1. Yes!
Wow! Do you hear that?
Oh, it's perfect. I thought maybe you
Let's
got
dance.
I thought you got a shock from the switch thing. Oh, they're having a good time. This is everyone's.
You know
in
what?
The,
Yeah, now it
spirit.
has started. My wife waits for this moment. I am not kidding. She loves this.
Look at them. He's swept her off her feet once again. Corey and Beth. They're like Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
Wow.
All right, guys. We thanks for putting us in the spirit, and we look forward to it every single day.
KZ does it every year. See you guys. See you, Beth. See you, Corey.
Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, kind of Christmassy out there, nice and crisp and cool like the Christmas season should be. As we get a look at it, still 61 degrees. We've got a few clouds. Winds out of the southwest at 9, 28 degrees on the dew point, 28% on the humidity. And right now, 60 in Scottsdale, 63 in Fountain Hills, 57 up at Cave Creek. 67 in Surprise right now at Apache Junction, 60 degrees, high pressure moving back into place. As you can see, clear skies, everything clearing off as far as our southwest is concerned. It was a cool morning. Look out at Luke, 39, 40 at Deer Valley, 41 in Mesa, 37 out at Chandler, 36 at Gateway, and 45 here. The record is 32. The norm is 52. This is what we're forecasting for the night. It was almost exactly the same as last night. 45 at Sky Harbor, 40 in Mesa, 38 at Chandler, 40 at Deer Valley, 39 up at Glendale. So these are the highs on the day. 63 here at the at Sky Harbor. We have 59 in Mesa, 61 in Scottsdale, 61 in Chandler, 63 in Glendale. The norm is 75, 87 is your record high. Other numbers from around the state today, 52 at Prescott, 49 at Flagstaff, 59 in Casa Grande, 55 in Globe. Take a look at it. That's the normal line. We have another day below it, and then we're going to shoot up above it, and we're going to stay up above it by just a couple of degrees. Very nice temperatures. You can see at the end it is a 71 would be the norm. 63 on the high, 45 on the low, 75 and 52 normal high and low, 87 record high for the day, 32 record low for the day. Across the country, it's snowing, heavy snow. Across Colorado, almost 20 inches. Heavy rain across Texas, 7 and 52/100ths of an inch. More than that, though, tornado watches throughout that area as we continue to see that extremely difficult weather. Take a look at that. You can see that front as it moves through, and then all of those watches for tornadic activity lining up right in front of that. Overnight and tomorrow morning, a few clouds, 45 degrees, sunny by tomorrow, 69. Thursday will be at 76 degrees, 78 by Friday. And as we head into the weekend, we're going to see those temperatures at 78 degrees with a few clouds. Watch your kids around water.
All right, thank you, Dave. Well,
nice.
Still ahead at 5, the Oxford
All right, folks. Well, what do I want to do now is continue on my top 5 here and update you on this California tour bus crash. Give you the very latest there. Take a look at this.
This surveillance shows the city sightseeing bus speeding down Post Street. Witnesses tell KTVU it was traveling at least 40 miles an hour when it slammed into a cyclist, hit a couple of pedestrians, and struck several cars before smashing into a pedestrian walkway on Union Square.
We have 30 witnesses that we're interviewing. We have 20 victims that we also are interviewing. There's video surveillance all throughout Union Square, not to mention all the people that were out there at the scene who pulled out their cell phones and may have captured something.
Police have not released the official cause of the crash, but sources close to the investigation say faulty brakes are responsible for Friday's accident that left 20 people hurt, 4 of them, including the cyclist, still fighting for their lives.
I have huge concerns about these very large and heavy vehicles that are moving through our most congested neighborhoods.
San Francisco Supervisor Jane Kim says she is working with Assemblyman Phil Ting to tweak state law to allow tighter city controls on tour buses.
I just think the CPUC is very extended. They regulate utilities all the way to limousines and airport shuttles. I'm not sure they have the resources to make sure that there's proper enforcement on setting a high safety bar.
Just last year, a city worker was hit and killed by a trolley tour bus in the crosswalk in front of City Hall. In 2013, a tourist suffered injuries to her face when an open-top bus in the Richmond district snagged some low-lying phone cables.
We want to make sure our tourists and visitors are safe.
The CPUC says in the past there have been issues with city sightseeing for various reasons, but in 2013, an employee took over operations and cleaned up the business. Today, the CPUC released a statement saying city sightseeing currently maintains proper insurance and received a CHP inspection in September of 2015. Our preliminary information on the accident is that the license plate of the bus involved in Friday's crash does not appear to match the vehicles the CPUC has on file, nor did City Sightseeing officially notify the CPUC that it added the bus that was involved in the crash to its operations, which it is required to do. Police say the investigation into the accident could take weeks. Now, we reached out to City Sightseeing Tours for comment, but have not yet heard back. In San Francisco, Tara Moriarty, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
After several weeks of speculation, 50-year-old actor Charlie Sheen confirmed the rumors on Tuesday's Today Show, saying, "I'm here to admit that I am, in fact, HIV positive. I have a responsibility now to better myself and to help a lot of other people." Sheen also released a letter saying he was diagnosed 4 years ago and has since paid out millions of dollars to keep it quiet.
I know Charlie for a long time. He's very charming and very convincing. I'm sure that he was being extorted. I'm sure people were threatening to expose him. But $10 million to keep a secret when he hasn't really explained why it was so important to him to keep that secret for 4 years.
Sheen's issues with sex and drugs have been well known in Hollywood for decades, sometimes eclipsing his acting career. In 2011, following a public meltdown, he was fired from TV's then #1 sitcom, 2.5 Men.
We've known for a long time that Charlie Sheen is an addict and that he's lost some sense of reality. I think even in this case, he may not be aware of what can of worms he's opened, the legal issues that are ahead of him, and the judgment of Hollywood.
Sheen says he has only had unprotected sex with 2 people since his diagnosis, and they were warned ahead of time. Some of his former girlfriends have expressed shock at the revelation. In Hollywood, Michelle Polino, Fox News.
It was after this image emerged of a little Syrian boy washed up on a beach that a call went out worldwide to step in and help the millions of Syrian refugees fleeing violence in their homeland. At the time, President Obama said the U.S. would accept 10,000 refugees, with many European countries agreeing to do the same. But with news one of the terrorists in Paris may have sneaked into France disguised as a Syrian refugee, more than half the governors in the United States are now saying, "You're not welcome here."
You asked the question, should anybody come in here before the end of the year? The answer to that should be no.
While governors do not have the power to turn away refugees, Congress has taken up the cause.
We have a refugee situation that we think requires a pause and a more comprehensive assessment on how to better guarantee that members of ISIS are not infiltrating themselves among the refugee population.
Members of Congress are also asking for stricter vetting, but not all lawmakers are on board. Some comparing the reaction to the U.S. government turning away Jews fleeing Nazi Germany or placing the Japanese in internment camps during World War II.
It is not the time to lose sight of ourselves and say America is too weak. America cannot handle 20,000 or 200,000 refugees fleeing for their lives.
The Obama administration says that they will continue with the refugee plan, saying that they have a very robust vetting process. In Washington, Joel Waldman, Fox News.
The issue of resettling Syrian refugees in the U.S. still dominating talk on the campaign trail. 2016 candidate Chris Christie becoming the latest governor to reject refugees in his state, a stance echoed by most of the Republican candidates. Former Hewlett-Packard CEO Carly Fiorina says it's an economic concern as well.
The truth is this: the vast majority of these refugees are young, able-bodied men looking for work, and we do not have a moral obligation to provide everyone looking for work with an opportunity to work.
But former Florida Governor Jeb Bush is breaking from the pack, calling for a resettlement program that gives preference to Christians and other religious minorities.
I think we ought to have some compassion for people that are not part of this fight, for sure.
Meanwhile, the candidates are also weighing in on how to defeat ISIS in the long term. A new Reuters Ipsos poll showing Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton as the voters' top choices to address the issue of worldwide terrorism. But others are turning to outside-the-box solutions. Ohio Governor John Kasich floating the idea of bringing NATO into the fight against ISIS, saying the threat to America can no longer be ignored.
ISIS having directly threatened the U.S. homeland, we can't afford to wait. We must act now.
Donald Trump is still neck and neck with Dr. Ben Carson in the latest Fox News poll, with the next Republican debate just under a month away. In Washington, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
All right, folks, coming up on 5:30 here on this beautiful, beautiful Tuesday and chilly Tuesday evening. Happy to be here with you. My name's Mike Page. Happy to be here in the Fox 10 News Now stream with you, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are now going to show you an event that happened a little bit ago, but Jeb Bush was on the campaign trail. We saw him a little bit earlier. Kinsey was covering him pretty much for her whole show, but here he was earlier this morning. Take a look. He's on the campaign trail hard.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me without having to hold this? I get better when my hands get out like this, so is it all right back there? Good. Well, thank you all very much for allowing me to come. I'm delighted to be here. The world changed this weekend in a lot of ways. And I think as we get closer to the election, and you all, as you know, South Carolina elects presidents. That's what you do. At least you start the journey out in the primaries. It'll become aware to people that we're electing a president of the United States, a commander-in-chief of our armed forces. It's a serious undertaking. It's something that I think as people get closer to the election, they begin to think a little more seriously about. And maybe the Paris tragedy accelerated that thought. 120-plus innocent people attending a soccer match, going to a concert, being outside in a cafe in one of the most amazing cities of the world, only acting on the ability to be free. That was their crime. And they were killed by people that want to destroy Western civilization. That's what this is about. This is the war of our times. And it's important, I think, for people to reflect on what kind of strategy should we act on to be able to deal with this. This is not a law enforcement exercise anymore. It never was. This is a serious threat to our national security for our children and our grandchildren, because the day that ISIS exists, each day that is contained, which is one strategy, it only enables them and empowers them to recruit people all around the world. And the notion that somehow Paris is the only place where this will take place, I think, is foolhardy. 2 months ago, I had a chance to lay out a strategy at the Reagan Library, the proper place to talk about peace through strength, about America's leadership in the world, because President Reagan, like many presidents, and back not that long ago, this was a bipartisan consensus, understood that but for us who? Who but the United States would deal with the persecuted? Who but the United States would deal with communist threats or other threats that required our leadership? And our world was made more peaceful because we were engaged in the world as a leader. We need to restore that leadership, particularly as it relates to ISIS. And I laid out a strategy to do just that 2 months ago. It starts by re-engaging in Iraq in a way that embeds our forces, rather than keeps them in safe zones, embeds our forces with the Iraqi military. It requires direct support of the Peshmerga military, a great fighting force, the Kurdish force, to be able to show that we have the back of the Kurds. It requires us to re-engage with the Sunni tribal leaders, which are capable of fighting as well, as proven by the surge that left Iraq fragile but stable. It requires air superiority, which we have, but it requires the lawyers to be lifted off the backs of our warfighters so that the sorties by having air controllers and a forward-leaning operation, our air support is lethal, that it does the job. And it requires being engaged diplomatically, because without the United States, people move elsewhere. We've seen it. For the first time, Russia now has as much influence as the United States in the Middle East. They were kicked out of the Middle East in 1973 and had no influence to speak of. Now you see the Egyptian president visiting Moscow. You see relationships beginning with the Saudi royal family and Putin. And you see a total sea change because we've pulled back. The lessons of history, our voids are filled. And when they're filled by asymmetric threats of terror, it is a threat to our national security interest. And I believe that we can build a coalition to take out ISIS and to create stability so that we can get back to what we should be focusing on, which is high sustained economic growth, where more and more people have a chance at earned success. So the question of this election, I think, is who has the leadership skills, who has the proven record to be able to fix a few big complex things? Who understands the importance of America's leadership in the world, and who can win? Those three things, I think, as we get closer to the election, will become more in focus. And as it relates to having the leadership skills to fix a few big complex things, with all due respect to the other good candidates running, and now I feel the looming presence of Barbara Bush back behind me. I was taught never to toot my own horn, but here goes. Mom, don't get too mad at me. My record as 8 years as a reform-minded governor, I would put up against anybody running for President of the United States. We cut taxes every year totaling $19 billion. The objective was that personal income in the state of Florida would grow faster than the government income. You want that in Washington? I do. And then because we cut taxes, because we challenged how things work, we took on the trial lawyers. No offense to any plaintiff's lawyer here, but there was extraordinary cost associated with that. We had the second highest workers' compensation costs in the country. We reduced that by $450 million. You can fire a government worker for cause. I know that sounds like a radical idea in America today, but we reduced the government workforce by 11%, and 7 out of 8 years we led the nation in job growth. More than Texas, more than California. Personal income grew by 4.4% per year. We were one of 2 states to become AAA bond rated. They call me Vito Corleone in Florida because I vetoed 2,500 separate line items in the budget. Not to be mean-spirited, not to be punitive, not to attack an opponent. I was an equal opportunity vetoer. I vetoed Republican projects and Democratic projects because government shouldn't grow faster than people's ability to pay for it. In Washington, D.C., government is the master, not the servant. Well, in effect, to use a biological term, Washington and government is the parasite. We're the host. A healthy host allows government to get the receipts that it needs to create a strong military, strong intelligence capability, to take care of the most vulnerable, to do the research and development to find the next cures for disease. But a sick host is the problem today in America. Hillary Clinton gave Barack Obama a couple of weeks ago an A on economic policy. Really? 1 in 10 people have given up work, looking for work, or are unemployed. 1 in 7 people are living in poverty. 6 million more people than the day that Barack Obama was inaugurated. 1 in 5 kids is receiving food stamps in this great country of ours. More small businesses are closing than being formed. Personal income, disposable income, in the last 7 years for families is down $2,300. Now, for some, $2,300 may not seem like it's a lot. Wow, it's a lot for a whole lot of people in this country. $2,300 a year means maybe you could save for a rainy day. Maybe you could save for your retirement or your child's education. Maybe you could provide for a caregiver if you're taking care of your elder mom who may have dementia. Maybe you could take a vacation for the first time in a few years. Whatever the reason is, $2,300 is now no longer in the pockets of the median disposable income of families. That is not an A. To restore high income growth, we have to restore high economic growth, which means that we need to simplify the tax code. And I have the most ambitious plans to do all of this, whether it's regulation or taxes or challenging the entitlement problems that we face in this country or embracing the energy revolution in this country. America could grow at 4% per year again instead of this anemic 2% growth. A couple of months ago, I was in western Pennsylvania to unveil my energy plan. And I was with a company, the executives of a company called Rice Energy. I don't know if you all have heard about this business. It was a business that was started no more than 10 years ago on the couch of a rental apartment in Pennsylvania by two brothers by the name of Rice, of course. And now there are four brothers working in this business. It went public two or 3 years ago. It has a market capitalization rate in the billions, 700 employees. This business started on a couch with two people with a big idea. They borrowed money. They took risks. They innovated. They disrupted. They challenged the order of things, and they rode the wave of a technological revolution that has now created more natural gas in our country than any country in the world. The lowest source of energy for us to reindustrialize South Carolina and the United States. The best deal American consumers have gotten of lower utility prices and lower gasoline prices because of American entrepreneurialism, American exceptionalism, taking two existing technologies, old technologies, horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing, and applying the entrepreneurial spirit that is unique to us, that's still in our DNA. We created a revolution that 15 years ago didn't exist. And today we have the chance of being energy secure with North American resources, allowing us to project our values around the world by using energy as a foreign policy tool, and also allowing us to reindustrialize our country, grow our economy, and allow people's income to rise. I know how to fix these big, complex things because I got to do it as governor. And I think it's important. There are a lot of talkers running for president, some extraordinary ones, gifted politicians, quick with the line to garner people's attention. But think about who has the proven record of creating a climate where 4.4% growth happened instead of 2% growth. Think of the people running for president. Have any of them made a tough decision on behalf of people that may not have even supported them? Last year I met a woman named Denisha Merriweather. She is an African-American woman. She's 25 years old. What are you doing? You want to go ahead? 25-year-old beautiful woman who is in graduate school right now. Denisha was in a failing public school when I was elected governor. She was held back in third grade 2 years in a row. She was from the other side of the tracks, a notion that I think should be obliterated from the lexicon of America. We need to get back to the belief it doesn't matter where you start in life, but how your efforts to be able to achieve earned success. That's the definition of success. She obviously was not on the right track. Her godmother found out about the corporate tax scholarship program that I created when I was governor working with the Florida legislature, the largest voucher program in the country. 80,000 children now go to private schools because of the effort of taking on the teachers union, the bureaucrats, all the people that were protecting the status quo in Florida. We had a big battle, and I won. In fact, in my re-election, the teachers union mortgaged their building to try to take me out. And yeah, I got a few scars on my forehead and in my rear end taking on this fight, but we won. And the net effect was that the godmother of Denisha found out about this program, and she got to go to a Christian school. Constitutional. No problems for those that are thinking about that. Hasn't lost yet. Denisha, I could just imagine what happened to her in her first week. A teacher put their arm around that child and she said, "Denisha, you're special. Jesus loves you. I love you. You're capable. You can do this." And in short order, she overcame the 2 years of being held back. She graduated with her age group. She was the first in her family to graduate from high school, the first in her immediate family to graduate from college. And Denisha Merriweather is now getting a master's degree at the University of South Florida. There are thousands and thousands of Denishas that all they want is the chance to rise up. What we need are servant leaders that are willing to tear down the barriers so they can rise up. This country is still the most extraordinary country on the face of the earth. We still lead the world in so many ways. What we need now are candidates that have ideas to lift us up and the proven leadership to not just say what they're going to do, but do what they said they were going to do. I have those skills, and I believe we're on the verge of greatness again. Imagine a country where it doesn't matter where you start in life. It matters what you do to achieve earned success being the measurement of success. Imagine a country that was in decline for a short period of time, but resolved to shift course and reformed our tax code and how we regulate, shift power away from Washington, fix the entitlement system that was perfect 50 to 100 years ago but no longer works. Imagine a country that renews itself with principle-centered leadership to take advantage of the opportunities of the 21st century. Imagine a country that leads the world to create peace and security for ourselves and for those that simply want to be free. That's the mission. I hope when people look at the primary here in South Carolina, they look at it through that lens. And then they look at the candidates that have the fighting chance to win in the fall. I believe a proven record of cutting taxes, of reforming the things that were broken, of challenging every basic assumption is far better than just saying what you're going to do or saying it in a nice way. To beat Hillary Clinton, whoever the Democrat is, who want to double down on the failed economic policy of Barack Obama, we need someone with a proven record and someone who has a heart for people to rise up. You're looking at that guy. I'd love to have your support. Thank you all very much. We've got 10 minutes for questions. Yes?
Can you talk about, I'm Mary L. Hayes, I work for Sexual Trauma Services of the Midlands. Can you talk about how your wife's advocacy for survivors of domestic and sexual violence has impacted your public policy?
I sure can. Look, I live by the credo of listening, learning, leading. I think people in public life ought to try that often, a little more often. It's not about the big personalities on the stage. It's actually taking the time to listen and to hear and to understand and then learning about that and then having a chance then to forge policies and act on them to improve things. And, you know, Tiffany Carr, who's the head of the Florida, the effort in Florida against domestic violence, and she's a close friend of ours. And my wife got me involved in this, and still to this day we're both actively involved. We created a foundation, we're the chairman of it with Tiffany, to raise private money to support the state's efforts. But in 1999, the state's efforts as it relates to domestic violence was horrific. And if you wandered around like I did as a candidate, what you see, go to a juvenile court or family court or dependency court, you find that sexual abuse, sexual violence, alcohol abuse, drug abuse is the common denominator. Mental health challenges, all these things are the common denominator for many of the challenges that the judiciary has to deal with and law enforcement has to deal with and social services have to deal with. It's pretty common, pretty regular. And so I took the time to sit in the courtrooms and sit really next to a judge and try to understand this. I would spend a full day doing it. And thanks to being sensitized to this by my precious wife, Columba, and her advocacy of visiting, I think she probably visited every domestic violence shelter, we changed the course of the state's role in this. We expanded. We spent more than $20 million on fixing up shelters. The conditions that battered women or battered spouses and children had in Florida was horrific. It was shameful. It was embarrassing. And we fixed it. We allowed for, I asked the chief judge in Florida to train the judiciary to not listen to, well, she deserved it, or some version of that, because that's pretty commonplace, even today. Not so much today, but back then it certainly was. And so there was a little more sensitivity training to the fact is that we're living in a world where people are vulnerable and they're abused, and the judiciary should be even-handed about this at a minimum. We increased fines for abusers that were habitual offenders and put them in jail for 5 days, minimum mandatory, to cool them off and to allow for the battered spouse and their families to get into safe places. We expanded funding for these programs, and domestic violence over the 8 years decreased by 24%. I'll give you another example, and I'm a conservative. I mean, I don't quite understand why we get into this this weird deal where you don't think conservatives care about children that are abandoned or neglected or abused. You don't think that as a society we shouldn't care for the soft underbelly of the violence that exists with inside families? Of course we do. And the notion that we just don't, get involved for ideological reasons, to me, we shattered that myth each and every day. I'll give you another example. I just wrote a book called Reply All, and it's a book about my interactions with the 18 million wacky people I got the chance to serve with Florida. It's a phenomenal place. We got everything. I mean, we have more people moving in. We have the third highest number of people moving out. Things happen in Florida. We'll just leave it at that. It's good things, bad things, tragic things, happy things. It's a place that's alive. And so I gave out my email address, and people started responding. I'll give it out if you like, jeb@jeb.org. Try it out. Not you, CNN. Don't try it again. You made my life a living hell last time I gave it out. Just wanted to see if you were listening. So I learned from these emails. I started getting lots of emails from people like Tina Calloway, a woman who had a court-ordered child support payment. And, you'd figure if you got a court-ordered child support payment, you'd actually get paid on a monthly basis. No. There's a 50-50 chance, even though you go through the whole process, that you're actually going to find the spouse that's supposed to be paying, that they do it. And I learned so much from getting these frustrated emails from women, principally, or I guess almost entirely. So I created a concierge service inside the Department of Revenue. Karen Kellums was in charge of this, and she brought the hammer down on these guys like nobody's business. When it was egregious, and it came from me to her, the fear of the Lord was put into these guys' hearts, and they started all of a sudden making their payments. But then we saw the structure of this wasn't working. We had a paper system instead of information technology, and the guy that ran the Department of Revenue was a great public servant. He put out to bid one of the first internet-based information technology systems for child support. We saved a ton of money. And in 8 years, we increased child support payment by 90%. Now think about how this works in Washington, D.C. Name your favorite department. I mean, we laugh. That's the standard response. We should be crying. The Veterans Administration has a hospital that they're going to build for $300 million. They now need to get additional appropriations because the cost is $1.8 billion. It's 3 or 4 years late. No one gets fired. They can't build buildings in the Veterans Administration, an entity with 330,000 employees. Last week, the day after Veterans Day, it was announced that there was $140 million of bonuses to veterans in management for a job well done. Yeah, really? A job well done where people got off waiting lists by not getting care and they died? 3 people have been fired? You go through all of the alphabet soup of government. We need to stop laughing and making sure that we're getting our bang for our buck. Government is not the master over our lives. It is the servant. And we need to shift power away from Washington and fix what exists to keep us safe and to make sure the basic functions of government are done right. If not, no one trusts anybody in Washington. And why should they? It looks like it's all just divvying up the crumbs and divvying up the goodies between themselves. We need term limits. We need a balanced budget amendment. We need line item veto power. Vito Corleone ought to show up in Washington, D.C. and bring a little budget discipline. Elected officials should not lobby their peers the minute they leave. There ought to be a 6-year lobbying ban. Lobbyists ought to be be required within 48 hours to put online who they're meeting, whether they're senior staff people or elected officials. We need to open the place up and clear out the stench and start fixing these things, and I know how to do it. Sorry for the diatribe. Yes?
I appreciate you touching on terrorism right now. I didn't hear you touch on the border, but my question leads more to small business. I'm a small business owner.
Yep.
I don't think healthcare is fixed. Our costs are out of control. Can you comment on the health situation?
I can, but on the border, let's be clear, there are public health issues related to the border. We have an epidemic of heroin overdose in this country that is maybe, hopefully, God forbid it's here, but I'm heading to New Hampshire tomorrow, and I think there have been 200 plus deaths with heroin overdose. A porous border creates the cheapest source of heroin, the most powerful heroin that's ever existed in our country. It replaces the overprescription of pain medication, which is a problem I know in this community. And a porous border is a problem there. It's a problem for our national security. It's a problem for the rule of law. And we need to secure the border for sure. There's no question that has to be a high priority.
All right, folks, we're going to pause this event because we do have breaking news. Take a look. Sky Fox overhead in Tonopah, where there is a puppy mill investigation. Dozens of dogs, including French bulldogs, are in the mix here. This is happening right now. Sky Fox overhead of a puppy mill investigation. All right, folks, this is in Tonopah. Address is 89 South 348th Avenue. MCSO is investigating. Sheriff Joe Arpaio is on his way to this location. We'll probably be getting sound from him shortly, but this is breaking news, folks. It's what we do here on Fox 10 News Now. When it does become available, we do pause events and bring this to you. Dozens of dogs, including French bulldogs. This happening right now. You are watching breaking news right here on Fox 10 Phoenix.com. Apple Snapple had a very good comment saying, it's just way too cold out here for these dogs, especially these last couple days. Sky Fox just got on the scene about 5 minutes ago, and that's when we brought this to you. Breaking news, puppy mill investigation, and MCSO on scene. This is in Tonopah. Dozens of dogs, as you can see here from Sky Fox overhead. We're hoping to be able to stream you that information when the sheriff arrives. He is headed that way. We will hopefully be able to bring that to you. That's what we do here on Fox 10 News Now. Folks, you're at the right place right now.
So MCSO saying that this area, this person who was doing this, was breaking the law. So we hope to get more details on this, and we'll bring them to you within this newscast or later on tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock.
If you're just joining us here, we're following breaking news out of Tonopah, where Sky Fox is overhead at this location where there's dozens of dogs, as you can see, from pugs to French bulldogs. MCSO is investigating, and the sheriff is headed that way. Hopefully, we can bring you that live interview with the sheriff into this investigation, as you can see here. Thank you for watching this stream. Fox 10 News Now. The dogs must be confused. They're wondering, why is this bright light here? The bright light is not from our helicopter, folks. That is from MCSO. Dogs must be scared, cold, and wondering if help could possibly finally be here. All right, folks. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's coming up on 6:10 here, and well, as you can see here, it's a puppy mill investigation in Tonopah. MCSO is investigating, where there are dozens and dozens of dogs here at this location. You can see the sheriff now is on hand, and he's getting briefed by his deputies. We do appreciate everybody being part of the stream here, as we're all looking here at breaking news. Looks to be, folks, more than 20 dogs here at this facility. Trying to get more info as it does become available here, but you can see MCSO is on hand. They're investigating, hoping to get more news and hopefully a press conference from the sheriff. You are watching Fox10Phoenix.com live coverage right now of breaking news in Tonopah, where there is a puppy mill investigation going on. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us, Sky Fox overhead in Tonopah, where we have a puppy mill investigation going on right now. MCSO is at the scene. We're working to get a crew there on the scene for you so we could get some ground level shots as well. We do encourage you to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 for complete coverage of this story, as it will be one of our very, very top stories here. Still a lot of unanswered questions as this investigation is just beginning. We brought this to you at the top of the hour. We were showing you a Jeb Bush event that was taped. We did put that on pause, and really we only had about 7 minutes to go anyway. So as anytime there is breaking news, of course, we do jump into that action for you, and this is local. You could see many of the dogs are scared as some are trying to get out of that fence right there on the bottom. Right there, that bottom dog is really trying to get underneath that fence there. So they do not know what all the commotion is about because they're not used to this bright light that MCSO has for their investigation. You can see they're very, very on edge right now, not knowing what's going on, who's here, and what's going to happen. You could just sense total confusion on these dogs. And that dog right there on the bottom of the screen there is really trying to get out of this fence. Look at this. I mean, he is banging his head on that lower fence trying to dig out. Almost, look at that. Look at that. Just lower that lower third there for you so you can see it. Wow. That dog is relentless trying to get underneath that fence and dig out right now. Sky Fox is overhead giving us these great images, aerials of breaking news. You just never really know what kind of news is going to happen throughout the day, and that's why you always got to park it right here at fox10phoenix.com, as we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., as many of our regulars already know that, but if you're new to the stream, welcome. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., covering everything in Arizona, the country, and the world. When breaking news happens, of course, we do bring that to you like you saw and witnessed on Friday, as we brought you the terrible, terrible images coming out of Paris. This is what we do here, is try to get you the most up-to-date visuals as well as stories that are happening right here in our backyard to all the way around the world. This is Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We love that our regulars are always with us. And we always appreciate newcomers. So welcome, everybody. It's Tuesday evening, a very chilly evening, and that's why it's just so sad to see these dogs outside, as it must be very cold for them. Dogs must be really thinking, what's going on here? We got a bright light here, we got people around us, and we got this loud noise from up above. That's Sky Fox giving us these aerial images. But yeah, they must be thinking, wait a minute, this is a lot of action. I'm just going to start running around here, not knowing what's going on. I'm scared, I'm cold, I'm freaking out with this noise up above. I'm not a dog, but that's what I would be thinking. So we'll see if we can bring you Sheriff Joe Arpaio's live press conference when that does become available. We do have a reporter going to the scene with a crew. We'll let you know when they are there. This is a story, obviously, we will be covering throughout the night, as well as I invite you all to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 for the very, very latest. All right, folks, coming up on 6:30 here. My name's Mike Page. I'm here with you for just about another half an hour as Sky Fox giving us these live aerial images of a puppy mill investigation in Tonopah. Dozens and dozens of dogs are on the scene here. MCSO is investigating. You're watching Fox 10 News Now. We do encourage you to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 for a complete wrap-up on this story. Again, folks, French Bulldogs are to be said to be here as well. We do encourage you all to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 as you know this will be the top story. Pure chaos happening right now. All right, folks, as you can see, Sky Fox is now leaving the scene. We'll try to get you more info as it does become available to us. Kinsey will be here at 7, and hopefully we'll have more updates as the evening goes on. Going back now to our event that we were showing you, Jeb Bush campaigning.
Come with a legal visa and they overstay. They're here. They're in Colombia. They're in Miami. They don't necessarily have to cross the border. We need to do both. We need to control the border then we need to have an effective effort through biometric technologies for exit and entry visas to know where people are. And there needs to be greater cooperation between state and local law enforcement agencies and the federal government. It has been prohibited to be able to create those partnerships by and large, and it needs to be expanded dramatically. On health care, go to jump2016.com to get our health care proposal. It has been, by most of the policy pundits, it's viewed as the most comprehensive plan and the most realistic plan to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a consumer-driven system that would have a tax credit for people that aren't getting insurance from their companies, from a third party, would eliminate the Obamacare exchanges and the mandates, the employer mandate, employee mandate, all of the excessive mandated benefits that are there that create the higher cost, shift the exchanges back to the states, give the Medicaid program back to the states without all the rules on top of it, allow for kid care to go back to the states, and the Obamacare insurance, the people that are subsidized through Obamacare. If you did that, you would get to do something that in business, in family, and occasionally in politics you get to do, which is answer the following question. If we weren't doing it this way, how would we do it? Try it out, by the way, if you haven't ever done that. It's extraordinary. What you'd find in your business or in your life, if you weren't doing it the way you were doing, you just get stuck in a mindset, you would probably do it dramatically differently. And it would be a lot dramatically better. And in healthcare, that's how we need to get. We need to get to that question. And the best approach, the answer to that question is portable, catastrophic coverage, lower premium, high deductible coverage, where people are engaged, where they have transparency, where they have total understanding of what pricing is, where they're engaged consumers, where insurance is used for the high impact, high cost, unforeseen event. That it's not used for the day-to-day healthcare needs. If you turn people into consumers of healthcare, you would get an informed consumer that would lower costs and improve health, which is ultimately what we need to do. And small businesses should be able to pool their resources far more effectively than they can today. And if you made those reforms, you could lower healthcare costs, you could save money for the federal government. The premium, the tax credit that we're proposing would allow for the equivalent of the premium costs for a small employee at a small business, plus their out-of-pocket costs. You would be able to save money and I think get to a healthcare system that looks far better than the one we have today. The final point, which the doctor brought up, is we're on the verge of an explosion of technology that will save lives. This Friday, I saw that you all are very active in cystic fibrosis. My wife and I are attending our last cystic fibrosis dinner. I've had for 20 years. I've hosted this where we raise $600,000, $700,000 a year for a disease that 20 years ago, if you were a kid, you weren't going to make it out of teenage life. You effectively would never be an adult. Today, you're born with cystic fibrosis because of the miracles of drug discovery. You can live as long as anybody in this room. That's the advancement that we have. But there's so many tools that we have at our hand to manage people's health care. And so we need to reform the FDA. We need to allow medical devices to explode into the marketplace. Information technology needs to be used effectively. We're not that far off where I don't have my watch on, but iWatch on steroids, if you will, at a lower cost will allow you to monitor all of your health, everything inside of you. It would send wireless technology out when you have an adverse outcome. You might be eating the wrong way. This could be a little invasive, but get used to it. You can turn off if you don't want it. But the simple fact is you could send it to your healthcare provider, to your spouse. You could manage your healthcare, and it would save hundreds of billions of dollars and increase health and life. And yet we can't even do a health medical record. We laugh this off. The HIT technology that came from the budget onslaught when all that money was spent at the first year of the president's time, all of that money could have been built to create an open system where doctors could share information with patients and their fellow doctors. Instead, they've created this proprietary, they've allowed all the existing big aggregators basically to create a gigantic health record system where doctors spend most of their time filling out forms rather than actually engaging with patients. Imagine if we weren't doing it the way we're doing it. You would have a completely different system. And so applying technology is going to be ultimately part of the answer to this challenge. This is the biggest wage suppressor and job killer in the post-Obama era that we need to fix. Yes.
Aside from trial lawyers, probably the next largest group here today are bankers. And we obviously are a very heavily regulated industry.
Yep.
Just some thoughts on Dodd-Frank, the CFPB.
Repeal.
Our cost of doing business is going up.
Yeah. Look, this is, we have a system, our federal system works. I don't know why we felt so obliged to abandon it, but we have, both as it relates to health care and banking. You just see this massive overreach by the federal government. I was in Washington, Iowa, to talk about Washington, D.C. And a banker there, probably maybe a smaller bank than the one you have, who knows, $123 million asset bank, 4 branches in rural Iowa. And I know a little bit about the banking business, so I asked him a few questions to kind of get a sense of the lay of the land. And he said his compliance and legal costs were $100,000 pre-Dodd-Frank and pre the Consumer Protection Bureau. And it went to $600,000 after this. The market capitalization loss, the loss of equity, if you just capitalize that, basically wipes out 3/4 of the presumed equity, I think. And this is a bank that knew every customer that they loaned to in the crash, during the crash, had not a single loan loss. And the burden has been placed on thousands and thousands of banks, many of whom are now closing. And the big banks that created the systemic risk are bigger. Sometimes Washington doesn't get it right. This is a very good example of it. The answer to this is higher capital requirements for larger banks. It's not to create rules on top of community banks that weren't the problem to start with. And that would be the better solution, and allow for regulation to be a little more coherent, a little more transparent, less punitive, recognizing that community banks are the source for the next generation of disruptors, wealth creators, job creators. You all are on the front lines of the next jobs that are being created. It isn't Wall Street that necessarily does that. They serve the large companies that are your clients, ultimately. The small businesses need the large businesses, but they're not going to be the place where the jobs and the wealth is going to be created. Thank you all very much. Hope you have a great week. Take care.
All right, folks. That was the Jeb Bush event that happened a little bit earlier today. Coming up on 6:45, I just got about 15 more minutes here with you guys. Then we'll pass it off to Kinsey, and she'll throw down the show. She will close us out till about 9 o'clock, where Kinsey will just wrap up everything. It'll be a great send-off. Then Samia will be back at 9 a.m. to kick off another show. So, looking forward to it, guys. We're on 12 hours, and we take 12 hours off. There you go. Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I do want to show you. We didn't be able to show this to you yesterday because we had so much stuff going on. Let's show you Bernie Sanders on the campaign trail. Just for a little bit, folks.
In telling you what you already know, that as Americans we are appalled, we are disgusted by the attack against the people of Paris by the terrorist organization ISIS. And I know that I speak for everyone here and everyone in our country when we send our condolences to the families who lost loved ones in that barbaric attack, and our prayers go out for speedy recoveries for the many hundreds who were injured. In my view, now is the time for developing a serious and effective strategy to destroy ISIS. Now is not the time for cheap political talk or trying to take political advantage of this difficult moment. Now is the time, as President Obama is trying to do, to unite the world in an organized campaign against ISIS by bringing together all of the countries who have common interest in defeating international terrorism, even countries that we have disagreements with. So I think what the President correctly is trying to do is bring together our European allies, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and others, along with Russia, and along with the Muslim countries who are today face to face with ISIS. What we need is an international coalition, including Iran and Saudi Arabia, Jordan and Kuwait and Turkey. Now, putting together this coalition is not going to be easy, given the many hostilities and long-seated disagreements that some of these countries face. But that is what President Obama and Secretary Kerry are trying to do, and I support their efforts. But let me also say that now is not the time for demagoguery and fear-mongering. If you think about it for a moment, you understand that what terrorism is about is trying to instill terror and fear into the hearts of people. And we will not let that happen. As Americans, we will not be terrorized. We will not live in fear. And I do have to tell you that I am disturbed by some of what I am hearing from my Republican colleagues. And I will just say this. During these difficult times, as Americans, we will not succumb to racism. We will not allow ourselves to be divided and succumb to Islamophobia. And when hundreds of thousands of people have lost everything, have nothing left but the shirts on their backs, we will not turn our backs on the refugees from Syria and Afghanistan. We will do what we do best, and that is be Americans fighting racism, fighting xenophobia, and fighting fear. And perhaps most importantly, we will learn the lessons of history. Yesterday, the chairman of the Republican National Committee stated, and I quote, "Never before have I seen an American president meaning President Obama, project such weakness on the global stage, end of quote. Well, as many of you will remember, back in 2002, we had a president, President Bush, you remember President Bush. We had a president, and he was very, very tough, but not very smart. He and Dick Cheney and the whole lot of them, they were tough. And they said we should invade Iraq. We should do it virtually alone. And the result was 6,700 brave men and women from our country dead, hundreds of thousands of our best young people coming home with injuries, physical and emotional, many, many hundreds of thousands of Iraqis dead and wounded, huge instability in the entire region, and we are paying the price today for that instability and that chaos. So I say to my Republican colleagues, yeah, we have got to be tough, but not stupid. Yes, we need to create a worldwide coalition that will defeat ISIS, but no, the United States of America must not be involved in perpetual warfare in the Middle East. Let me say something else. There are those, including many Republicans, some in the media, who think that because of this horrific attack, that the only thing that we should focus on is defeating ISIS. And what I say is, yes, we will lead the world in defeating ISIS, but at the same time, we will rebuild the disappearing middle class of this country. We are a great nation, and we can accomplish both goals. Let me say a word about the campaign that we are waging. You know, about 6 months ago, a little over 6 months ago, we began this campaign with no money, no organization, and frankly, very few people in Ohio or the rest of the country knew who Bernie Sanders was. Well, we have come a long way in 6.5 months. We have brought out over 300,000 people to rallies like this, all over America. We have hundreds of thousands of volunteers in every state in this country. And at a time when the pundits and the experts said, you know, you can't run a serious political campaign without a super PAC, without raising money from corporations and millionaires and billionaires. We are doing it without a super PAC. And I'm very proud to tell you that as of today, we have approximately 800,000 Americans who have made individual contributions to our campaign. That is more contributions than any campaign in the history of America at this point in a campaign. Our campaign is a people's campaign. We don't want Wall Street money. We don't want corporate money. We don't need billionaire money. We will win this on our own. And we will win this very simply, as Senator Turner said a few moments ago. Enough is enough. This country faces some very serious problems, and the American people are catching on that establishment politics and establishment economics is not going to solve those problems. And what the American people also understand is that at a time when Wall Street and corporate America and large campaign donors have so much power, people instinctively understand that no president, not Bernie Sanders, not anybody else, can alone solve the enormous problems that we face. And what people know, and what this campaign is about, is not just electing a president, it is creating a political revolution. And what that means is not complicated. In the last election a year ago, 63% of the American people didn't vote. 80% of young people didn't vote. Vast majority of low-income working people didn't vote. What our job, and it is not an easy job, is to reach out to tens of millions of Americans who are working, in many cases, longer hours for lower wages. Sometimes they can't afford to feed their kids. They can't afford to send their kids to college. Our job is to reach out, is to bring people together, black and white, Hispanic, Asian Americans, gay and straight. Men and women, people who were born in this country, people who immigrated to this country, because See, when we allow them to divide us up, we lose. When we stand together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. That's what this campaign is about. We are the vast majority of the people in this country. And when we come together, we can defeat the people with all of the money and with all of the power.
All right, folks, we'll be pausing this event. Show you Times Square for the time being as we switch out here. Kinsey is going to be joining you in just a short few minutes here. It's been a great evening with you all. Hope you all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow starting at 11 a.m.
Hi all, Kinsey here. You're going to see me in just a minute. I'm getting my setup complete, but I will be on your screen in just a moment. Thanks so much for your patience.
I'm John Hook with your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. Police are now saying that a bad crash in Tempe was caused by a drunk driver. Two cars collided head-on near Rural and Southern. Both drivers rushed to the hospital in bad shape. The passenger escaped with only minor injuries. In the wake of Friday's attacks, France's president expected to present a bill tomorrow that would extend the country's state of emergency. Secretary of State John Kerry made a surprise visit to France, assuring the country that they have the full support of the United States. 129 people were killed in the attacks last week, hundreds more injured. Back here in the Valley, Leslie Merritt Jr., the suspect in the I-10 freeway shootings, could walk out of jail after a judge lowers his bond from $1 million to $150,000. Yesterday, the defense successfully argued that Merritt's bond was too high and that he couldn't afford it. His attorneys also wanted to call witnesses to the stand who say they can prove Merritt has an alibi. Merritt was arrested in connection to the string of freeway shootings that gripped the Valley at the end of August. Investigators say they can tie Merritt to at least 4 of the 11 shootings. The 21-year-old has denied any involvement. Let's take a look at the 10-day forecast. We're going to warm up tomorrow to around 70 and then head toward 80 this weekend. Next week will remain in the mid to upper 70s. Very nice. That's your Fox 10 Facebook News Update. I'm John Hook.
let's jump into our top 5 stories of the day. An American missing in Paris. Let me pull up his picture for you because this is actually really quite fascinating. And let me move this so I'm center. There we go. All right. Sorry, I'm just now getting my setup going. Bye, guys. Have a good night. Some people get to go home. Here I am, all by myself. Let's see. Oh, there we go. One of my video components wasn't working, but now it is. Let's take a look at this picture. 26-year-old Austin Taylor. A New York City missing persons case has now become an international concern for his family as a former Columbia University student's passport was scanned in Paris several days before the terrorist attacks in that city. Austin Taylor, 26, was last seen on November 2nd in New York City. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days later. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news source that he has also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some loans. Knowing Austin, he would be mortified that this is going out there, which made me very hesitant to even bring it up, Leanne said. He's a very private person, but this is strange for him, especially given what has happened in Paris. We just want to know he's safe. Concern grew and family and friends filed a missing persons report with the New York Police Department. A search of his new apartment provided no clues as to where he may have gone. Austin's mother continued to worry and eventually posted her son's photo on Facebook, and others began sharing. No one, it appeared, knew of his whereabouts. Then, early last week, the New York Police Department detective investigating the case phoned to say that he had learned that Austin's passport had recently been scanned in Paris, a city that he had frequented numerous times over the last few years. Leanne admits she was angry but relieved. Austin speaks French fluently and is very familiar with the city. And then the events on Friday happened in Paris. The shootings, the bombings, the panic. Once word reached Austin's family, his mother called the U.S. consulate seeking whatever information she could get, praying, like everyone else with loved ones in Paris, that her son wasn't among the casualties. About a dozen people killed in the attacks have yet to be identified. It took hours for the family to get someone on the phone, Leanne said. She says she was told that if Austin turns up as one of the injured or one of the deceased, someone would contact them as soon as possible. No news is good news in this case, Leanne said. But if he would only let us know he was okay, even if he just wants to be left alone, that is what we need to know. Although Austin has not been officially marked safe, not everyone who knows him is as frantic about the situation as his mother. Given Austin's interest in lifestyle, close friend Kristen Wentz believes Austin is most likely not even in Paris. Austin was also reportedly on WhatsApp, an internet instant messaging phone application, on November 5th, 8 days before the attacks. He had also recently been talking about meditation retreats with another friend. So she has a hunch perhaps he's spending some time disconnecting. Knowing him, he's gone on trips before, and yes, he didn't tell anyone this time, but he's an adult, Wentz told this news outlet. He probably has no idea that people are looking for him, or even what happened in Paris. If he did, I'd know he'd call his family. The New York Police Department confirmed that Austin's passport was scanned early last week in Paris, but they have not released any information. Austin's photo has been retweeted hundreds of times on Twitter, with users asking him to please call his family. Austin would hate the attention, Leanne told us several times, but his security is more important to the family. I feel like we're very close. He's my son, and I couldn't bear if something happened to him, his mother said. This next story is, I think it's pretty cool that Anonymous uses their powers for good, and in this case they absolutely are. Anonymous is declaring war on Daesh / ISIS. Hacker group Anonymous has declared war on Daesh after the attacks in Paris on Friday night. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warned the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesperson said in French, and I am so sorry that I'm that I'm hesitating, but I'm having some severe contact issues today, so some of these words look like fuzzy clouds that also look like bunnies, just so we're all on the same page. Posting a video on YouTube, the group said it would use its knowledge to unite humanity and warned the terrorists to expect us. Behind their signature mask, a spokesperson speaking in French said, "Anonymous from all over the world will hunt you down. You should know that we will find you and we will not let you go. We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared. Get prepared. The French people are stronger than you and will come out of this atrocity even stronger." It isn't the first time the hackers have made threats against ISIS, as they made similar threats after the Charlie Hebdo attacks in January. The hacktivists run an operation publishing a list of Twitter accounts it claims are spreading propaganda in support of Daesh. Anonymous last reported that they have shut down 5,500 ISIS support social media accounts. And let's take a look at, this all feels like it's kind of running together. Paul Ryan actually commented on some of these Syrian refugees. And let me tell you really quick while I have your attention, 30 U.S. governors are now opposing or refusing to allow Syrian refugees into their states. Let's take a look at that map really quick before we watch Paul Ryan discuss the Syrian refugees. Here's the map of people refusing Syrian refugees into their states. Look at that. It's the majority of the country. And then let me find this. Let me find this comment that Paul Ryan made in regards to the Syrian refugees as well.
In addition, the majority leader and our committee chairs are developing a plan to address the Syrian refugee crisis. Our nation has always been welcoming, but we cannot let terrorists take advantage of our compassion. This is a moment where it's better to be safe than to be sorry. So we think the prudent, the responsible thing is to take a pause in this particular aspect of this refugee program in order to verify that terrorists are not trying to infiltrate the refugee population. In the end, the ultimate solution to this crisis is a strategy to defeat ISIS. All of this rises above politics. This is not about politics. This is about national security. And so we will invite all of our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to work with us quickly to address the urgent nature of this situation.
All right. He's going to be in conflict with the president.
All right, so that was Paul Ryan stating, and he's the House leader, stating that we needed to take a pause in regards to the Syrian refugees. And if you'll remember that we covered Jeb Bush speaking earlier today, and Jeb Bush agreed with him and said a pause is a good way of putting it, that we should pause before we determine what we're going to do with those refugees. Bobby Jindal has suspended his campaign. He says he's just going to acknowledge that it's not his time. So that was breaking this afternoon, right before our 5 o'clock news, I believe. Governor Bobby Jindal suspends his campaign. He says it is just not his time, and he recognizes that. So he was a lot of those candidates that were considered kiddie table candidates were receiving a lot of criticism for not just backing down. A lot of people saying that it was embarrassing what they were doing, that it was embarrassing that they were continuously at the bottom. And so understood that Bobby was ready to check out. I feel like he did it at the right time. Although I was wondering when he was one of the first governors to announce not wanting Syrian refugees in the state of Louisiana. I wondered if it was a political move, but now it doesn't seem as much that it's a political move that he's not running for president. This last story, 2 Germany stadiums evacuated after bomb threats. Confusion reigned in Germany on Tuesday night after 2 stadiums were evacuated following a bomb threat. They said explosives had been found at the stadium, contradicting the Hanover police chief who was... They say no explosives had been found at the stadium, contradicting the Hanover police chief, who was quoted by multiple sources as saying there was a device intended to be detonated inside the stadium. A soccer match at the venue was canceled after police said serious plans for explosions were thwarted. Unconfirmed reports from a local German newspaper had said a truck possibly disguised as an emergency vehicle or ambulance, initially believed to contain explosives, was found at an unknown location. There was no immediate confirmation of that report, though a German television reporter later appeared live on CNN to relay reports circulating in the local media of the discovery of some kind of device possibly found inside a truck. Referring to another bomb threat about an hour beforehand that turned out to be a false alarm, Hanover Police Chief Volker Klue said after the first object turned out to be harmless, we got a tip that had to be taken seriously that an attack was being planned. So that's interesting. Perhaps that was a distraction, somebody creating a distraction. Oh, that's really interesting. So, as you know, nothing horrific has happened out of there, and fingers crossed that nothing does, but it does look like German authorities took care of that pretty quickly. And let's jump into some of our local packages, if you wouldn't mind. I'd love to share this with you. Let's take a look at some local stories. I think I'll keep this in the background.
Home for the holidays. That phrase has special meaning for one Valley family this year. After suffering several devastating losses, the family has been given a special surprise, a home makeover just in time for the holidays.
I said, you know what, if you paint my house from outside, it's enough for me.
Mariana Ramirez stays humble and strong. Her family moved into this home in the Coronado Historic District 25 years ago, and they've been through a series of hard times, but they keep a positive outlook on life, always taking care of others.
She just does anything that she can to help everybody, and they're just such a giving family, and I think that they honestly deserved it.
Alex Powers, a family friend, nominated them for the home makeover. The District Phoenix Real Estate Company conducting the giveaway, and they knew the Ramirez family was the most deserving of this gift.
There's a lot of angles with this particular family, and they're so sweet and so kind and so appreciative. It just made a lot of sense once we met them.
5 years ago, Mariana's mother was diagnosed with cancer. Years later, her nephew died, and earlier this year, that very home that was being renovated was robbed.
That one, they don't stop me to help people.
Through all of the hardships, this strong woman continues to give back. Born and raised in Mexico, she donates her personal belongings to the people there, even taking her son's shoes to give to those less fortunate.
And my son told me, oh, those are my shoes. Yeah. And I tell him, you have more at home, so don't worry about that one.
When we talked to her this morning, she was truly humbled by this gift.
And I feel so happy somebody saw my intentions to help people. Maybe that's why they help me now.
The renovations are expected to be finished around Thanksgiving, just in time for the big feast and the holidays. It won't be long until the holiday lights are turned on for the season in Glendale.
But before that happens, organizers need to check and make sure that all of the 1.5 million lights in Glendale glitters are in working order.
And Fox 10's Christy Siefken is live in Glendale. Don't tell me they're making you change out the bulbs, Christy, if they're not working.
They've been having me walk around individually testing every single one, and I think we're in pretty good shape right now. Actually, it's a process that happens starting back in July when they start to string the lights, and Kim Larson with the City of Glendale is here to talk to us about how you test them, because there are a few lights that are actually out, and you want to get those working, obviously.
Exactly. Well, we've had some weather incidents lately, so different things like that, wind or rain, can affect the light display. So now is our time to go through and make sure everything's working and fix anything that's needed to be fixed before the big day next week.
And you had a big announcement today about the special guests for the big ceremony, names that we're very familiar with. Tell us who's going to be kind of the grand marshals of this year's festivities.
We're very excited. Our special guests will be Kurt and Brenda Warner, that will help our mayor and council turn on the 1.5 million lights in downtown Glendale.
So all the lights are up at this point, but talk to us about the festivities on Black Friday, because it's not just seeing the lights, you have other things going on as well.
Absolutely. We have both Friday and Saturday night next weekend, the 27th, the 28th, 5 to 10, and all kinds of entertainment, kids entertainment, you name it, we've got it. It's just a great time. Free admission, free parking.
Awesome. So Kim told me now they're going to put me up in a cherry picker. I am responsible for replacing those bulbs that aren't working, so I may see you guys back in the studio tonight. It may be tomorrow. We've got quite a few that are out.
Uh-oh. Well, we may not see you tomorrow then. You might be working overnight, Christy.
She's going to have one of those little testers that she's going to go around and, oh man, that's a big job.
Well, they picked the right
exactly.
person for it.
I'm just hoping they pay overtime.
In hot chocolate. They pay in hot chocolate. All right. Thanks. Have fun up there. Stay warm, Christy. And
Christy Siefken is so sweet. I love her. Let's take a look at this. This next story, this goes with a lot of what we've been talking about today. Governor Ducey calling for the immediate halt of refugees in the state of Arizona. I'm going to give you his comments yesterday.
Live pictures tonight from Paris, where the Eiffel Tower, one of the most iconic landmarks in Paris, bathed in the colors of the French flag. The tower was closed Friday night following the terror attacks in Paris, but it reopened today, bathed in blue and white and red, and it will remain illuminated with France's flag colors for the next 3 days.
And at our state capital, Arizona, joining in the nation and the world mourning those terrorist attacks in Paris on Friday. Governor Doug Ducey ordering all flags lowered to half staff.
Tonight, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey is one of nearly 24 governors across the country refusing to take refugees from ISIS strongholds. We'll have more on that in a minute.
But first, the latest out of Paris, just announced minutes ago, a soccer match between Belgium and Spain has been canceled in Brussels because of all of this. French police conducting more than 160 raids overnight. There is an international manhunt for the suspected mastermind of the attacks, a 27-year-old Belgian national. Authorities are also looking for a 26-year-old Salah Abdeslam, who they say was directly involved in Friday night's attack.
Meantime, the French military carried out airstrikes in and around the Islamic State capital of Raqqa, Syria.
And in a new ISIS video, the militants threatening the countries taking part in airstrikes against Syria and specifically named the U.S., Washington, D.C., as a target.
Governors across the country now, they want to stop accepting refugees, specifically Syrian refugees, in the wake of last week's attack in Paris. That includes Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. Experts, though, are saying that these governors lack the legal authority to actually block relocations.
Fox 10's Mark Martinez stopped by the International Rescue Committee in Phoenix for reaction, and he's live with the story. Mark.
Yeah, John and Carrie, that is right. We've heard so far 20 states and counting have said they do not want to allow Syrian refugees into their states, including Arizona. Governor Ducey making that announcement today. Now, President Obama, before the attacks, had pledged to accept about 10,000 Syrian refugees over the next year to cities across the country. But groups that work with refugees point out that those fleeing civil war in Syria trying to escape the exact attacks that happened in France.
These are families. These are husbands and wives and mothers and children and who are coming for a better life, for safety.
Donna Magnuson is the executive director of the IRC, or International Rescue Committee, a group that helps refugees get settled once they arrive on U.S. soil.
They come with a plastic bag with their documents because in the middle of the night someone has told them they had to flee their home, and they prayed to God that they were able to gather their family and run quick enough.
She says she was disheartened to see Governor Ducey among the many governors across the country calling for an immediate halt to any new refugees in Arizona after the attacks in France Friday. Magnuson says it takes years for refugees to ever arrive in a safe haven country.
Refugees are the most vetted group of individuals entering U.S. soil. They have the most security screening. I have members of my staff who took 22 years to get to the U.S.
She says she's hoping Governor Ducey will reconsider his decision.
The U.S. has a very strict policy regarding refugee resettlement. It has a long-standing history of being able to resettle refugees to our shores, and it is a very slow-moving train for a reason.
And again, the number of governors saying they don't want refugees from Syria into their states has been growing all day. But under the Constitution, immigration policy is set by the federal government, which determines someone's refugee status. So Governor Ducey has said in his statements he wants that law changed. But again, it looks like for now, the federal law will trump the state's laws. Reporting live, Mark Martinez, Fox 10 News.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm just getting something on my satellite. Let me take you there now.
Will prompt investors to invest in clean energy technologies because they will understand that the world is committed to a low-carbon future. That's a signal to the private sector to go all in on renewable energy technologies. And if we can get an agreement done, it could drive new jobs and new opportunities and investment in a global economy that, frankly, needs a boost right now. One of the topics of discussion in G20 was, where can we generate sufficient demand? The United States economy is doing relatively well, but we are impacted by weakening demand around the world. China's undergoing a necessary transition in its economy, but it means that its growth rates will not be necessarily as fast. A lot of other emerging markets have seen slow growth, or in some cases, like Brazil, contraction. And as a consequence, the possibility for us to start investing in clean energy, power generation that is sustainable, leapfrogging old technologies and getting into new technologies, all could provide an enormous boost, and there is a lot of capital out there looking to invest. And if we send a signal that this is something that every nation around the world is serious about, it can be an enormous generator of opportunity. So the United States is leading on this issue. Since I took office, we've doubled the distance new cars will go on a gallon of gas by 2025. We're producing 3 times as much wind power as we were when I came into office, and we are producing about 20 times as much solar power as when I came into office. Thanks in part to the investments we've made, there are already parts of America where clean power from wind or sun is actually cheaper than dirtier conventional power. Since 2005, even as our economy is growing, America's cut our total carbon pollution by more than any other country on Earth. And other nations are stepping up as well. Last year, renewable energy accounted for more than half of all new power plants built around the world. For the first time, China's pledged to peak and then reduce its carbon emissions. Here in the Philippines, you're boosting wind power. APEC is working to double renewable energy and reduce energy intensity by 45% over the next 2 decades. And through the Green Climate Fund and other avenues, the international community is helping developing nations to adapt to climate change and, as I said, leapfrog over the dirtier phases of development. One of the things we tried to emphasize in Antalya, and what we're emphasizing throughout this climate discussion, is there is not a contradiction between growth, development, and being good stewards of the planet. They are complementary. And we have to break out of the mindset that says that if we're doing something about climate change, that slows growth. We have to accelerate it. And the fact that President Xi and I, when we met, were able to put forward an accord as the two largest emitters sent, I think, a pretty strong signal to other countries that we see this not just as a challenge, but as an opportunity as well. Now, the problem is governments can't do it by themselves. The good news is that more and more companies are realizing that climate change presents a huge business opportunity. And we see this in America. Google, Apple, Costco are among the world's largest corporate buyers of renewable energy. Walmart has installed more on-site solar capacity than any business in America. Last month, I announced that 81 companies have joined our American Business Act on Climate Pledge, and more pledges are coming in every day. And these companies committed a total of at least $160 billion in areas like clean energy, combating deforestation, reducing emissions, and water usage. And this progress is not limited to big businesses. You've got small businesses and folks up and down the supply chain who are investing in energy efficiency and clean energy too, and oftentimes they're finding that they're saving money while operating in a cleaner way. We're seeing great examples across Asia as well. Now, the private sector is getting involved in renewable energy in countries like Vietnam. Right here in the Philippines, we're seeing major investments in a massive wind and solar project. So my message to you today is that your businesses can do right by your bottom lines and by our planet and future generations. The old rules that said we couldn't grow our economies and protect our environment at the same time, those are outdated. We can transition to clean energy without squeezing businesses and consumers. When we doubled fuel efficiency standards on cars, that's money in people's pockets because they're spending less money at the gas station. And that's true across our economy. And this is the way that the world is headed. It's going to go in fits and starts. There will be some countries and some sectors that resist. But it is inexorable, it is inevitable that we move in this direction, and I hope that the companies that are represented here see this as an opportunity. Innovators are coming up with new ideas every single day, which brings me to my two partners here for this panel, Jack Ma and Isa Mijeno. Isa is an entrepreneur here in the Philippines who launched a startup around a brilliant idea, which is selling lamps that run on nothing more than salt water. She's an engineer. She'll have to explain the physics around this thing. And I guess you've heard of Jack. But he's not just the founder of Alibaba, a giant in e-commerce. He also happens to be a leader on environmental issues like clean water and climate change. And part of what we thought would be useful was to have a young, new entrepreneur, a young at heart, but not as young, large entrepreneur, compare notes about why they see this as an opportunity, why they think that it's good business sense as well as good environmental sense, and how we collectively can be more supportive and encouraging of the kind of innovation that they represent. So with that, we'll begin our discussion. Thank you. So let me start with you, Jack. Is the mic on? Yes? All right. Jack, I know you've been passionate about the need to... Something's going on here. Huh? Is it working? Okay. I know you've been passionate about the need to fight climate change. I want to get a sense from you of why you think it's so important. I also want to get a sense of why you think it's so important that business has a role in this process. And I know that in addition to the work that you've been doing with nonprofits, recently you've also been in conversations with Bill Gates about potential of really turbocharging investment in research and development around clean energy, and we may be able to make some announcements about sort of this mission innovation in Paris. Give me a sense of how it looks to you from the vantage point of one of the most successful and largest e-commerce organizations in history.
Thank you, President. Well, it's not the passion, it's the concern and worry. When I was 12 years old, I went to swim in a lake. And I was almost dying in that lake because the water was too deep, much deeper than I thought. But 5 years ago, I went that lake again. The total lake was dry. A lot of people have a disease. And the second concern of the young colleagues died of cancer. 20 years ago, very few people have heard about the cancer, the word. But now, most of the families, my friends, they have people have cancers. So if we've been working so hard, if we work so hard and put all the money in the hospital, buy medicine, it will be a disaster. Why we should working? So if without a healthy environment of this earth, no matter how much money you make, no matter how wonderful you are, you have a bad disaster. So it's the concern we have. So we started 6 years ago, put 0.3% of the money of the total Alibaba revenue on encouraging, enable all the young people to find creative ways to solve the problem. And I think the money is always not enough, but the money we use try to wake up people's consciousness. Should know that the climate change is a problem. They should agree that the water is a problem, the food is a problem. So that is what we think. And after we're doing that, we think, because what Alibaba believe is, where is the opportunity? The opportunity always lies the place where people worry. If you solve the worry problem, that's the greatest opportunity you have. So after 5 years, we find this is a huge chance. So as you said 2 weeks ago, Bill Gates called me about inviting me, join the force together, investing in the clean technology. I think it's a fantastic idea, and I think me and the company believe this is something that we can do the contribution. As I say, we are not a big company. Compared to 15 years ago, we are big. But compared to 15 years later, we are small. But if we do not care about this earth, we do not care about the water, food, the environment, I think nobody can survive, whether you're big or small. So this is the concern. This is the worry I have.
Excellent. Now you mentioned the need for continuous innovation in this area, and that's why we have Aisha here. And Jack remembers when he was starting a company. Aisha's sort of at that early stage, but as an engineer by training, you had an idea that could both do well and do good. So tell us a little bit about what your idea was. Tell us about salt, and what lessons have you learned as a young entrepreneur in terms of making an impact?
Okay, so first of all, let me take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation for allowing me to sit with you, Mr. President, Mr. Ma, to share our advocacy and mission with SALT, and of course tackle on a more serious matter like climate change. It's really, truly an honor. So my brother and I founded SALT, so it's Sustainable Alternative Lighting. And our main advocacy is we wanted to address the light inequality gap, first in the Philippines, by focusing on the people at the bottom of the pyramid, because it comprises of about 15 to 20% of the country's population. Now, most of these families live on island communities, and they are not connected to power grids. So they mainly use kerosene and fuel-based lamps as the main source of lighting. And we know the danger that kerosene lamps poses. It can cause fire accidents, it emits black carbon. So that's the main reason why what we want is we wanted to provide these people a lighting option that is more cost-effective, more safe, more sustainable and environmentally friendly by a way of a lantern that uses saline solution or ocean water as a catalyst to generate electricity. In turn, it will be able to power up LED and, of course, power up a USB port where you can also charge low-power mobile devices like your phones. Very essential during emergencies, especially disaster scenarios. So that's how we're trying to, of course, contribute in terms of the climate change. We are starting with the lamp. And what we see, the huge impact that we'll be able to contribute is when we try or when we dive into developing like a large scale for the technology that we have. Just imagine if you'll be able to power up a whole island using the ocean water. So our planet is composed of 70% salt water, so that's what we're trying to aim for. Yes.
That's great. So the just to be clear, so with some salt water, the device that you've set up can provide, am I right, about 8 hours of
Yes,
lighting?
8 hours of lighting. And all you need to do is you just have to replenish the saltwater solution, and then you'll have another 8 hours of
And the lamp
operating
is $20, roughly?
Around $20.
Around $20, and it will last you for?
There's a consumable inside that you have to change every now and then. So the main explanation, the main science behind the lamp is it's a chemical reaction.
Right.
You're trying to convert chemical reaction into energy.
Right.
So there's something inside that you have to change, but you only have to change that like 6 months if you're using the lamp 8 hours a day every day, and that only costs the consumable part around $3, $2, $3. So you're just going to sustain the lamp. You just have to spend like $6 annually, and that's,
Which means that you potentially save even within a certain amount of time. You're already saving enough on kerosene to have paid for the lamp, and then from that point forward, basically, you're getting a modest amount, but important amount of electricity
Yes.
that you can use for a wide variety of purposes.
Yes.
So I think Aisha is a perfect example of what we're seeing in a lot of countries, young entrepreneurs coming up with leapfrog technologies. In the same way that in large portions of Asia and Africa, the old landline phones never got set up. People just went straight to mobile. And obviously, they're buying stuff through Alibaba on there all the time. But the point is that they did not have to make some of the massive infrastructure investments. This is part of the reason why the old idea of development and environmental sustainability, I think, is outdated. It does raise the issue, though, of how we can do more to support young entrepreneurs like Aisha. And Jack, you have the benefit of having been on both sides of the equation. Early entrepreneur, scratching and clawing to get things done, and then now obviously a very successful businessman. How can both government and larger companies be assisting in creating the kind of climate for innovation that encourages young entrepreneurs like Aisha?
Yeah, government is simple. Just reduce the tax or no tax for these guys.
There you go.
Well,
you got a lot of cheers from your fellow CEOs.
Yeah, but I think I feel so excited by hearing the story. Like startup for entrepreneurs like a baby. And I have 5 babies so far, experienced a father.
Do you love them all equally, or is there?
Yeah.
Do you have some favorites? You shouldn't say that.
I do. Alibaba, Alipay, Taobao. These are the kids that I have. But one thing, my advice, we just had a discussion at the back office that nobody can help you. We can only help ourselves. Investors, government, and partners, they are uncles and aunties. You are the father. You are the mother of the kid. Don't give up the kid. Because when we start up talking about our kid, our passion, it all sounds crazy. But you are the guy, take care of the kids. But what we do is that we are a platform. Our job is to enable. On the 11/11 day, we sold $14.5 billion, and this year we got like $500 billion sales total on our platform. We do not sell anything. We empower others people to sell. So our platform is to empower the small business to realize their dreams. Company like that, we have a company that is, they have an APP helping trucks because the truck logistic, they normally deliver things from this city to that city full of packs. But when we come back, all empty. So the application is trying to making sure all the truck drivers can find the resources. So our technology and platform try to empower this company. And last year alone, they saved $1.5 billion US fuel because of the thing. So I think using the technology in innovative ways and all other things, big companies, it's difficult for big companies to keep the innovation keep on. The innovation is always outside your company. So for us, when we see companies like that, we're excited, we put the money inside, we're using technology, and we also promote them on our platform if they are environment friendly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Aisha, what have been the biggest challenge for you in terms of scaling up? You've got a technology, you feel confident that it can work. She's won, by the way, a lot of prizes and gotten a lot of attention, so this is not like one of those infomercials where you know, you order it and you can't make the thing work. It's, but what have been the biggest challenges, and how could both the public sector and the private sector be more helpful in terms of encouraging young entrepreneurs like you?
Well, based on our experience, I guess what we need here is like a support system. Because we have the passion. So if you don't mind me telling you the backstory of how we started, the main inspiration of coming up with the application, a lighting application, was when I did a personal immersion up in the mountains of Kalinga. So there I learned of a story that because of scarcity of public transportation, people had to travel down the mountain and walk 6 hours just to get kerosene for their lamps. And they do that every other day. So we have the passion. So what we need is like a support system, both from the private sector and the government, to like mentor us, guide us how we can scale up the product or the project. And yes, we also need a lot of support in terms of funding. So that's where that's our main challenge right now. We're on a critical phase. We're trying to mass produce the lamp. So we're just looking for someone to fund us to get the project moving.
I'm just saying serving as a matchmaker here a little bit. But a couple of things, and I know we're running out of time, but I just want to comment on. First of all, I do think that there's a role to play for government in providing tax incentives for the production of clean energy. What's been interesting, if you look at solar, for example, heavy subsidies on the front end, but because of the trend lines in reducing the costs per BTU coming out over the last several years, it's exceeded many of our expectations, and increasingly the subsidies become less and less necessary. So early phase, you may need some support. Over time, less support. A second area, Jack, where I do think that the government has an important role to play, and I think you wouldn't disagree with this, is on basic research and development. Most of your businesses, the people in this audience, you have an R&D budget, but oftentimes it's commercializing a technology that's relatively proven, tweaking it, where governments can do what it's hard for companies to do, is to that front-end basic research that doesn't have necessarily an immediate payoff, but will then serve as the laboratories for young people like Aisha to discover, based on that basic research, I've got a new idea and I can do something else. And that's, in fact, how the internet came about, in part, was a combination of incredible innovation, but also some basic government funding that had come in on the front end. But the thing that I maybe want to ask you, Jack, sort of in closing, is whether you think that other businesses that you're interacting with and dealing with, particularly in the APAC countries, feel this same urgency that you do, or do you think that you're still an early evangelist for this and you have to persuade others a little bit more? And the reason I say that is because I think China's an interesting example. Like the earlier patterns of England or the United States, when a country is growing rapidly, it doesn't pay a lot of attention to the environment. As it enters into sort of middle income status, suddenly people start looking at cancer rates, they start looking at the air, the water, and you become more conscious and that's a good, a value that we have to price and care about. And I'm wondering whether you think your fellow business leaders are seeing that same kind of transition and opportunity in this region.
Yeah, I think I take China, for example. I think today, because of the air in Beijing, the smogging, it caused attention and government and all the business changed a lot in the past 4 years. I just came back from Beijing 4 weeks ago. My throat was painful. And I think we organized called a Paradise Foundation. I invited 45 business leaders in China. All joined, all put the money inside. And we think that there are a lot of things business should do. It's too late to complain whose fault. Whether your fault or my fault, let's solve the problem together. It's the combined work of government, private sectors, scientists, and sociologists and philanthropists. We have to work in together. So I think the thing is that how we can work in a way more efficiently. I believe always you should have a philanthropic heart inside, but business way, because you have to get the things down. That is why scientists tell us how to do properly. Business should tell us how to get things done efficiently, and government should have the good environment and foundations of researching. And also we need a lot of media guys to tell people how we do it. But I think this area, Asia Pacific, especially China, we are taking good actions, but we need to do in a way that is really workable. I bought a big piece of land in Brandon, Adirondack in the States, the forest. The reason I bought it is not for buying the forest. The reason I bought it is by the experience of how America solved the problem in the last century, 30s. How they solved the problem there. It will bring the technology, bring the know-how back to China, back to this part of the world. I think it's the opportunity. Good. And it's too late to worry. We have to make action and join together. This is what we believe.
Excellent, excellent. And Aisha, the closing comments. I mean, obviously, you're about to scale up, and we're confident that you'll be successful. But one of the most important things that you've said, in my mind at least, is that this starts from the bottom up. That whether it's in the Philippines or in Tanzania or anywhere in the world, that people who are trying to improve their lives, that they can't be asked to just stay poor in order to solve this problem. They need electricity, they want transportation, they want the same things that exist in developing nations. But what that means is that if we're working at that grassroots level, seeing what folks need and figuring out in an efficient way how to deliver improved quality of life while being environmentally sustainable, that's an enormous opportunity. But it starts at looking at the aspirations and hopes of ordinary people. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yes, it's mainly a collaborative effort. You should not just rely on the government. Of course, you should also do your part. both as a citizen of the nation to help your people. So like what we're doing, I'm focusing on what I'm good at, which is, of course, R&D, research and development. And we just entered, with the help of local incubation program here in the Philippines, we were able to partner with a local manufacturing company who's trying to help us assemble the lamp. And we're also in talks. We are getting so many support from organizations and foundations to distribute the lamps across the Philippines. So with all those, it's a collaborative effort. So you have to, of course, be open with regards to partnering and helping out people, especially in our case, people that don't have access to electricity. Electricity is a basic need, and light is a basic need, and we should be addressing that. And before I get to my closing remark, I would like to focus on climate change, coming from an academic background. So I just wanted to emphasize that climate change is real. So it's a fact. It's not a myth that scientists created in order to get funding or grants. So it's real. So it's happening now. Just to give you like a simple analogy of what stage we are in climate change right now, it's like climate change is like cancer. So at stage 1, your cell starts mutating. And then at stage 2, you start feeling the symptoms. If you're self-aware, you go to the doctor and get treatment. If you're not aware, of course, you take it for granted, and then you go on to stage 3, you start feeling the severe effects of the symptoms until finally stage 4, you're noticing that your health starts declining. You get the best oncologists, pay the best hospital, but it's not working because everything is too late. Right. So climate change is like that. So right now, I believe so, we're on stage 2. So we're stage 2. So
I'm just saying, people.
It's
you don't want to get to stage 4.
Yes, and we don't want to get.
And we all have a huge investment in making sure that our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren are able to enjoy prosperity. And that's dependent ultimately on a planet that accommodates us. I will say that the lamp you talked about, in addition to providing light, you can also charge a cell phone, right?
Yes.
And if people have these lamps, they're more likely to charge their cell phone, which means they're more likely to use e-commerce, and more likely to purchase things through Alibaba.
Sell it online.
So I think that there's a synergy here. Everybody please give Jack and Aisha a big round of applause.
Kind of a cool conference. Let's head back to me here, and it's not 8 o'clock, so I'm not going to jump into my top 5, but I will give you some other local stories that we have on our radar.
This pregnant man, Thomas Beatty, made headlines when he gave birth after transitioning from a woman to a man. Today, he learned his sentence for stalking his ex-wife. Nicole Garcia spoke with Beatty after the sentencing. Nicole joins us live now. Nicole.
Yeah, John, a judge sentenced Thomas Beatty to 1 year of unsupervised probation, and that's an outcome Beatty is pleased with. He gave birth to his own 3 children, and he and his ex-wife have joint custody of the kids. Today, he told the judge that he put a GPS tracking device on his ex-wife's car because he wanted to monitor and protect his children while they were with her. Thomas Beatty walked out of court with a smile on his face. He will spend the next year under unsupervised probation. Beatty pleaded guilty to stalking his ex-wife by placing a GPS monitor on her car.
I pled guilty to a misdemeanor of disorderly conduct because I feel that I'm guilty of trying to protect my children.
Beatty became known as the pregnant man. He transitioned from a woman to a man, but was still able to give birth to his 3 children. Ex-wife Nancy could not have kids. Beatty was arrested after Nancy found the GPS tracker and reported it to police. Beatty says he was taunted in jail.
It's really embarrassing, and they wanted to see my private parts. It was really humiliating.
Beatty's marriage ended in a messy divorce. He and his ex-wife have joint custody of their 3 children, ages 5, 6, and 7. Beatty apologized to the judge for using the tracking device. He says he thought it was the least confrontational way to keep track of his kids.
I'm extremely fearful for my children's safety. It's been this way ever since I left her and filed for divorce. She was addicted to substances, and I feel that she's not a fit mother.
Although he is a free man, Beatty says he will be looking over his shoulder.
And every day I'm going to be concerned that Nancy's going to try to get me in some sort of trouble.
And his ex-wife Nancy did attend the hearing this morning, but she did not want to speak. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
It's a story that is developing by the minute.
New information tonight about how the attacks in Paris were carried out and which U.S. city ISIS may be targeting next. Today, the Eiffel Tower finally reopening, shining the colors of the French flag. Arizona Secretary of State, the U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry arriving in the country, promising to defeat the terror group.
President Obama also earlier today spoke about the attacks, ruling out sending troops on the ground in Syria, saying the U.S. will continue to launch airstrikes and will work with allies to dismantle the group's organization and control. It's believed a 27-year-old Belgian national is the mastermind behind these attacks. And we've also learned today that the attackers may have used PlayStations to communicate with one another.
Meanwhile, a video has now surfaced promising more attacks, naming Washington, D.C. as a target, and the mayor of that city has ordered heightened security around the city in response.
The attacks are now starting to affect some travel to Paris. One hotel group says bookings are off now 50% since the attacks. But local experts say people won't stay away from the City of Light for long. Linda Williams joins us live. Linda, people are willing in time to go back, of course.
They're willing right now. I don't think they're going to wait too long before they start going back. Consider this, John. In 2013, more than 32 million people visited the City of Lights to see the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, the list goes on. What kind of impact, is the question now, will Friday's terror have on tourism? Known worldwide as a city of lights, a city of love, Scottsdale travel agent Estelle Wilkinson has been sending honeymooners and families to Paris for decades. She herself is a French citizen and says terrorists cannot steal the city's magic, but she knows tourism will take a hit.
Of course. It's going to take a hit. Some people are just going to be scared.
Wilkinson booked 7 to 8 honeymoons to Paris a year. She and her family go often and were just there last June. She has booked 3 couples to travel to the City of Lights in January, and she says they still intend to go. She advises now more than ever for people to buy travel insurance.
If the clients were booked in January and they're afraid to go, they could cancel for any reason and get their money back. So that's a big thing to encourage people or clients to have.
AAA Travel says its members who have called them about the Paris attacks say they will still go.
This is a sincere tragedy, but it's not going to stop true travelers from going and experiencing the world that they want to see.
You haven't had anyone call to cancel, anyone call to delay, anyone saying I'm feeling jittery?
Not at all.
Wilkinson says the safety of her clients is most important, and she gives them information so they can make up their own minds, though she does have her own opinion.
Just go. There's no reason not to visit it. If you stop visiting all these major national monuments and sites, the terrorists win.
Wilkinson says with security now being tightened around Europe, she believes France is safer now than ever. But the shock and the horror of November 13th will resound through the years, much as the shock and horror of September 11th does for our country. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Well, his lawyers say he couldn't have done it. The suspect in the I-10 freeway shootings back in court today.
His bond was set at $1 million, and his attorney fought to have that bond reduced. Andrew Hasbin was in court. He joins us live with the judge's decision tonight. Andrew.
Carrie, Leslie Merritt's attorneys argued that his bond was too high, and the judge actually agreed to lower it
to $150,000. In court, his attorneys ended up revealing some of their defense. Shackled and in jail stripes, Leslie Merritt stayed mostly silent during the hearing as his attorneys made their case to lower the $1 million bond.
He has an alibi for each and every one of the incidents alleged. Cell phone tower analysis done by the FBI that puts him in Glendale at his home at the time of these calls.
Merritt was arrested on September 18th. DPS investigators say they were able to tie a gun believed to belong to Merritt to 4 of the 11 shootings that gripped the valley. The 21-year-old, who works as a landscaper, has denied any involvement, and his attorney says even a $150,000 bond is too much.
Mr. Merritt has no ability whatsoever to make that bond. $150,000 to him is the same as $1 million.
Prosecutors opposed any reduction in the bond, saying there wasn't any reliable evidence that would warrant a major change. Even though the defense asked, the judge refused to go any lower than $150,000.
There's still a gag order for the duration of the case, and we're going to abide by it. But, you know, the reality is this is a marathon, not a sprint, and we're in it for the long haul. There's a lot of work to be done, and stick with us. It's going to get real interesting.
Defense attorneys wanted to call witnesses during this hearing, but the judge would not allow that. At one point, Merritt himself assured the judge that should he be able to post his bond, he would be there in court as his case moves forward. I'm Andrew Hasbun, Fox 10 News.
Yeah, this story is getting weirder and weirder. I mean, to the point where he's got a lot of people that believe he's innocent, and more people than you would expect that believe he's innocent, actually. Let me jump to my top 5 stories of the day. An American missing in Paris. He's a very handsome young man. His name's Austin Taylor. He's 26. He's from New York City, and he's been missing since November 2nd. He sent a resignation note to his employer several days after November 2nd. His mother, Leanne Barnes, told a news source that he also sent her an email asking her to access his accounts to pay some of his loans. She said that he's a very private person and he would be mortified by this attention, but this has become a national headline because days before the Paris attacks last week, his passport was scanned in Paris. So it's a really interesting and kind of scary story, an American missing in Paris. We are waiting to see what the outcome is in regards to that story. Hopefully they find him safe and sound, but he's a handsome, beautiful young guy from New York, and his mother just says she thinks it's so strange that he would just disappear. He just doesn't believe that there's any way he would do that and intentionally hurt her and their family that way. Anonymous declaring war on Daesh. They released a YouTube video that was less than 2 minutes long. Some of the quotes: "We will launch the biggest operation ever against you. Expect massive cyber attacks. War is declared." Last reported, Anonymous has shut down 5,500 Daesh support social media accounts. House leader on Syrian refugees, Paul Ryan, is saying, let's pause before we allow all these people into the country. America is scared, and he wants to just pause and work out a strategy. Governor Bobby Jindal he's saying he's just suspended his campaign because it's not his time, and this is the second time he's suspended his campaign. So he's definitely out of the GOP presidential race. And then 2 Germany stadiums today were evacuated after bomb threats.
Well, what was the other one?
Let's take a look at some local
Number 2?
stories.
The holidays. That phrase has special meaning for one Valley family this year. After suffering several devastating losses, the family has been given a special surprise, a home makeover just in time for the holidays.
I said, you know what, if you paint my house from outside, it's enough for me.
Mariana Ramirez stays humble and strong. Her family moved into this home in the Coronado Historic District 25 years ago, and they've been through a series of hard times, but they keep a positive outlook on life, always taking care of others.
She just does anything that she can to help everybody, and they're just such a giving family, and I think that they honestly deserved it.
Alex Powers, a family friend, nominated them for the home makeover. the District Phoenix real estate company conducting the giveaway, and they knew the Ramirez family was the most deserving of this gift.
There's a lot of angles with this particular family, and they're so sweet and so kind and so appreciative. It just made a lot of sense once we met them.
5 years ago, Mariana's mother was diagnosed with cancer. Years later, her nephew died, and earlier this year, that very home that was being renovated was robbed.
That one, they don't stop me to help people.
Through all of the hardships, this strong woman continues to give back. Born and raised in Mexico, she donates her personal belongings to the people there, even taking her son's shoes to give to those less fortunate.
And my son told me, oh, those are my shoes. Yeah. And I tell him, you have more at home, so don't worry about that one.
When we talked to her this morning, she was truly humbled by this gift.
And I feel so happy somebody saw my intentions to help people. Maybe that's why they help me now.
The renovations are expected to be finished around Thanksgiving, just in time for the big feast and the holidays. Fox concerns that terrorists might use Syrian refugees as cover to sneak across borders. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey among 32 states that want to close its borders to the refugees. The governor taking part in a conference call with the White House and leaders in the White House this afternoon.
Now, more on that in a moment on that phone call. But first, new fears in Europe. A soccer game in Hanover, Germany, canceled. The stadium evacuated about an hour and a half before the start of the game. Police say there was a serious threat of an attack, but rumors of explosives found inside an ambulance outside the stadium are not true. But there was a lot of heightened anxiety. Meantime, in Syria, both France and Russia stepping up airstrikes, targeting ISIS training camps and ammunition bases. Russia's security service has now confirmed a homemade bomb brought down that Russian airliner over Egypt, killing more than 200 people a couple of weeks ago. And in Paris tonight, France's iconic landmark, the Eiffel Tower, once again closed. The monument shut down after workers raised security concerns. And just minutes ago, we learned that police are looking for a new suspect, believed to have been one of the attackers at the Paris cafe.
Now, the number of states saying they do not want to accept any refugees from Syria is growing fast. It now stands at 32 states. So how many Syrian refugees are we talking about here in Arizona? The Arizona Refugee Resettlement Program says that so far this year, Arizona has accepted 112 refugees from Syria. Overall, more than 3,600 Syrian refugees have settled in Arizona. And last year, Arizona ranked 6th among the states for accepting refugees. Fox 10's Steve Kraft is live at the state capitol with more on this debate. Steve.
Well, the first point to make is that this is largely a political stand by all those governors, most of whom are Republicans. When it comes to the resettlement of refugees, only the federal government has jurisdiction in that matter. Meanwhile, I want to show you some pictures from earlier today at the state capitol. A demonstration, members of human rights organizations and other members of the community protesting in front of the state capitol. They don't like the governor's stance on the refugees. They say Governor Ducey's decision sends a message of intolerance. Some even went so far as to call it racist. They also said the governor's stance is not in line with the teachings of Christianity, and they said banning refugees is not the solution, pointing out in the Paris attack, the great majority of attackers in that horrendous situation last week were actually from France and Belgium and not from Syria. So that was the situation here in the front. Of course, we had this meeting today with the governor talking on the phone to the White House. We don't know what the result of that was. We are awaiting some word from Governor Ducey and his staff. Reporting live from the state capitol, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
Today, actor Charlie Sheen puts the rumors to rest. The actor admitting and confirming that he is HIV positive. Sheen appearing on TV to tell the world that he was diagnosed with the HIV virus 4 years ago, and he says that he's been paying people who knew so they would keep quiet about it. Sheen's doctor said the actor's status is now undetectable. Sheen is the first major celebrity to announce having HIV since 1991, when basketball great Magic Johnson told the world that he was living with the disease. And
many people are living with the disease. Valley HIV AIDS advocates hope that Sheen will use his celebrity status as a teachable moment. to educate a younger generation about preventing the spread of the virus. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia has been looking into this. She joins us live now with more. Nicole.
Yeah, John and Carrie, nearly 17,000 people here in the state of Arizona have HIV or AIDS, and many are able to take medications and live with this disease. But local AIDS advocates worry that today's youth don't have a grasp of how grave this disease really is.
I was diagnosed in 1993 with AIDS. I was told I probably would live about 2 years. I told that doctor to beat it.
Although she's lived with AIDS for 22 years, Barb Brados has suffered immeasurable loss. Her former husband and son were both diagnosed with AIDS around the same time.
It was rough. There was only one medication available. It made you really sick, and it was a really hard time. I unfortunately lost my son when he was 6.
Brados has dedicated her life to helping those living with HIV and AIDS and to prevention education. Tuesday, she was part of a panel speaking to Estrella Mountain Community College students for an AIDS Day event. She says there is a disconnect between the younger generation and the gravity of the disease.
This generation hasn't seen their friends dropping dead. They haven't seen friends who are really sick and can't go anywhere because they really just can't get out of the house to do anything.
These days, cocktails of powerful drugs available to those who can afford them make the disease manageable, but there is still no cure for HIV.
I take about 40 to 50 pills a day. It's not an easy life to live. You know, I hear young kids go, oh, if I get it, I'll just take a pill. It's not about taking a pill. You know, sometimes the pills don't work, and sometimes the pills make you really, really sick.
Now, December 1st is World AIDS Day, and Brados is a huge advocate for getting tested, and she says there will be free HIV testing available on December 1st at any Walgreens along Central Avenue in Phoenix where the light rail runs. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Here we go. This is a big moment. The annual holiday tradition continues. The sounds of the season are about to begin on 99.9 KEZ.
My daughter said it's happening today. This is almost as big as Christmas Day. With
This
the
is
music,
big.
Corey McCloskey and Beth McDonald, they are on hand at the outlets at Anthem to officially kick off the holiday music
It's
at
John
KEZ.
and Carrie.
Hi, Beth. Hi, Corey.
Lionel, look at their faces.
You've got to remind Beth who we are. This is terrible.
Well, Beth has a lot of voices in her head. It's
Just
sometimes
not our
difficult
voices.
for both of us
I
to
just don't
separate.
have your voices in my head right now. All the other ones.
Yeah,
are there.
I've got them. I'll be translating your language for Beth. But we're here in Anthem, and we've been here many times.
Yes, we have.
We love this tree. It's the tallest
in the nation.
I know. Take that, rest of the world. We do things right now.
Take that, Rockefeller Center.
No kidding. I love this time of year. I know you do too.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Because at KEZ 99.9, it seems like you're always beating everybody to the Christmas punch.
Yes,
and
we
not that punching should be a big part of Christmas.
No. Well, we're, as far as I know, the only ones doing it this year. We started 2,000 years ago at the original, the original site of Away in the Manger.
Well, what's
We've
going to
been
be
doing it
happening in
long
a few
time.
minutes?
In mere moments from now, we're going to flip the switch, and 99.9 KEZ is going to go all Christmas. And may I remind you that if you get on the phone right now at 602-260-0999, 99th caller gets a $2,500 shopping spree to the outlets at Anthem.
What?
So, yes.
It just keeps getting better and better.
But you're void where prohibited. So
Oh, yes, I am. Well, I love this time. I feel like it's a little like Potterville here. You know, it's so glitzy and glamoury and everything.
It's like Christmas out here right now. It's chilly.
It is. Well, we're going to flip the switch. What's the song everyone's listening
All
for?
right, you're listening for Andy Williams. It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Oh, can I come behind you? Because I want to see what's over here.
Are we ready?
I don't want to do it wrong.
Oh, there's no wrong or right way to do it. Just
Okay.
do it.
All right. John and Carrie, can you count down with us, perhaps?
Carrie's kids are
Absolutely. Where do you want to start?
10.
Let's
10,
start
of course.
at
10.
50. No. Oh, 10? It seems like a lot. All right, we'll start at 10.
Okay,
All right,
10.
here we go.
9,
9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
They're behind us.
2, 1. Yes!
Wow! Do you hear that?
Oh, it's perfect. I thought maybe you
Let's
got
dance.
I thought you got a shock from the switch thing. Oh, they're having a good time. This is everyone's.
You know
in
what?
The,
Yeah, now it
spirit.
has started. My wife waits for this moment. I am not kidding. She loves this.
Look at them. He's swept her off her feet once again. Corey and Beth. They're like Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
Wow.
All right, guys.
Guys.
We thanks for putting us in the spirit, and we look forward to it every single day. Merry
Casey
Christmas.
does it every year. See you guys. See you, Beth.
That's the cutest segment I have ever seen. It made me want to cry. I'm a huge Christmas fan. I didn't even know that that happened today, and my heart just burst. It was the most precious thing I've ever seen in my life. John and Carrie's countdown. I'm done. I'm done. What a cute, cute, cute segment.
This is a video of the day. Over the years, we have shown you video of fights on the light rail, bans on the light rail, protests, people wearing just their underwear riding the light rail. We've seen a lot of stuff. But we don't recall having video of a car on the light rail tracks just rolling down the tracks. That all changed today. Linda Williams live at the story. This video is ridiculous.
It's kind of crazy, John. There's a guy, his name is Angelo Fiore, and he recently bought and installed an $80 dash camera in his vehicle. He's just started Uber driving part-time, and he wanted it for security. So a week ago, he's heading down Washington Avenue and caught a driver getting on the inside track of the light rail. No, that's not a good thing. It might take a moment to realize what is wrong with this picture. Monday afternoon, November 9th, westbound on Washington Avenue's light rail tracks. This driver gives new meaning to the phrase, getting on the light rail.
I didn't know if he was drunk. I didn't know maybe he spilt his coffee and just overturned it. I wasn't sure what to think. So.
Angelo Fiore captured the car driving onto the light rail tracks as the driver made a U-turn at 54th Place to head in the opposite direction on Washington Avenue. He doesn't think the driver meant to end up here.
He literally jumped the curb and just started racing, and I have to assume that he started racing because he saw the light rail coming up on him.
Once on the tracks as a driver, you're kind of hemmed in by high curbs.
At one point in the video, the car veers off to the right and hits the curb like he's trying to get off and get out of the way. The curb is so big that he just could not jump back over.
The driver did make it to the next light and was able to get off the tracks safely. If not for Fiore and his new $80 investment in this dash cam, we might not know about this mishap, which only lasted about 40 seconds.
I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. I happened to catch it and thought, like, wow, this is incredible.
So nobody was hurt, police weren't called, no one even knows who that driver is just yet. We are waiting to get video of the incident from Valley Metro Light Rail. That agency says it likes to remind everyone, residents and visitors, you really have to be extra alert around the light rail tracks. Listen for rail cars and whistles, and need we say, I mean, there's signs everywhere. Don't drive on the light rail tracks if you can help it. I'm Linda Williams, Fox 10 News.
Thank you for being here tonight. We begin with the Fox 10 News alert, and these are live pictures from Sky Fox now over Tonopah, which is west of Phoenix, kind of along I-10 there. And this is a cage full of dogs, appear to be pug dogs. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says that they are dealing with a possible puppy mill out there. This is at I-10 and 339th Avenue. Dozens of dogs, and this is just one enclosure we can see on the outside of the home. Appears to be a couple dozen dogs there. MCSO tweeting out some pictures as well, showing these same dogs in a large outdoor enclosure. They appear to be pugs. We also hear there's some French bulldogs at the home, and again, there are some laws as to exactly how you can breed dogs like this. So MCSO saying that this area, this person who was doing this, was breaking the law. So we hope to get more details on this, and we'll bring them to you within this newscast or later on tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock.
At 5, a Phoenix man charged with killing 2 women in the early 1990s is now under investigation in the disappearance of a 13-year-old girl. We're talking about this man right here. His name is Brian Patrick Miller, and he has already pleaded guilty to those other murders. both which took place along a valley canal. Andrew Hasbin is live with more on the latest investigation. Andrew.
Terry, police are now looking to charge Miller with the murder of that 13-year-old girl who has been missing for more than 23 years. 13-year-old Brandy Lynn Myers disappeared back in May of 1992. Police searched the area where she was last seen, near 5th Street in Hatcher, but found nothing. After the arrest of Brian Miller, though, investigators believe they got a break. The girl disappeared in the same area where the accused serial killer lived.
Ultimately, we have another disappearance of a young girl, same kind of age, same time frame, very close proximity to his home. He quickly became a investigative lead.
Police are now looking to charge Miller with the 13-year-old's murder. He's already been linked to the murders of Angela Brasso and Melanie Burness, both found murdered along the Arizona Canal in Phoenix.
We've learned a lot of new information since taking Brian Miller into custody.
Police won't detail exactly what evidence they have linking Miller to the disappearance of Brandy Myers, but they say Myers may not be the only additional victim. There are other missing persons that they are looking at, too.
We have detectives on the cold case squad from missing persons and from our homicide detail that are working this case as hard as we were in 1992.
And Miller has actually pleaded not guilty of the crimes that he's been charged with so far. Police submitted this latest case to the county attorney back in September. The county attorney sent it back asking for more information, and police plan to submit the case again very soon. I'm Andrew Hasbin, Fox 10 News.
New at 6, a foundation run by billionaire GoDaddy founder Bob Parsons and his wife making a big donation to a Phoenix organization. Gave more than $500,000 to a group called 1 in 10 to help LGBT youth here in the Valley. Jessica Flores has more.
It's a small nonprofit with a big goal. 1 in 10 in Arizona wants to eradicate homelessness among LGBT youth. And now they're getting a huge helping hand and $500,000 from the Bob and Renee Parsons Foundation.
What troubles us is, they have such a hard time raising funds, getting the support that they need, and the need is so important. So that's where you're going to find our organization.
1 in 10 calls the record donation for their organization a game changer. They currently provide housing for 25 homeless LGBT youth. The donation increases that number to 40.
They have given us the ability to take that next step into fighting this fight, and their grant enables us to hire additional people, including myself, to further the capacity of the organization.
According to 1 in 10, nearly half of all homeless youth identify as LGBT.
When LGBT youth, wind up on the streets because of the stigma associated with being gay, and it shouldn't be that way. I mean, this is America. Everybody's entitled to a fair chance and to be treated alike. That's what we're all about.
I'm Jessica Flores, Fox 10 News.
30 active kids selected to participate in the Cardinals Kids Combine today, learning different drills from the players themselves and how to get fit and how to be healthy. Courtney Griffin has the story.
Speed up, man. Kids from 4th grade to high school ran around with some Cardinals football players as part of the Fuel Up to Play 60 Kids Combine.
Make sure you keep your eye on the ball and follow it all the way through.
Caden Reister says he was thankful to be selected.
I really love football and I love playing, and my PE teacher inspires me to play.
Program advisors selected 4 students per school who engage with kids and physical activity on a normal basis.
I want to learn how to get my knees up higher because I don't get very high with jumps.
The purpose? To encourage kids to eat healthy and get 60.
I love this story and I hate to interrupt it, but this made me laugh and I just yelled at Troy. I was like, hey, did you know that they said you were a 5th grader? I might have to screen grab this. Troy Hayden, 5th grader. I took a picture of that.
Drills from the players themselves and how to get fit and how to be healthy. Courtney Griffin has the story.
Speed up, man. Kids from 4th grade to high school ran around with some Cardinals football players as part of the Fuel Up to Play 60 Kids Combine.
make sure you keep your eye on the ball and follow it all the way through.
Caden Reister says he was thankful to be selected.
I really love football and I love playing, and my PE teacher inspires me to play.
Program advisors selected 4 students per school who engage with kids and physical activity on a normal basis.
I want to learn how to get like my knees up higher because I don't get very high with jumps.
The purpose? To encourage kids to eat healthy and get 60 minutes of physical activity each day.
We're hoping that we can develop those healthy habits at a young age and that it stays with them through school and then on into adulthood.
Cardinals guard Antone McLean says the drills get kids, including plenty of girls, excited about playing football.
Teaches them discipline, teaches them everything about life, in my opinion, what I've learned growing up.
McLean says he wishes he had camps like this one while he was growing up.
I would love to have something like this where I come from to meet an NFL player, get a head start on what to do and to better myself. I would have loved it.
The program is in its 8th year and is in 1,400 schools across the state. In Glendale, Courtney Griffin, Fox 10 News.
As you can imagine, people are on high alert right now, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious.
And today there was even a bomb scare in Flagstaff, believe it or not. 4 propane tanks were found abandoned in a Walmart parking lot near the campus of NAU. The bomb squad was called in to investigate. Ty Brennan is there live in Flagstaff now with the details. What happened up there?
Yeah, well, Flagstaff police right now still trying to piece together exactly what happened. But the good news in all of this, no explosives were found. Everything back up and running here at this Walmart in Flagstaff. But take a look at some of this video earlier this afternoon that shows the bomb squad out here. Now, Flagstaff police tell us a man was here earlier today. Now, they're not sure why just yet, but that man left 4 propane tanks here along with some wire in the parking lot and then took off. Obviously, with everything going on in the world today, someone called it in. That bomb squad was dispatched. Again, no explosives found. That man and his car were then found a short time later near the NAU campus. Now, as we speak, that man is being interviewed by Flagstaff police. They tell me that that man could be facing charges of felony flight, criminal littering, and possession of meth. Now, right now, Flagstaff PD says that more charges could be coming down for this man. Of course, we're keeping tabs on this story as it develops. Reporting live from Flagstaff, Ty Brennan, Fox 10 News.
Even before the terrorist attacks in Paris, the Pentagon deployed A-10 fighters to Turkey to assist with U.S.-led bombings on the Islamic State. The A-10 is a familiar jet to many of us who live in Arizona. The jet has a major hub at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. While the A-10 helps to fight ISIS, it is also fighting a political battle to stay in the sky. Spitting 30mm rounds from its nose-mounted cannon, this is how the A-10 Thunderbolt II responds to a mandatory retirement. The U.S. Air Force A-10 was first declared combat ready back in 1978. Jimmy Carter was president, and Annie Hall won the Oscar for Best Picture. And if the Cold War ever turned hot, the A-10 was designed to slow a Soviet advance into Western Europe. 38 years later, A-10s are still flying. They're being sent to Europe to bolster NATO while Russia bullies Ukraine. And a squadron of A-10s just joined the war on ISIS in Iraq and Syria. It's said in Iraq that when the A-10 appears, it sends Islamic State soldiers scurrying to save their lives. But can this ungainly, legendary aircraft that its pilots call the Hog save itself? The Pentagon has been trying to get rid of the A-10 since the first Gulf War, back in 1991.
We're seeing bright flashes going off all over the sky.
Back then, 2 A-10s destroyed 23 Iraqi tanks in a single day. No one wanted to cut the A-10 program after that.
They want to spend more money on the F-35.
The A-10 has powerful friends like Arizona Senator John McCain, who pushed through A-10 funding for at least one more year.
And I guarantee you, as long as I'm chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, the A-10, until they find an adequate replacement, will remain in operation.
The Arizona Republican stopped by recently for a taping of Fox 10 Newsmaker Sunday. When asked about the A-10, McCain says it's all about capability. He's been critical of the new F-35, the Air Force's supersonic stealth fighter, because he and others say the F-35 can't handle close air support as well as the A-10. When the U.S. or allied forces on the ground get into trouble, they want help from the air. That's called close air support, something McCain says the A-10 can still provide.
The A-10 is about 15 million. The F-35 is about 150 million. Talk to the pilots. Those are the ones who will tell you.
Taking the senator's advice, we took a trip down to Tucson to talk with a pilot of the A-10. Tucson is a great place to fly the A-10. The weather is usually perfect. And the nearby Barry Goldwater range gives them wide open spaces to practice. In their defense, these are pilots, not politicians. They don't want to get caught up in discussions about budget cuts or defense bills. But ask them about flying in a jet that's years older than they are, and you get a feeling for why they love their job. Kyle Schaefer of the 354th Fighter Squadron, in his own words, about the A-10.
Well, it's affectionately known as the Hog for all Warthog pilots. It's very easy to fly. It's very forgiving. When you look at it, it's very rugged. It's pretty much just like a big flying tank. And being located in Arizona here in Tucson with the Barry Goldwater range that we have here to utilize, it's some of the best training you're going to see. A GOW 8. We've got 30 millimeter bullets. They're about yay long. And we have all different types of bullets depending on what we're doing. If you look at the aircraft from kind of straight on, you can see that the nose wheel is a little bit off center. So this is really just based on the entire airplane really revolves around the 30 millimeter cannon there. It's got multiple hydraulic systems. It's not a fly-by-wire, so it's still got the cables and pulleys to protect us. Super forgiving, super easy to fly, and just really a lot of fun.
Just last week, an Air Force general said that it may not be the right time to retire the A-10, the Warthog, after all. He said the Hog may keep flying through at least 2019.
Thank you for being here tonight. We begin with the Fox 10 News Alert, and these are live
forecast with Dave Muncy on Fox 10 News.
Well, kind of Christmassy out there, nice and crisp and cool like the Christmas season should be. As we get a look at it, still 61 degrees. We've got a few clouds. Winds out of the southwest at 9, 28 degrees on the dew point, 28% on the humidity. And right now, 60 in Scottsdale, 63 in Fountain Hills, 57 up at Cave Creek. 67 in Surprise right now at Apache Junction, 60 degrees, high pressure moving back into place. As you can see, clear skies, everything clearing off as far as our southwest is concerned. It was a cool morning. Look out at Luke, 39, 40 at Deer Valley, 41 in Mesa, 37 out at Chandler, 36 at Gateway, and 45 here. The record is 32. The norm is 52. This is what we're forecasting for the night. It was almost exactly the same as last night. 45 at Sky Harbor, 40 in Mesa, 38 at Chandler, 40 at Deer Valley, 39 up at Glendale. So these are the highs on the day. 63 here at the at Sky Harbor. We have 59 in Mesa, 61 in Scottsdale, 61 in Chandler, 63 in Glendale. The norm is 75, 87 is your record high. Other numbers from around the state today, 52 at Prescott, 49 at Flagstaff, 59 in Casa Grande, 55 in Globe. Take a look at it. That's the normal line. We have another day below it, and then we're going to shoot up above it, and we're going to stay up above it by just a couple of degrees. Very nice temperatures. You can see at the end it is a 71 would be the norm. 63 on the high, 45 on the low, 75 and 52 normal high and low, 87 record high for the day, 32 record low for the day. Across the country, it's snowing, heavy snow. Across Colorado, almost 20 inches. Heavy rain across Texas, 7 and 52/100ths of an inch. More than that, though. Tornado watches throughout that area as we continue to see that extremely difficult weather. Take a look at that. You can see that front as it moves through, and then all of those watches for tornadic activity lining up right in front of that. Overnight and tomorrow morning, a few clouds, 45 degrees, sunny by tomorrow, 69. Thursday will be at 76 degrees, 78 by Friday. And as we head into the weekend, we're going to see those temperatures at 78 degrees with a few clouds. Watch your kids around water.
All right, and we are going to jump into Jeb Bush from earlier today. He looks dressed up. He looks really nice, actually. Looks awfully handsome. And take a look at these top 5 while we watch Jeb.
The order of things, and they rode the wave of a technological revolution that has now created more natural gas in our country than any country in the world. The lowest source of energy for us to reindustrialize South Carolina and the United States. The best deal American consumers have gotten of lower utility prices and lower gasoline prices because of American entrepreneurialism, American exceptionalism, taking 2 existing technologies, old technologies, horizontal drilling and hydraulic fracturing, and applying the entrepreneurial spirit that is unique to us, that's still in our DNA. We created a revolution that 15 years ago didn't exist. And today we have the chance of being energy secure with North American resources, allowing us to project our values around the world by using energy as a foreign policy tool, and also allowing us to reindustrialize our country, grow our economy, and allow people's income to rise. I know how to fix these big complex things because I got to do it as governor. And I think it's important. There are a lot of talkers running for president, some extraordinary ones, gifted politicians, quick with the line to garner people's attention. But think about who has the proven record of creating a climate where 4.4% growth happened instead of 2% growth. Think of the people running for president. Have any of them made a tough decision on behalf of people that may not have even supported them? Last year I met a woman named Denisha Merriweather. She is an African-American woman. She's 25 years old. What are you doing? You want to go ahead? 25-year-old beautiful woman who is in graduate school right now. Denisha was in a failing public school when I was elected governor. She was held back in 3rd grade 2 years in a row. She was from the other side of the tracks, a notion that I think should be obliterated from the lexicon of America. We need to get back to the belief it doesn't matter where you start in life, but how your efforts to be able to achieve earned success. That's the definition of success. She obviously was not on the right track. Her godmother found out about the corporate tax scholarship program that I created when I was governor working with the Florida legislature. The largest voucher program in the country. 80,000 children now go to private schools because of the effort of taking on the teachers union, the bureaucrats, all the people that were protecting the status quo in Florida. We had a big battle, and I won. In fact, in my re-election, the teachers union mortgaged their building to try to take me out. And yeah, I got a few scars on my forehead and in my rear end taking on this fight, but we won. And the net effect was that the godmother of Denisha found out about this program, and she got to go to a Christian school. Constitutional. No problems for those that are thinking about that. Hasn't lost yet. Denisha, I could just imagine what happened to her in her first week. A teacher put their arm around that child and she said, Denisha, you're special. Jesus loves you. I love you. You're capable. You can do this. And in short order, she overcame the 2 years of being held back. She graduated with her age group. She was the first in her family to graduate from high school. The first in her immediate family to graduate from college. And Denisha Merriweather is now getting a master's degree at the University of South Florida. There are thousands and thousands of Denishas that all they want is the chance to rise up. What we need are servant leaders that are willing to tear down the barriers so they can rise up. This country is still the most extraordinary country on the face of the earth. We still lead the world in so many ways. What we need now are candidates that have ideas to lift us up and the proven leadership to not just say what they're going to do, but do what they said they were going to do. I have those skills, and I believe we're on the verge of greatness again. Imagine a country where it doesn't matter where you start in life. It matters what you do to achieve earned success being the measurement of success. Imagine a country that was in decline for a short period of time, but resolved to shift course and reformed our tax code and how we regulate, shift power away from Washington, fix the entitlement system that was perfect 50 to 100 years ago but no longer works. Imagine a country that renews itself with principle-centered leadership to take advantage of the opportunities of the 21st century. Imagine a country that leads the world to create peace and security for ourselves and for those that simply want to be free. That's the mission. I hope when people look at the primary here in South Carolina, they look at it through that lens. And then they look at the candidates that have the fighting chance to win in the fall. I believe a proven record of cutting taxes, of reforming the things that were broken, of challenging every basic assumption is far better than just saying what you're going to do or saying it in a nice way. To beat Hillary Clinton, whoever the Democrat is, who want to double down on the failed economic policy of Barack Obama, we need someone with a proven record and someone who has a heart for people to rise up. You're looking at that guy. I'd love to have your support. Thank you all very much. We've got 10 minutes for questions. Yes?
Can you talk about, I'm Mary L. Hayes, I work for Sexual Trauma Services of the Midlands. Can you talk about how your wife's advocacy for survivors of domestic and sexual violence has impacted your public policy?
I sure can. Look, I live by the credo of listening, learning, leading. I think people in public life ought to try that often, a little more often. It's not about the big personalities on the stage. It's actually taking the time to listen and to hear and to understand, and then learning about that, and then having a chance then to forge policies and act on them to improve things. And you know Tiffany Carr, who's the head of the Florida, the effort in Florida against domestic violence, and she's a close friend of ours. And my wife got me involved in this, and still to this day we're both actively involved. We created a foundation, we're the chairman of it with Tiffany, to raise private money to support the state's efforts. But in 1999, the state's efforts as it relates to domestic violence was horrific. And if you wandered around like I did as a candidate, what you see, go to juvenile court or family court or dependency court, you find that sexual abuse, sexual violence, alcohol abuse, drug abuse is the common denominator. Mental health challenges, all these things are the common denominator for many of the challenges that the judiciary has to deal with, and law enforcement has to deal with, and social services have to deal with. It's pretty common, pretty regular. And so I took the time to sit in the courtrooms and sit really next to a judge and try to understand this. I would spend a full day doing it. And thanks to being sensitized to this by my precious wife, Columba, and her advocacy of visiting, I think she probably visited every domestic violence shelter, we changed the course of the state's role in this. We expanded. We spent more than $20 million on fixing up shelters. The conditions that battered women or battered spouses and children had in Florida was horrific. It was shameful. It was embarrassing. And we fixed it. We allowed for, I asked the chief judge in Florida to train the judiciary to not listen to, well, she deserved it, or some version of that, because that's pretty commonplace, even today. Not so much today, but back then it certainly was. And so there was a little more sensitivity training to the fact is that we're living in a world where people are vulnerable and they're abused, and the judiciary should be even-handed about this at a minimum. We increased fines for abusers that were habitual offenders and put them in jail for 5 days, minimum mandatory, to cool them off and to allow for the battered spouse and their families to get into safe places. We expanded funding for these programs, and domestic violence over the 8 years decreased by 24%. I'll give you another example, and I'm a conservative. I mean, I don't quite understand why we get into this weird deal where you don't think conservatives care about children that are abandoned or neglected or abused. You don't think that as a society we shouldn't care for the soft underbelly of the violence that exists with inside families? Of course we do. And the notion that we just don't, get involved for ideological reasons, to me, we shattered that myth each and every day. I'll give you another example. I just wrote a book called Reply All, and it's a book about my interactions with the 18 million wacky people I got the chance to serve with Florida. It's a phenomenal place. We got everything. I mean, we have more people moving in. We have the third highest number of people moving out. Things happen in Florida. We'll just leave it at that. It's good things, bad things, tragic things, happy things. It's a place that's alive. And so I gave out my email address, and people started responding. I'll give it out if you like, jeb@jeb.org. Try it out. Not you, CNN. Don't try it again. You made my life a living hell last time I gave it out. Just wanted to see if you were listening. So I learned from these emails. I started getting lots of emails from people like Tina Calloway, a woman who had a court-ordered child support payment. And, you know, you'd figure if you got a court-ordered child support payment, you'd actually get paid on a monthly basis. No, there's a 50-50 chance, even though you go through the whole process, that you're actually going to find the spouse that's supposed to be paying, that they do it. And I learned so much from getting these frustrated emails from women principally, or I guess almost entirely. So I created a concierge service inside the Department of Revenue. Karen Kellums was in charge of this, and she brought the hammer down on these guys like nobody's business. When it was egregious, and it came from me to her, the fear of the Lord was put into these guys' hearts, and they started all of a sudden making their payments. But then we saw the structure of this wasn't working. We had a paper system instead of information technology, and the guy that ran the Department of Revenue was a great public servant. He put out to bid one of the first internet-based information technology systems for child support. We saved a ton of money, and in 8 years, we increased child support payment by 90%. Now think about how this works in Washington, D.C. Name your favorite department. I mean, we laugh. That's the standard response. We should be crying. The Veterans Administration has a hospital that they're going to build for $300 million. They now need to get additional appropriations because the cost is $1.8 billion. It's 3 or 4 years late. No one gets fired. They can't build buildings in the Veterans Administration. An entity with 330,000 employees. Last week, the day after Veterans Day, it was announced that there was $140 million of bonuses to veterans in management for a job well done. Yeah, really? A job well done where people got off waiting lists by not getting care and they died? 3 people have been fired? You go through all of the alphabet soup of government. We need to stop laughing and making sure that we're getting our bang for our buck. Government is not the master over our lives. It is the servant. And we need to shift power away from Washington and fix what exists to keep us safe and to make sure the basic functions of government are done right. If not, no one trusts anybody in Washington. And why should they? It looks like it's all just divvying up the crumbs and divvying up the goodies between themselves. We need term limits. We need a balanced budget amendment. We need line item veto power. Vito Corleone ought to show up in Washington, D.C. and bring a little budget discipline. Elected officials should not lobby their peers the minute they leave. There ought to be a 6-year lobbying ban. Lobbyists ought to be be required within 48 hours to put online who they're meeting, whether they're senior staff people or elected officials. We need to open the place up and clear out the stench and start fixing these things, and I know how to do it. Sorry for the diatribe. Yes?
I appreciate you touching on terrorism right now. I didn't hear you touch on the border, but my question leads more to small business. I'm a small business owner.
Yep.
I don't think healthcare is fixed. Our costs are out of control. Can you comment on the healthcare situation?
I can, but on the border, let's be clear. There are public health issues related to the border. We have an epidemic of heroin overdose in this country that is maybe, hopefully, God forbid it's here, but I'm heading to New Hampshire tomorrow, and I think there have been 200-plus deaths with heroin overdose. A porous border creates the cheapest source of heroin, the most powerful heroin that's ever existed in our country. It replaces the overprescription of pain medication, which is a problem I know in this community. And a porous border is a problem there. It's a problem for our national security. It's a problem for the rule of law. And we need to secure the border for sure. There's no question that has to be a high priority. And it isn't. It isn't right now. one idea as it relates to the border control that I think is important is that 40% of people that come illegally come with a legal visa and they overstay. They're here. They're in Colombia. They're in Miami. They don't necessarily have to cross the border. We need to do both. We need to control the border. Then we need to have an effective effort through biometric technologies for exit and entry visas to know where people are. And there needs to be greater cooperation between state and local law enforcement agencies and the federal government. It has been prohibited to be able to create those partnerships by and large, and it needs to be expanded dramatically. On health care, go to jeb2016.com to get our health care proposal. It has been, by most of the policy pundits, it's viewed as the most comprehensive plan and the most realistic plan to repeal Obamacare and replace it with a consumer-driven system that would have a tax credit for people that aren't getting insurance from their companies, from a third party, would eliminate the Obamacare exchanges and the mandates, the employer mandate, employee mandate, all of the excessive mandated benefits that are there that create the higher cost, shift the exchanges back to the states, give the Medicaid program back to the states without all the rules on top of it, allow for kid care to go back to the states, and the Obamacare insurance, the people that are subsidized through Obamacare. If you did that, you would get to do something that in business, in family, and occasionally in politics you get to do, which is answer the following question. If we weren't doing it this way, how would we do it? Try it out, by the way, if you haven't ever done that. It's extraordinary. What you'd find in your business or in your life, if you weren't doing it the way you were doing, you just get stuck in a mindset, you would probably do it dramatically differently. And it would be a lot dramatically better. And in healthcare, that's how we need to get. We need to get to that question. And the best approach, the answer to that question is portable, catastrophic coverage, lower premium, high deductible coverage, where people are engaged, where they have transparency, where they have total understanding of what pricing is, where they're engaged consumers, where insurance is used for the high impact, high cost, unforeseen event. That it's not used for the day-to-day healthcare needs. If you turn people into consumers of healthcare, you would get an informed consumer that would lower costs and improve health, which is ultimately what we need to do. And small businesses should be able to pool their resources far more effectively than they can today. And if you made those reforms, you could lower healthcare costs, you could save money for the federal government. The premium, the tax credit that we're proposing would allow for the equivalent of the premium costs for a small employee at a small business, plus their out-of-pocket costs. You would be able to save money and I think get to a healthcare system that looks far better than the one we have today. The final point, which the doctor brought up, is we're on the verge of an explosion